If we could come to order for our April meeting of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. I want to apologize to the chairman of the Finance Committee. I realize that I missed the Finance Committee meeting. I apologize, Chairman Beadle. Why don't we start off then with our Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Garcia, can I ask you to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks very much. Our first action item is to approve the minutes of the January. Actually, let me start a little differently than that. I was going to jump right into business, which my wife would tell me I always do instead of dealing with social graces. So let me just welcome our new commissioners to the commission, Commissioner Adams and Schaefer, and Barney. Thank you so much for being here. It's a real honor. I know a lot of us feel it's a real honor to be on the commission. And it's really exciting to welcome new commissioners with new ideas. And let me just encourage all of you to participate from day one. As someone who's nearing the end of their term, I can tell you it goes very fast, those 4 years. And I think some of the other commissioners will tell you that if you don't speak up on something today, I'll just call on you. So you might as well just speak up and have some fun with the issues we've got in front of us today. A couple of asks then of fellow commissioners just before we get too far in the agenda. Commissioner Hauser, I wanted to ask you if you could take up our inner city urban youth underrepresented communities forum that we tried to get started on this year. I think the one thing that we learned is if we're going to try and host a meeting in Aurora or Denver in the inner city, we need to get started now. If we don't start now, I feel like next year's chairman won't have that opportunity. So Commissioner Hauser, if you'll take that on, I'd be grateful. I know there'll be other commissioners that are interested in that project, so I'll leave that to you to recruit. Yep. Commissioner Bray, I wanted to ask you to lead up our workshop in June. We're going to do something on big game, as I understand it, and I thought you were the most qualified commissioner to lead us on that. And I wanted to ask Commissioner Haskett if she would help out. And as I understand, what we're trying to do there is obviously provide new commissioners some insight into how big game works and how complicated it is. But I think also, make perhaps new ideas that could come from it. Perhaps dealing with some of the issues that are in our email around qualifying licenses. But I'll leave that agenda, Robert, to you, if that's okay. Why don't we then go ahead and approve the minutes and deal with the corrections, and then we'll get to commissioners' comments. You all have the minutes in front of you. Are there any changes or questions or concerns? I would be happy to entertain a motion then.
So moved.
Commissioner McDaniel moves. We approve the minutes.
Second.
Second from Vice Chairman Zimmerman. I think we'll do this by voice vote. All those commissioners, if you're not here, you weren't obviously here at the last meeting, feel free to abstain. Since we're going to do that, Laura, why don't we go ahead and do a roll call vote so folks can abstain?
Adams. Abstain. Bray.
Yes.
Garcia.
Approved.
Haskett.
Yes.
Hauser.
Yes.
McDaniel.
Yes.
Schaefer. Vardy.
Abstain.
Behill.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
Yes.
Chairman Howard.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
The next item up is corrections to the agenda. And as always, commissioners, is if there's anything on the consent agenda that you'd like to bring forward into the open, full meeting, I'm happy to move that around on the agenda. So any changes or items on the consent agenda to move forward? Commissioner Garcia.
Just a question. I was trying to compare the March agenda to today's agenda, and maybe this is the right time to just find out. There were wildlife properties is gone from the agenda. I know we took the big game off, but wildlife properties, was that intentional? Is that going to May as well?
So I'll just do this one. Acting Director Versteeg, I'll let you answer that, and that'll be the last time I'll say acting, just because I think it's easier for the record if I say director.
So what we attempted to do is to retain anything from March that we needed to have acted upon before your May meeting, and then other things that were on the March agenda that could wait until May have been put on the May agenda. So those items will be taken up in May, and all the regulations will be in May with the exception of the emergency
That
one.
made sense, except there was one. There was a game damage claim, goats and mountain lion, 6,500. I was surprised that disappeared.
Well, my understanding was that the individual would prefer not to come here in April, and we're going to take it up in May in Grand Junction.
And then on the consent agenda, there were three. There were stolen goats, sheep killed by bear, and state trust lands, 35, 1, 2, and 3, that are all of a sudden are not on our consent agenda now.
Yeah, with regard to those, my understanding is we have to provide sufficient notice to the individuals, and we couldn't provide the sufficient notice in advance of this meeting, so they've been rescheduled for May as
So
well.
they'll be back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Just one quick question. Will we review the Kenosha Park game management plan before that's approved in the consent agenda? We do, right?
I had that moved to the consent agenda because I didn't think it was controversial. But we can certainly move it off, and I believe staff's ready to discuss it. So if you would like it off, Marvin, we can certainly do that.
Well, I'm just I do have a question on the objective and a preference for a different alternative, so that's why I asked.
Let's move that off the consent agenda, and Director, if we could figure out where it makes the most sense to put it in, that'd be great. Thank you, Commissioner McDaniel. Any other changes? Great. Well, then we'll proceed with the agenda with those highlights from Commissioner Garcia and that one change from Commissioner McDaniel. Okay. Next up is Commissioners' questions and comments, and normally I try not to say anything until the end, but we haven't met since January, so I hope Commissioners won't mind if I make a couple statements here. I want to apologize about March. You know, I know how hard it is, particularly on our Western Slope commissioners, to come over and then suddenly we're not having a meeting. And and obviously all of us, the commissioners, were able to get to the meeting because of just the way the snow fell. But we had to cancel the first day to be good public citizens and follow the governor. And then the second day, there was just too much snow south and east for staff and the public to get here. So I just want everyone to realize that's why we went ahead and canceled, or at least that was my primary motivation on it. I also want to just recognize and thank staff for all the extra work they did to help. Particularly, I know the Southeast region was out in their 1950 snowcats rescuing people on I-25. So I know everybody on the commission wants to recognize that and thank you for it. In addition, I want to thank the staff for dealing with the application process. I know that every person on the end of a phone or at a counter was dealing with the consequences of us changing, particularly the qualifying license and then the preference point on the big three. And we really appreciate it. I know that we take action up here and we get emails, but we don't have to stand across a counter or handle a phone call from someone that's upset about a change. So thanks very much to all of our staff for that. On the qualifying license, that has been so much in email and on my phone that I wanted to just make a couple of comments that's designed to spark a conversation amongst all the rest of you. I don't have any answers. I do have a couple of thoughts, but when we passed that qualifying license, we knew it was going to be controversial, but it was at the expression from so many folks for my 4 years on the commission that we needed to act, and here I just speak for myself, we needed to act on point creep. And we had, I just want to emphasize too that when we passed it, we said that we would look at the data after this year and see what it told us. And if we had to adjust, that we would adjust. And that was part of the discussion that folks can hear on the recording. And then, so we have plenty of time, is my point, to refine what we did on the qualifying license this year. And I think it's great for the public to be giving us so much input. But I did want to make a point for the folks that called an email. Thanks for taking the time to do it. And a lot of folks talked about that we have a hunting and fishing recruitment problem, and that's true. But our problem isn't a lack of folks that look like me, 57 years old, been hunting for decades in Colorado, you know, and worried about my personal tag. That's not really our, our recruiting problem. Our problem is that we don't have enough 18 and 40-year-olds taking up hunting and somewhat fishing, and particularly women in underrepresented communities. So again, I'm just speaking for myself, breaking down the barriers, and one of those barriers is undoubtedly point creep, so that folks that are just getting into hunting have a chance at tags. That's a primary motivator for me, to get these groups more involved, because I think that's the key to the future of sportsmen and sportswomen across the state and across the country. The qualifying license, to me, the one thing that really strikes home is that in these over-the-counter units and low-point units, it does feel a little bit off to me. And perhaps the way to address that is to expand the definition of qualifying licenses to include, for example, a prior year's fully paid for and not refunded big game license. Maybe fishing, that's a lot in our email, including the senior fishing license. And also, I think because of our bear harvest goals, perhaps a bear license should be a qualifying license. So I say all of that not to say that's what we should do, but just to spark a conversation. And I'd love to hear what other commissioners think about the qualifying license issue. So if someone will speak up, that's great. Otherwise, I'll call on somebody. Charlie, please. Commissioner Garcia.
First, I wanted to ask a question. I got a couple of phone calls, but mostly emails. And one of the most recent ones we all got was, do you people have phones? You know, how about calling me? And I thought, what is our position on returning these emails? Because a lot of them are coming out to all of us at once. And I really didn't know. I'm a new member, and so I didn't know if there was a proper response, if we just send everything to Jeff, which is my initial reaction. But I really didn't know. And that's the first point. And the second is, I agree with you. From all the emails and the phone calls and just discussions I've had with people on the street, we do need to relook at this qualifying license issue. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think we definitely need to take a look.
Let me just address that first point, Commissioner Garcia, that I respond to every email that's sent that I see, unless, you know, it's full of a bunch of loaded language and foul language, in which case I don't. But on calls, I return all those calls too, but I think commissioners do it in a very different way, and I always let staff know what's going on if it's something other than just me responding. And then a lot of times I do give it to staff because they're much better positioned to answer the questions. So, but I don't think we have a set rule, Director, as far as that goes.
So there is not one practice that applies in every situation, but there's two ways the public can communicate with the commission via email. One is to use the commission's group email box, which is on the website. And so when we get public comment that we put in your mailing materials, that's where that largely comes from. And I think on this issue, we had something like 90 pages of public comment. But individuals can also go to the web page and select the email from any or all the individual commissioners and email them directly, in which case we don't see those. We only know of those if you forward them to us. And some people do both. They'll copy you as individuals and send an email to the group list. A common practice is, for us, is when we have an issue that we think deserves a unique response, we will customize a response for those. But on things like this, large volumes, what we often do is refer them to our website, where in this case we have a series of questions and answers that explain all the changes to the license fees and the drawing process for 2019, and we try to direct them there for questions. I can say that with calls and emails that I've gotten in my capacity as a director, I've returned those calls with calls or emails with emails. And I also try and put those emails and letters. I also get snail mail letters too. And we try to include those in the comment package that the commission will see too, because I think it's just good for you to get a sense for the whole universe. And in this particular instance, the qualifying license is, in my experience, a little bit unique, because oftentimes when there's an issue that generates this kind of public communication, the volume is usually generated by petitions or a standard kind of boilerplate letter or email. And in this case, most of these responses were individualized. There really wasn't a campaign to do a petition. So I think it just speaks to how much this issue affected people, and that's why we wanted to make sure the commission had access to all those comments. I'd look to Katie to see, did I say anything that I should correct or add to?
Morning, Commission. Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor. I think the only thing was the first mailing was about 90 pages and then about another 90 in the second mailing. So all told, I think, Commissioners, you got about 180 pages of public comments this go around, which, to reassure the new commissioners, is not the standard.
Great. Commissioner McDaniel.
I would support that we obviously need to continue to look at this issue of a qualifying license. I do think that the objectives we talked about with regards to what it was going to accomplish, it did accomplish to a great degree. We should be careful not to overreact to that and be very thoughtful and I'll call it strategic about what we do in the future. There's a lot of different ways we can do that, and I'd look to the staff to give us ideas about how to do it. I did have one question on the fishing, though, license. I did, Chairman. Would that still qualify as a qualifying license for Pittman Robertson if it was a fishing license?
Yeah, I think all of these ideas are things, and any other ideas that come from other commissioners are things that staff can look at. I think this is a November item for us. And so in keeping with, for example, like when we talk about Lions this afternoon, I'm just trying to have the conversation come up early so that when we get into the formal regulatory process, it's a little more meaningful, I think. So any other, Commissioner Bray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still believe that the concept of a qualifying license is a good one. I readily admit we might have pushed it a little too quickly and didn't dot all the I's. I'm totally open to revisiting the issue and trying to tweak it. I think there's a lot of things we can do. Some have already been mentioned as far as expanding what may be a qualifying license. Maybe last year's big game license, maybe bear, maybe whatever. Expand that and really define it. You know, I recently went to an out of state where I had to buy a license, and then I could hunt, and then I had to buy a deer license or a bear license or a turkey license or something, but I had to buy that license right up front to even be eligible to buy the others. That's not totally different from what we did here, yeah. So maybe definitions can be revisited. And I think for me, the underlying concept of that was to address preference point creep in a way that doesn't mess up the system. And I think it's successful in that regard, at least preliminary. But as far as tweaking it and looking for ways to improve it, I'm all for that.
Commissioner Garcia, and then Commissioner Shaver.
I agree with Commissioner Bray 100%. I agree that the qualifying license was the right approach. We just need to.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo and agree with Commissioner Bray's points that, you know, this is the right process, and continuing to discuss the, you know, various aspects of water qualifying licenses and the applications is important. But to go back to another point, I apply and hunt a lot of states. To my knowledge, Wyoming's the last remaining state that doesn't require a qualifying license. This is not that Colorado is so far out of the norm. In fact, we're joining the norm. And to me, you know, I understand the consternation around it, but in part, the qualifying license process is an investment strategy. You're investing not just in the system of preference points, but you're investing in wildlife management. For me, you know, investing in the state of Nevada, Arizona, Utah, others, that's something that, you know, for me matters. I'd rather see the maturation of my investment in wildlife habitat than the stock market.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaver. Any other comments from commissioners, not just on this topic, obviously? Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems like a long time ago, so I feel like it's a little dated, but I'll say it anyway, as I planned to last time. We did celebrate. Last time we did make it into town over dinner with the GOCO board, the Crazy French Ranch acquisition and that incredible partnership. So I certainly would turn to Commissioner Vigil too, because this is in his backyard, but he was off being a granddad for the big celebration. So you know, the GOCO board met in early March. A couple of us were able to tour as much as you can that site at this point. Dan Prenslow gave us as much of a tour as you can from a roadside pull-out observation point. But just to think about partnerships in this day and age and how difficult it is to get big, major bureaucratic sort of organizations to work together to preserve 91,000 acres and to have that be an incredible partnership between Parks and Wildlife, GOCO, TPL, Nature Conservancy. I just think it's incredibly notable. And I also would say that our opportunity as Parks and Wildlife to manage that, that park and or wildlife area, whatever that ultimately ends up becoming, is certainly my hope. I think it would be a great addition to our portfolio, recognizing it comes with lots of other decisions to be made, and I think our partners are looking to us for that leadership. So I just mostly want to say, yeehaw, way to go, really amazing, and I can't wait to climb it. So I'd like to be the first on the list for that official opportunity, and just to say to Commissioner Vigil and that entire community, to have several hundred people show up. And to have it seem like that was pretty uniform and it's in sort of the excitement, that doesn't always happen. You know, my one comment at the GOCO meeting was also that, you know, are they ready? Are sort of all the ancillary, you know, camping and sort of all there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to make their way down there. And so sort of all the kind of infrastructure that would need to go with that is also something to give some great thought to, so that it actually becomes something that we preserve and we don't overrun, and think about really thoughtfully. So anyway, I just want to say congratulations to the entire community and to us, yay, all of us, and our partners, because it is really iconic, and to now have the opportunity to have access to it and to have it be a perpetual state asset is really pretty remarkable. So thank you.
Commissioner Vigil.
Thank you, Carrie. That project has really created some excitement in Trinidad and the surrounding area. And you won't be the first to climb it, because I've been there. But I had to go to New Mexico to get up there, legally. I have looked for cattle up there on horseback, so it's a gorgeous piece of property, and it's going to mean a lot to the city of Trinidad and Los Animas County in the near future. And I am really happy that I was that I was involved in it. But I want to thank all the commissioners that were sitting at the time, because it was a unanimous decision to fund that project, and one of the bigger ones since I've been on the commission, I believe. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Vigil. Commissioner Garcia.
I just was reminded on the changes we made when I got my fishing license the other day. The fellow at the counter said, "You know, your price went up." And I had to laugh. I didn't want to say, "Yeah, I know, I voted for that." But I second Trinidad. That was an amazing experience, and the people of Trinidad. And a real big thank you to everybody at Parks and Wildlife for that. It's huge. And finally, a couple of weeks ago, Marie and Laura and I are now proud graduates of the Colorado State University Wildlife Management Short Course. And I would say to our new members, take advantage of it. It is an amazing program. And thank you to all the Parks and Wildlife staff people that teach and help with that program. It's really an amazing, amazing program. So thank you.
For the new commissioners, that program is open to all of you, and I had a very similar experience. It's usually in April, right? So, so next year, if that's on your calendar, that'd be great. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. I also want to thank everybody in the call center, all the staff that answered all the calls, and I know it was a problem. I actually got a few calls from my clients and a lot of letters, and I want to say thank you. That was a lot to deal with. And Commissioner Garcia and Laura and I did take the short course. I had a great time. I learned a lot, and now I have some questions. But one thing I've noticed in the whole state actually is there's an increase in hemp growth. And also in our area, we have a producer that's growing hops. And I'd like to know from staff what our policy is on game damage about that, because I think it's going to be an increasing crop. And the hops part of it concerns me because of all the wires. It's a vine, and we have one just outside of Meeker now, and it's this huge thing that's tall and wires everywhere, and it's not fenced, and it could be a danger to wildlife, but it's also an expensive crop. Both of them are. So I think we need to visit that.
Thank you, Commissioner Askett. Commissioner Vehil.
Just to add to that, I was at the annual Habitat Partnership meeting. They held it in Trinidad, and that issue came up about hemp. And my understanding is elk don't like it, deer don't like it, but pronghorn do. We'll see, because I have a neighbor that's putting in about 5 acres of hemp, and he thinks that an electric wire is going to keep the elk out. Now, the elk won't eat it, but they will sure bed down in it, and that's where the damage, I think, is going to come.
Right.
And there's also, not very far from me, a hops farm, and our DWM has had to cut buck deer out of it, out of those wires that extend up, and he got gored, as a matter of fact, in the thigh by the buck, because it was fighting so much. But those are going to be concerns, is game damage. Now, I don't know if deer eat the hops, or if it just wandered into it, because I have on the edge of my hayfields, I have wild hops, and I have never seen an animal eating that. They eat my hay, not the hops. It might be a little bitter for most animals.
Vice Chairman Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of updates for the new commissioners. Welcome. One of the things that I am supposed to be helping with, and realize I dropped, is the Parks and Wildlife Commission calendar of events. It's something that a few months ago, I think it was one of the meetings on the Eastern Plains, we had talked about how many things, there's so many things that we could attend and we need to coordinate on. As I'm sure you'll find out in orientation, there's if more than, I can't remember all the rules off the top of my head, I'll look to Councilman Matter for that. 2 or more, thank you, Director. Commissioners at an event, we do need to notice it per statute. So I will work with Rebecca Farrell and get that calendar up again, because there's so many things. In January there was the outdoor rec meeting. There's there's all sorts of different events going on at all times in various different parts of our areas, and if we're going to be out in the community representing the commission or representing ourselves, it would be good to be coordinated as much as possible. So I just wanted to bring that up again and let you know I'll be working with Rebecca and with Laura to try to distribute that, so we can all kind of make sure we know who's where. The other thing I've been working on is the mountain bike fee project with Doug Bilsack, and he is really carrying that. If you haven't met Doug yet, he's incredible. He's our legislative liaison with DNR, and he's really carrying that effort. Just to recap, I think most everyone knows it's an effort really to look at how do we start to engage some of our non-traditional constituents, some of our recreation users that are not our common people that are sitting here in the audience every month. So this is really a way to both engage the mountain bike community who really want to be engaged with CPW and that we really want to engage with, as well as talk about a license or a fee program. So we're in the stakeholder gathering, information gathering, collaborative stage of the process, but it is something that we're continuing to move forward. And then the last thing is, I was able to attend a couple of Summit County Safe Passages events, and there's in Summit County, Eagle County, and I'm sure a number of other counties, there are groups working very hard to replicate some of the successes we had on the Highway 9 Safe Passages project. This is an effort to work with CDOT, Federal Highways, landowners, and of course CPW and Forest Service, all sorts of people, to come up with ways to identify movement corridors for animals and really try to identify where are we going to be best suited to be building overpasses for wildlife, underpasses, directional fencing, all those kinds of things to really help our wildlife get across these roadway barriers and meet their daily needs. So, and help to avoid us from potentially getting into an accident. So this is a group that is very, very motivated. They're doing incredible things. I do have the most recent report. They just recently launched their website, Summit County Safe Passages. And you've heard me say it, and I think we've all agreed, this wildlife movement corridor, safe passage, ways to get animals where they need to go without interacting with cars is something we're all very, very interested in continuing to work towards and support. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that is moving forward, and we are a part of it. 3 CPW staff were there as well. So that's what I have.
I think I caught everybody on that side, so Commissioner Bray.
Thank you. I just wanted to I had the extreme privilege of being invited to the Colorado Bow Hunters annual meeting. I'm not a member of their organization. I do support bow hunting and whatnot, take archery hunters on my ranch, but I wanted to give a shout out to them. They're one of our more organizations that corresponds with us on a regular basis, and I really appreciate that. I was really impressed with their meeting. They do a great job of promoting their sport. They do a great job of promoting different types of hunters, women, kids, really promote it. And I just wanted to give a shout out. I was impressed with their organization. From time to time we have disagreements on various little issues, but I thank you for your support, and I thank you for your participation. And we can all learn from some of their marketing, some of the things they do that could help us.
Thank you, Commissioner Bray. Any other comments, Commissioners? I'll just, just following up on Commissioner Zimmerman's report, I also got to speak, and Director, I hope you'll correct me if I get this name wrong, the North American Wildlife and Natural Resource Conference. And the Director and I were on a panel. They're talking about Georgia's experience with raising revenue from non-traditional sources in Georgia, which was an interesting presentation from the National Wildlife Federation. And so that's the kind of opportunity that we do have, and I do think it helps us, as Commissioner Zimmerman said, if we attend as many of those as you can, and it makes sense. So thanks very much. Let's move on then. Welcome, Executive Director Gibbs. I think this is our first meeting with you in the chair, so thanks so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's really wonderful to be here. This is my first meeting with you all. The last meeting got snowed out, and we'll see how things go today, too. As a heads up, actually, I may get an email around 11 o'clock with a determination on whether or not we may be shutting down business earlier today or not, depending on what the storm may look like. But really hopeful that we'll be able to stay open for the majority of the day, because we're hopefully going to have a special guest today with Governor Jared Polis, who will likely be here at about noon, again, depending on the weather. So great to be here. I know some of the commissioners quite well. Some of you I'll get to know, but really want to welcome the new commissioners, Commissioner Adams, Schaefer, Vardy, and Garcia. You're not necessarily new, but congratulations, renewed. A little bit about myself. I was recently elected as 3 times as a Summit County Commissioner. I live in Breckenridge with my wife and 2 very young kids. And before that, I served in the state legislature. I was a state senator and a state representative, and always served on the Ag Committee. So anything dealing with, wildlife and water and lands, came before those committees. And when I served at the Capitol, I was also the chair of the Sportsman's Caucus. So some of the folks in the room, a lot of familiar faces that have attended those meetings in the past. So good to see you all. And then before that, I worked for Congressman Mark Udall for about 6.5 years. I spent about 3 of those in Washington, D.C., and then I ran his Western Slope office based in Minturn, a little town just right outside of Vail. So really excited again to be here. When you think about parks and wildlife and everything you all do as a commission, it's very much, in my opinion, we're working on almost like the identity of the state of Colorado. You know, we have about 80,000 new people moving to the state of the year, and many of those people, you know, want to get outside, you know, right away. And how we look at our lands, how we manage, how we look at our trails, our wildlife, our resources is extremely important to not only us right now on the ground, but for my kids, my little boy that's 19 months old, and my daughter Grace that's almost 5, but for their kids too, if they have kids down the road. So I want us to think about this generation and future generations and everything we do on our lands and wildlife, you know, moving forward. Want to share with you all a little bit about some of Governor Polis's ideas and vision and what he has me working on, because I think it's important as we discuss how we all can work together. But his mantra is to be bold, be consistent, no unforced errors, and to be joyous. So I want us to think about that, you know, moving forward. And I'll repeat that again. Be bold, be consistent, no unforced errors, and be joyous. Thinking of being bold and being joyous, I want to share with you his 4 main top priorities. Kindergarten for all. That has moved right through the legislative process, all within the first 100 days, which is really truly amazing. 100% renewable energy goals by 2040, make healthcare more affordable. If you buy health insurance on the individual market, you know what I'm talking about. It can be some of the most expensive in the country in certain locations throughout Colorado. And also to save people money by examining ways that we can lower income tax rates too. Now, specifically for the DNR, some of my goals are successfully reform the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission and look for smooth implementation of the new rules and regulations. Senate Bill 181 just passed recently, and the governor is expected to sign that bill in the very near future. But there will be, you know, various different stakeholder processes for the implementation on the rules and regs. There will be, you know, hearings. There will be a new commission that will be appointed. So there will be a lot going on with that. But 2 other goals that are right within the scope of what we do here at Parks and Wildlife is increase acres of lands available and accessible by the public and realign state land assets to administration priorities. Also, lead process to identify and increase sustainable revenue sources for parks and wildlife. I know many of you in the room are already working on this, but this is something that we're going to really move aggressively on. We just know that when we talk about those 80,000 new people moving to the state a year, that there's a small fraction of those that are buying hunting and fishing licenses, right? So we need to figure out a way to have a larger tent, you know, moving forward. So other updates for the DNR water. There's a lot going on in the water world. Just a couple days ago, the Drought Contingency Plan, which is a 7-state negotiated agreement, was signed, was actually passed through Congress, passed the House and Senate. The AG's office was instrumental in helping out with that, and it's just amazing when you think about with less water, recognizing that Arizona and California in particular are recognizing that there will be less water in the Colorado River, and how we're going to deal with that moving forward. That 7 states agreed on drought contingency measures moving forward is really amazing, and then you get a bill through Congress at the same time. The Colorado Water Plan is a major priority for the governor this year. In the long bill, we had $20 million that was within the CWCB Water Projects bill. And then you also had $10 million that was also separate from that within the long bill for water plan implementation. So really excited to have that move forward. Also, at our last Colorado Water Conservation Board meeting, a huge thank you to Parks and Wildlife, but also CWCB voted to approve all the unappropriated water within the Himes Creek area within the U.S. Forest Service land to help with the San Juan lineage cutthroat trout. And I think it's just truly amazing when you think that folks thought that this was actually an extinct fish. And through Parks and Wildlife, through CWCB, through the U.S. Forest Service, and many different partners, Trout Unlimited was involved with this as well. You know, we're going to work hard to make sure this fish can stick around. So absolutely, truly amazing. Oil and gas, I mentioned oil and gas. Staffing, we have some new hires at the DNR. I hired Tim Mock. Some of you may be familiar with his name, but he's my new Deputy Executive Director. I've worked with Tim for about 19 years. He's worked at the federal, state, and local level. And for the folks in the room that know him pretty well, you know that he used to be your legislative liaison for then the Division of Wildlife before the merger occurred. So he's quite familiar, you know, with this building in particular. So I'm excited to have him. Chris Aaron, I hired him as the new communications director. He previously worked with Conservation Colorado and Western Resource Advocates. So absolutely grateful to have a communications director now for the DNR. And also Julie Murphy was hired as an assistant director for energy and minerals. We'll be doing some more hires, but I'm really happy to be kind of filling out the team and making sure I have the right team to fulfill and carry out the governor's goals for me and the DNR and our whole organization. I think that's about it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Executive Director Gibbs, and welcome again. It's great to have that seat filled.
Thank you.
Next up is our agricultural update. You know, for the new commissioners, this is one of our most important partners. I think many of us might say our most important partners. So I don't think we have the commissioner with us today, but we've got Mr. West. So welcome.
East. Wayne East.
I say West. Sorry.
It's all right. Happens all the time.
It's bad when you go hunting with your friends too.
So for those of you I haven't had the opportunity to meet, my name is Wayne East. I am the Ag Wildlife Liaison with the Colorado Department of Agriculture. The Commissioner of Agriculture, Kate Greenberg, sends her regrets that she's unable to attend today and asked that I would present the agency's update on her behalf. Before I start that update, Laura helped me hand out the agency's annual publication, Cultivating Colorado. And there are some interesting articles in there, and one that might be of interest to the fly fishers in the audience is an article about a poultry producer that raises chickens specifically for their plumage for fly tying. But there's some interesting articles in there. It's just an annual publication. I know you guys have a ton of information to digest, but if you have an opportunity, I think you'll find some articles in there that might be of interest. And a timely update with the weather that's going on. Our team at CDA has been monitoring the impact of the last bomb cycle that hit in March. While some producers experienced losses, the damage to the industry was nowhere near what was felt by our neighbors to the east. We will continue to monitor the impacts after today's storm as well. In some exciting news, Commissioner Greenberg has appointed a new Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture. His name is Mr. Steve Silverman. Steve joins the department with 30 years of public service in agriculture at both the USDA and the Department of Justice. He served nearly 13 of those years in Colorado here at the Federal Center. Most recently, Steve served as the director of USDA's National Appeals Division, where he oversaw a nationwide staff of professional adjudicators who resolve program disputes on behalf of farmers and ranchers in Colorado, as well as the U.S. Mr. Silverman has also served as Principal Deputy General Counsel at the USDA in Washington, D.C., where he supervised the operations of USDA's Office of General Counsel and oversaw a diverse portfolio of legal and policy matters involving nearly all of USDA's agricultural and rural development programs. In the topic of hiring new staff, we are also in the process of hiring our next Director of Communications. I know Lauren Truitt occasionally works with our Director of Communications, so hopefully we'll have an update on that at the May meeting. As many of you know, the governor has what he calls wildly important goals, or WIGs for short. The three that our agency has are supporting the next generation of farmers and ranchers, investing in high-value ag, and promoting soil, water, and climate stewardship. And we are looking forward to building partnerships to achieve those goals. On a legislative update, Senate Bill 186, Expand Agricultural Chemical Management Program to Protect Surface Water, Regulation 85 requires the ag industry by 2022 to show how the industry is dealing with nutrients with respect to surface water quality. Currently, voluntary nutrient BMPs are called for. However, the potential exists for the Water Quality Control Commission to implement regulations if agricultural efforts are deemed inadequate. Implementing a surface water quality program would allow the Department of Ag to sample and collect valuable information on nutrients that would help strengthen the industry's case for how proactive it is regarding nutrient management. This successfully moved out of the committee last week. CDA is also working on a cooperative project with CSU and Montana State University on a biocontrol agent. In this case, it's a mite. And the mite helps control white top, which is also known as hoary cress, which is an invasive weed. Initial releases of the mite will be in Montana. However, we have offered up the Palisade Insectary as an institution that could help in the early phases of development in exchange for moving to the front line for the mites down the road. Having an agent for white top will be a major breakthrough for us in the state. Our State Conservation Board staff are working with the Ag Water Network and River Network to determine the best method to engage conservation districts with local ag water outreach efforts to participate in stream management plans and integrated watershed management plans. And lastly, we just wanted to pass on some thank yous, some kudos. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Reed DeWalt for his help with the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Working Group and getting a group charter to the signature stage. And we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us, but we now have the foundation to make some tangible progress, and we appreciate Reed's leadership on that. Lastly, I want to thank Area Wildlife Manager Travis Black and Regional Manager Dan Prenslow for their help in updating the CPW CDA feral swine MOU. I believe that MOU was about 20 years old and greatly needed to be updated, so we appreciate your help on that as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that is the Department of Ag's update.
Thanks very much. Director, you're up next.
All right, thank you. You might occasionally see me paying attention to my phone up here, and what's going on is that some of the public is having difficulty hearing commissioners' comments, and they've notified some of our offices in the field, so they've asked me to remind commissioners to bring the microphone as close to you as possible so that the public that couldn't travel to be here can hear you today. And I wanted to say something about weather, because many of you have mentioned weather to me, because this is the second meeting we should have had under my tenure as an acting director, both of which are associated with blizzards. I can't promise a
To be precise,
bomb cycle, thank you. I can't promise one for May, but I am looking into rock slides and sandstorms and something else that might be more suited for May. So just stay tuned for that. I did want to say a little bit about the drawing, the number of applications. You all should have received an email from me, but just quickly to recap, in 2017, we had 550,000 applications roughly. That increased by 27% last year to 698,000 applications. And that was a concern of the commission and partly the reason for the changes you made in the drawing process for this cycle. The result of which was that applications went down by 15%, or went down by 108,000 applications. I know you, as we, in terms of staff, have a lot of questions about the inner workings of those changes and demographically, who did that affect, residents, non-residents, how many people purchased a qualifying license in previous years and just bought one earlier versus those who never had one before and bought one. Where the dropout occurred, and our commitment to you is that we are mining the data to tease those kinds of things out, and it'll take us several weeks. We may not even be able to have it all done by May because there's a lot of information to sort through, but we will come back to you with an analysis of the differences between the drawing in 2018 and 2019. Early this morning, I sent the commission an email that included an attachment. It was the Colorado Resident Canada Goose Management Plan. We finalized that last Friday. It was developed at the request of the Fish and Wildlife Service and Wildlife Services. Fish and Wildlife Service, as you know, has the primary authority for managing migratory game birds in the U.S. Canada geese, resident or not, fall under their authority. We have authority as well, but ours is subject to theirs. And we'd not really had a resident Canada goose management plan, so we created one because there are a number of municipalities that are struggling with urban populations of geese in particular, fouling parks, trails, waters, and so forth. And there's probably going to be, there's a greater focus and interest on that in the past. The Fish and Wildlife Service also changed its permitting requirements. So we are no longer having to be in the business of issuing damage control permits to landowners and so forth. So their new process allowed us to get out from under that kind of permitting authority. And so anyway, at your leisure, feel free to review that plan. It's not a population goal plan. It just lays out a little bit of history of Canada geese, resident Canada geese in Colorado, kind of an explanation of the authorities with regard to their management, and identifies the values and the challenges that these birds present to the citizens and visitors of Colorado. I want to advise you that this week I signed an emergency order extending a winter closure for the Perrins Peak State Wildlife Area. There was one other, this is in the southwest in the San Juans, the Bodo State Wildlife Area from mid-April to the end of this month. Normal snowfall in the month of February down there in the San Juans in those areas is about 15 inches of snow. We had 48 inches this February. So we have a lot of big game animals that are stuck low down on winter range, and even though that winter range is starting to clear, there's enough snowpack above them that they can't start moving into their summer range. And so the BLM has done the same thing on their lands, and we're trying to coordinate with a consistent closure. So I just wanted to make you aware that's an authority that you've granted to the director, and we will be notifying the public of that this week. Two other things really quickly. I don't know if you noticed it when you walked over to the building today, but we have a fish hatchery education trailer parked out here. There's live fish in it. If you have a chance during the break or over the lunch hour, stroll through the trailer and take a look at that, and you can kind of see one of the marketing and education tools that we use is very popular with the public. I think we might have even had that looking at Reed at the St. Patty's Day parade in downtown Denver. We had one of our trailers with our hatchery stuff, yeah. So yeah, take a few moments and walk through that. I would encourage you to do that. And lastly, and we'll talk about this more under the legal report from the Attorney General's office, but we wanted to have a brief discussion and a reminder of the rules that apply to commissioners and staff whenever there's a ballot introduced that affects our business. And so we wanted to kind of give everybody a short refresher course of the do's and don'ts when a ballot is in play. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Director. Next up is our financial update from Mr. Rutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Justin Rutter. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial Services for CPW. Good morning, Commission. So Laura's pulling up a single slide PowerPoint. This is what I bring to you monthly, and it's our financial dashboard. You may notice from the dates included that this looks identical to the one that you would have seen in March. I did not update it for the passage of the month of March. And the reason for that is I know that, as you've been discussing a lot this morning, the changes to the application process and the big game draw are an active topic of conversation for you. I don't want to bring you preliminary data that would confuse any of the conversation. And so the month of March won't actually be closed within the accounting system for another 2 weeks from now. So when I bring this information to you, I bring in the most timely information I can, but it's not the closed period. And so that all could lead to adding confusing financial information to your conversation, so I did not update the slide. I can tell you that we are generally looking good. We're generally on track for projections. We have not really seen the impact of the Future Generations Act on either parks or wildlife side, except for the draw process that just passed, so I don't have any analysis on that. On the park side, we see 30% of our revenue in the month of June. That's related to both the busy season starting in kind of late May and also how accounting books the revenues. So we won't see the park side revenue increase, potential revenue increases until the year is closed, essentially. It makes budgeting for CPW entertaining and challenging when we have so much of our expenses and revenues kind of combined in the middle of the month. There are 2 items in your mailing materials, the GOCO annual report and the GOCO investment plan. The annual report was the backwards look at what happened last year and the accomplishments that we were able to do with our partnership with GOCO. The investment plan is our forward-looking look. So it's our grant request to GOCO. At the meeting that a couple of of you were able to attend in Trinidad. The GOCO board did approve our investment plan unanimously. It was $40 million worth of grants for the upcoming fiscal year and a couple years past for the capital grants. It's, there's a few highlights that I wanted to point out in that investment plan that really reflect how solid the relationship is between GOCO and Parks and Wildlife at this point. One major change that was made was we have changed how we request capital grants from GOCO. Instead of asking for individual projects to be sponsored by a GOCO, we have asked for one large capital grant that could go to support our entire program. So it's we're not picking and choosing GOCO projects anymore. It's GOCO is a part of our capital program, and it's a great partnership that we have. This will also allow us to hit the GOCO grants first before we hit any other funding sources, which will allow us to increase our spending rate, which is a concern of the GOCO board. And so we are using whatever tools we can find to try to push that money out faster, which is always an interesting position to be in. Some of the other changes are increased support for parks operations. And again, last year we changed from individual parks having GOCO grant support for their operations to the GOCO supporting the entire parks operating system. There are no GOCO parks. It's a GOCO supported park system. We also increased some money for habitat for endangered and threatened species. There's a plethora of changes that were made. If you're reviewing the investment plan, it's lengthy report that kind of gets into some dry detail on each individual grant. On page 2, you'll find kind of the changes year over year. And CPW does try to maintain a fairly boring investment plan with only a few changes that kind of slight increases to existing grants or an introduction of new programs. You'll find the detail of what's new in the plan on that page 2. On the legislative side of our business, at least from the financial perspective, last Friday, April 5th, the General Assembly passed out of that House the long bill, which is the appropriated spending authority for the executive branch. That has a couple of administrative steps, but that included some increases in appropriations to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Actually, some substantial increases that were not fully anticipated. So as a division, we did request about $6 million worth of increases. This increase in spending authority was to reflect changes that the commission's made, decisions that the leadership team's made. It's kind of to fund the decisions that are in place going into fiscal year 20. It's not necessarily available spending authority at this point. We set our internal budgets for fiscal year 20, and on the park side, there is $300,000 of unallocated spending authority. So that side of the House is very tight on the appropriations. There's a little bit more wiggle room on the wildlife side, but then you have to consider the revenues, and I think our planned spending is in line with our revenues at this point until we can see more results from the Future Generations Act. So I have to bring that analysis to you at some point. There was also a JBC staff-initiated increase to CPW of, I think it was $16 million. This was to reflect fees or commissions and fulfillment fees and credit card fees related to our iPOS system. So for years under the old system TLS and the Reserve America, we booked our credit card fees on an unbudgeted expense, which meant that it was not subject to appropriation by the General Assembly. We asked for some clarification from the JBC on the new iPOS system and the new funds that were incurring credit card fees in, like boat registrations, through the iPOS system. The JBC staff chose to clarify this issue by appropriating all of our credit card fees and credit card fees, commissions, and fulfillment fees. So if you were to look at our year-over-year appropriated spending, it looks like it's up substantially, but this is not, that $16 million is not necessarily new spending to CPW. And with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Commissioners, question. Commissioner Vigil.
Thank you. Justin, I noticed in the investment plan that there is no funds in 2019-20 for wildlife crossings. Why?
Thank you, Commissioner Vigil. So we did fund 2 or 2.5 projects of wildlife crossings last year. I think with the concern from the GOCO board about throughput, we want to make sure that any projects that we do fund are imminent. We are not aware of any large wildlife crossings that will be shovel-ready that we could participate in within the next year. So I think I would have to defer to the director or staff to talk to the importance of wildlife crossings, but we did not set aside any money because we didn't have any projects identified.
Director, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Vihel.
Who identifies those projects? CDOT?
So each of the regions is working with their local CDOT representatives, and so it comes up, from my perspective, it comes up through the regions.
I think the director had a comment.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. So we're working closely with CDOT, and we're sharing information on our big game movement corridors and where they intersect highways, and matching that up with roadkill data that they have to identify, hot spots for some sort of crossings. And with CDOT's planning process, they often start putting those ideas down 10 years before anything breaks ground. And so, as Justin just referred to, we have to let some of these projects go through their planning process, and they have to do their analysis of where these things need to go. And when we are committed to crossings, and so when they get close to actually doing the development of a crossing, we're going to be a financial partner for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Zimmerman.
Just a follow-up question. I know there's a lot more, as you just mentioned, Director Versteeg, that goes into the wildlife crossings aside from just the bricks and mortar of the crossing itself. And a lot of that is partnership with the landowners, that be it public lands or private lands, along these movement corridors to help direct the animals. So I don't know if maybe there's funds that, maybe it's in the wildlife habitat program RFP, where we're trying to acquire lands along these movement corridors, or if there's a way we can help support the planning efforts that CDOT's doing to identify exactly what and where, whether it's an overpass or underpass or fencing or something else. So I don't know if maybe there's some other funds that are actually going towards wildlife crossings that don't show up as a wildlife crossings line item. That may also be the case of other work we're doing that is effectively moving the wildlife crossing effort forward.
Great. Commissioner Haskell.
Not directly related to you, but to the wildlife crossings. Do we look at, or do we give CDOT any ideas, like, I think it was the Vail herd, the eagle herd, where we did the archery change last year, and some of that's due to migration, that they can't get to their winter habitat because of the fences. Are we looking at also including that and just not the road damage? Not sure exactly how to say that, but are we looking at putting crossings where it would help our migration for winter to summer and our herds?
Director, why don't I let you answer that?
So our look is definitely wherever we have barriers to migration, seasonal migrations. Our intersection with CDOT obviously is twofold. It's where highways go, and usually that means where fences are as well. And so, CDOT's built in a number of jumps along the I-70 corridor where animals that actually get through or around a fence can get back out of the interstate corridor itself. But so we're looking at the whole scope. I don't know to what extent we're at that level of detail talking about fencing per se yet, Commissioner Haskett, but I'm looking to Reed. His branch has the lead on the corridor coordination with CDOT. Maybe at the break or something, the two of you can get together and he can try and address that more specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
I just had one other comment. Justin, thank you. The update about how we've made that big significant change with GOCO is huge, and I just want to commend GOCO and CPW for many years of hard work getting this partnership to a place that we can achieve our goals in a way with a lot of respect and trust between the two groups. So thank you to Commissioners Hauser and Howard for leading that effort on the board of GOCO as our liaison as well. So it's a big deal.
Commissioner Vihel.
To follow up with that, I've never been in a situation where somebody says, you aren't spending the money fast enough, get with it. And that was kind of embarrassing. It came up in the audit of GOCO and CPW. So I think this is an improvement. It will really help that situation.
Great. Any other comments or questions? I had, Justin, just one thing is, one of the things in our email about the qualifying license that, I just don't think is accurate, but is that we're out sneakily trying to raise money. So when you get through the data, what I would be interested in is what is the net impact on revenue from the qualifying license, because you have a drop in applications I mean, there's some different variables. So that's an important data set when you're ready, I think. And just for new commissioners, oh, Commissioner Adams, you have a comment?
Yes, hello, thank you. So I'm new, so, however, I was just curious, I appreciate dashboards, I love dashboards. Curious if there were any crosswalks between the dashboard and the strategic plan, and if there can be some mechanism where I can see a correlation. So I'm assuming, for example, this conversation is related to Goal 1, around preserve and enhance diverse habitat, but I'm not clear on how the crossing plan aligns with the priority areas identified. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, I'll be sure to bring that next meeting.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Leslie, Northeast Regional Manager. And since I was praising the Southwest or the Southeast region earlier, I should also recognize all of the efforts that the Northeast did in our last, what is it, a snow bomb, or I forget what the name of it is. Bomb cyclone.
Thank you.
So we appreciate all you've done, Mark, and your staff.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good morning, Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Versteeg, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Great to be here this morning to talk a little bit about access. As we know, providing access for hunting and fishing is so important to the state of Colorado and our constituents, and especially in light of the population growth and the loss of habitat and available acreage for hunting and fishing access, it's really incumbent upon us to put a plan together to deal with those kinds of issues. And as such, I want to propose a process to you here this morning. So former Director Broscheid had, as a result of the Future Generations Act, which calls on CPW to support access programs on public and private lands, including the renewal of existing high priority leases that provide public access for hunters, anglers, and outdoor recreationists, had tasked me to put together a public access stakeholder process back in January, and I would have liked to have been farther along in the process by now, but we're getting that rolling, and so I want to give you a little bit of an update on that. This is going to be a long-term process, and I think this will be used as a template for identifying access parcels in the future throughout the state. I don't see this as being something that we're going to be done in 2 months and get things on the ground. We're looking at a multi-year, at least a year and a half process to get things together. This cuts across financial services. It cuts across our licensing. It cuts across the reservation system, IPAWS, real estate, negotiating leases, those kinds of things. So I just want to give you a little bit of a process set on that. So the program objectives are to increase acres of land available for hunting, small game and big game, and fishing across Colorado. We want to engage stakeholders, including members of Colorado Sportsmen's Roundtable, to develop and explore strategies for expanding hunter access. And we want to identify and explore multiple opportunities to enhance access, including expanding existing programs and developing new ones. So the process that we're going to be using and that I propose here today is that this spring, identify internal staff experts to support the initiative, convene these staff to review and refine initiative objectives and processes. We're providing an update to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission, provide an update to the Colorado Sportsmen's Council and Roundtable, and identify and invite interested sportsmen to form a public access working group. And that's kind of what we're doing right now. We've heard from a lot of interested parties out there. They're really wanting to be on this group. And so we want to make sure that we have a broad spectrum of involvement from user groups, NGOs, and those kinds of folks out there that have so many good ideas. We also want to make sure that we involve our internal staff and put that internal group together, because we want to make sure that we're covering the bases. And I think with, and I'll talk a little bit about the state land board process here in a little bit, but we have a lot of expertise internally that I think combined with the external expertise and expectations will provide a good outcome. In the summer and fall, we'll convene the public access working group, develop strategies for expanding access, and present another update to Colorado Sportsmen's Roundtable. And then this winter, prioritize and advance strategies developed through the process and share the update with the Parks and Wildlife Commission at that point. So really what we're doing is we're putting together a process for identification for the 2020 hunting season, probably to initiate some of these access processes. So for the public access working group, we're going to include staff experience with the walk-in access program, Corners for Conservation, State Land Board, and the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program. The stakeholders will include representation from diverse interests related to hunting, small game and big game, fishing, and public access on public and private lands. And again, we'll coordinate with the Sportsman's Roundtable. There's some low-hanging fruit that we already have available. I want to let you know a little bit about some of the programs that we have going on. Regional Manager Dan Prenzlow is our State Land Board liaison for access programs and the leases that we currently have available. In our public access program, we have about 450,000 acres leased statewide of state land for hunting and fishing, which is significant. But we're also proposing a public access program light, we're calling it, that would include another additional 500,000 acres of state land board land for access. And some of these properties, we've been leasing state land board land under the Division of Wildlife and now CPW for going on 30 years. Some of these properties were properties that we passed on before because we wanted to cherry pick the best properties that we had available. But with increased development and public participation and lack of places to go hunt, those other priorities have come a little bit higher on the priority list. Approximately $100,000 will be designated for this purpose, and the leadership team approved that going forward for this year. So we should be able to include another $100,000 worth of state land board PAP light access this fall. So that's a good thing that we're doing there. Corners for Conservation is another program that we've been doing for a couple of years. And with fewer lands going under the Federal Conservation Reserve Program, CPW began a program where primarily on the Eastern Plains, private lands were leased for pheasant hunting. We're going to expand that to big game hunting now. The big game access program that was started in the Southeast region is going to be going basically statewide. And the leadership team has designated another $250,000 in next year's budget to expand that program. So just kind of giving an update on where we're at with it, what our proposed process is, and I'll take any questions now. I know I only had about 5 minutes for this agenda item.
Well, we have a little time built in.
Okay.
But, Commissioner Vito.
Mark, does the program include private land too?
Yes.
Because on the in the eastern part of the state, it's almost all private land. And we had a big game access program, like you mentioned. It was a pilot program that was cut. I think it was successful.
I agree with you, and it will include evaluating private lands for lease, because some of those private lands are key to opening up many parcels of federal or other available lands for hunting and fishing. So there are some keystone private lands that we will definitely want to look at, and that's why it's so important to work with our field staff in the regions and our biologists and our stakeholder group to identify those. So absolutely.
Very good. Thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner Bray.
Thank you, Mark. Very good report. This is a good project and a good endeavor. My one point I want to make, I think we need to identify what access is, because there's lots of different types of access, and I think sometimes we all get a wide view that when we're talking access, we're talking free access. You go wherever you want to do whatever you want to do, and there's lots of types of access that to me it's access to hunting and fishing, but it may not be free.
Right.
Absolutely. I think we need to identify just what access is and the various components of it.
And I agree with you, Commissioner Bray, and I think that we will develop kind of a smorgasbord of alternatives to be able to pick and choose from. And that's why I mentioned that I think this is going to be a template that we can use to expand access programs in the future. And so that'll have to include leasing private land, and it's, like you say, it's not going to be free. Some of it may be seasonal. We may need to use the reservation system for the seasonality part of it. There may be exchange of use agreements that need to be taken care of. So this is a lot bigger initiative than it would look like on the front, just to say, well, we're going to go lease a few parcels of land. So I appreciate your comments.
Commissioner Adams.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate Commissioner Bray's comments around words and meanings of definitions, definitions of words. And so I'm just curious if you've revisited the term sportsmen. I know obviously some of these terms are codified in legislature, so obviously,
Sure.
That needs to be addressed there. But as a working terminology, perhaps considering sports person. Also, just curious the number on the Sportsmen's Council or the Sportsmen's Council.
I might have to refer to Director Versteeg on that, but there are at least 30 people, I think, on that council. And there are men and women on the council, and appreciate the comment about the sportsmen. That's how it's included in statute.
Yeah, I understand.
So that's the reason for the term this morning. So,
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
you bet.
Other comments or questions? We have some public comment I'll take in a second. Anything else, commissioners? Mark, thanks for that
Thank you.
report. Why don't you hang close?
I will. Thank you.
Mr. Hildy, you're have a public comment?
Yes.
Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Chairman Howard, Acting Director Versteeg, Commissioners, thanks very much for the time this morning. And thanks to Mark for what he's doing to lead this up. The CBA is here to just ask for your full support of this working group process. We'd love to see it expedited. It was 2013 when the Big Game Access Program was killed in the Southeast. I was very involved in that program. I hated to see it go. I think big game is where the focus needs to be on this. If you look at our small game walk-in program, it's available to everybody. It's out there today. We've had it forever. If you look at Ranching for Wildlife, it serves less than 1% of our annual licensed big game hunters. It's a great program, but it's low volume. If you look at some of the other states that are out there, Fish and Wildlife Service reports, and this was 2011, so it's aged, best data I had at the time. Colorado has 826,000 sportsmen, sportspersons, sportswomen in the state, and those are hunters and anglers. We lease for walk-in, the number varies annually, about 247,000 acres. On the other hand, Montana, which has a lower demand at 300,000 hunters, leases 7.4 million acres annually for hunters and anglers. Wyoming, which only has 191,000 acres, or 191,000 hunters and anglers, leases 3 million acres. So our demand is extremely high, and everybody else is outperforming us. We'd love to see this change. That's what the Future Generations Bill was to do in part. So thank you for helping push this forward and putting some focus on it.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. Thank you, Mr. Hildy. It's good to see you.
Yes.
Those numbers of the acres, do you know if those are public or private that Wyoming and Montana are leasing?
So Montana, for example, in their block management program, they count access to landlocked or difficult to reach public lands as well as private lands. And I would hope that our program could address both private and difficult to access public lands.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, comments or questions for Mr. Hildy? Thank you, Steve. And we're right on time, so I actually am going to take a break for a change. Why don't we come back? Why don't we come back at 10:05? Thanks very much. I've got one thing before you, just a quick thing.
Oh, nice. Okay, wonderful.
It's out there. I'll give you this one. I'm just gonna wear it tomorrow. Perfect.
Are we back online, Laura?
Yes.
Great. I just one small, short item for commissioners that's a little off agenda. If Assistant Director Duggan could come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, my name is Heather Dugan. I am an Assistant Director for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I oversee the law enforcement and public safety functions for our agency. And Commissioner Howard asked me to share some information with you about our annual badge pinning and swearing in ceremony for our new officers. This year, the ceremony is on June 14th. That's a Friday. It's the Friday before Father's Day. It will be held at the Arvada Center, and you're all welcome to attend. We'd love to have you there. It's a true beginning for our career officers, and it's a very momentous occasion for them. We would like you to share in this event with them, and we'll also have a lot of family members there and friends and loved ones. So thank you so much for allowing me to give this information.
Oh, well, thank you for inviting us. I'm not sure if any of the other commissioners have been, but it is incredible to see folks at the start of, a 30-year career in wildlife and water and land conservation. It's really amazing. And the family part too, to see the family members pinning, you really actually see the future of the agency and the state right in front of you. So I would encourage everybody that can make it to make it. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Mr. Eckert.
Good morning, Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Versteeg. I am Matt Eckert. I am the Terrestrial Program Supervisor for the Terrestrial Section. Last May, if you weren't here, the Commission requested an early release of draft limited license recommendations for big game to allow the Commission and the public more time to review license quotas prior to the one-step approval process at the May meeting. This Friday, April 12th, staff will post those draft license recommendations to Colorado Parks and Wildlife's website under the Commission section, and that'll likely be under the May meeting materials, and that'll be available to the public. License summaries will be provided at the statewide, regional, and DAU level. We will not be providing breakdowns to the hunt code level. We'll be providing license recommendations for deer, elk, pronghorn, moose, and black bear. And that hunt code level breakdown will be provided on April 29th when we finalize and deliver the regulations packet for the May Commission meeting. This will be a brief presentation on the highlights for the 2019 license recommendations. For deer, CPW is recommending an increase of 5,600 deer licenses. That's a 6% increase from last year to a total of 100,500 limited licenses. This increase includes a 7% increase in total rifle buck licenses and a 6% increase in total rifle doe licenses. Buck license recommendations were increased in herds that are above herd management plan objectives and in DAUs where chronic wasting prevalence is greater than 5%. Management actions were taken to reduce prevalence, and that includes, in some cases, increasing buck licenses. Antlerless licenses were increased based on recommendations in herds that are performing well and are at or above population objective ranges. For elk, CPW is recommending a decrease of 1,800 elk licenses. That's a 1% reduction from last year to a total of 125,900 limited licenses. The largest decrease we see is in the Southwest region, the reduction of 3,100 licenses. That's down 11% from last year. This decrease is offset by increases in the Northwest region. License reductions are the result of a combination of herds achieving population objectives through antlerless harvest or with low calf-cow ratios indicating reduced population productivity. Moving on to pronghorn, CPW is recommending 26,000 limited licenses. That's down 2% in licenses from last year. The majority of this decrease is in the southeast region, where the license recommendation is down 3% from last year to meet current herd management plan objectives. But this, again, historically looking at things, this is still a very high number of licenses. For moose, CPW is recommending 508 limited licenses this year. That's an increase of 56, 12% increase from last year. This recommendation includes 221 bull and either sex licenses and 289 cow licenses. The recommended increase in cow moose licenses is designed to manage moose populations toward objectives and keep moose populations within the capability of their habitat. Lastly is bear. CPW is recommending an increase of 2,400 licenses. That's an 8% increase from last year to a total of 31,000 across all bear license types. There was a substantial increase this year of List B licenses. Trying to provide more opportunity, hunters in 11 DAUs will be able to hold 2 bear licenses to help reach harvest objectives. We've also expanded hunting opportunities on private property. All PLO licenses in 10 DAUs will be List C, which will allow hunters to carry 2 or more bear licenses in those units. And lastly, the price of a non-resident bear license was reduced to $100, as you were all aware. This change was made to encourage non-resident hunters to hunt bears, and particularly those hunters that already are carrying a big game license that is not a black bear license. Those members of the public that are interested in providing feedback to the license setting process, they have several opportunities to do so. The first thing they can do is reach out to staff. Staff are listening to public, especially the hunters, and their feedback throughout the entire year. They bring that feedback to license setting meetings, and that influences the discussions on license setting. The second thing they can do is come to this meeting, provide public comments or submit comments in writing. But the most effective way that hunters can contribute their feedback and influence license setting is to engage with the development of herd management plan objectives. Herd management plans are essentially contracts that we have with the public to manage herds and that guides our management in big game populations over a 10-year period. That essentially means that it guides license setting over that same 10-year period. The annual license setting completed at the Hunt Code level is merely an annual fine-tuning of our management efforts, trying to reach those herd objectives. If commissioners have questions about license setting numbers for specific hunt codes, please contact staff right away after you see the numbers, and we'll try to get your feedback before the May meeting. Just one last point is that April 12th is the earliest this year that staff could provide a complete set of license recommendations. As a reminder, this window that we have to work is very small from when biologists conduct herd inventories and the regulations deadlines for the May commission meeting. Biologists finish their inventory flights in mid-February, and our regulation deadline for the May meeting is mid to late April. So this is a 2-month time frame where we are transcribing the tape recordings of every inventory flight we do for each herd. We are completing analyses on the Big Game Harvest Survey. That's an analysis that has 85,000 surveys with the public. We're running population models for almost every herd and having area, statewide, and regional license setting meetings to incorporate varied perspectives, the hunters' perspectives, into our license setting recommendations. So a lot has to happen in this very small window of time. The license setting recommendations that you see at this level are the upshot and represent thousands of employee hours. It's an immense amount of work we do every year. I wanted to thank all of the staff that are on this team that produce this every single year. Any questions? I'll take them now.
Commissioners, comments or questions? This is our early look that we asked for. So, Commissioner Bray.
Yeah, Matt, thank you very much. I know I pushed hard for this, and I also know that it was a little bit of stretch for the staff to come up with these numbers, and I just want to let you know I really appreciate it. You alluded to it, but the reduction in the elk numbers and stuff, as much detail as you can give us early always helps, particularly when it comes to reductions, be it deer or elk, whatever it may be. And then, but I do commend you for putting these out. I guess a follow-up question, and this is probably going to be on anecdotal type evidence, but we all know last year was an extreme drought year, pretty much statewide, but for sure all of western Colorado. And it seems one extreme follows another. Now we're having an extreme snow year. And so is there any preliminary forecasts out there or observations from staff of what our winter kill might have been, or is it any different than average, or just, I know you don't have exact data, but just some preliminary thoughts on that?
We'll have to return to you with numbers from our bios in that region, Commissioner Bray. We can do that after this meeting.
Yeah, I was just curious, is the winter kill average? Is it above average? Just your preliminary thoughts. I know you probably don't know for sure, but it's been a tough winter. The winter ranges weren't in very good shape going down into them. So I know from our livestock standpoint, it's been a tough winter, even in areas where we didn't have a lot of snow. So.
Yeah, I won't speak to, I'll just say that the productivity was a factor in our license setting in the Southwest region. So it definitely had an effect. I won't speak to the scale of the effect because I don't have that right now.
Sure. Thank you.
We can get back to you.
Other comments or questions, commissioners? For the new commissioners, let me just, if you have particularly on a presentation, I know you're going to go through orientation, but if you have additional science questions that come up, you can always go to staff for additional work. And when I was the new commissioner, Director Versteeg actually sat down and took me through a few things. We just set up an appointment, and I let the director, at the time, Director Broscheid, know that I was going to do that. So you can coordinate through the director if you do have any follow-up that you want to do in between meetings. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Vigil.
I just wanted to echo Commissioner Bray's comments. I really appreciate you getting the numbers out a little early, because it was not easy to get that data, and we had to make a decision at that meeting, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. Next up, if I have the agenda correct, this is Daniel Eisenhardt.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Versteeg, and a big welcome to our new Executive Director Gibbs and our 3 new commissioners as well. I'm Daniel Eisenhardt. I'm the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the Policy and Planning Unit. So I have a light regulatory agenda item for you today, only one item, emergency waterfowl regulations. As Director Versteeg mentioned, all of our other regulatory items that were originally scheduled for March have been moved to your May Commission meeting agenda. So agenda item 11 is again emergency regulations for chapter W5 waterfowl, implementing both the issue paper changes you saw in January and our annual season date changes for the 2019 through 2020 season. This is an action item for your approval today. The reason these changes are being proposed as emergency regulations is in order for them to be effective prior to the end of April, when our season selection letters are due to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Emergency regulations become effective immediately versus a month and a half after commission approval for normal regulations, and they're only valid for up to 120 days. So therefore, you'll see these proposed regulations again on your consent agenda in May to make them permanent regulations under the Administrative Procedures Act. Also, slightly atypical in this mailing, you'll see 2 versions of Chapter W5. The first version, that's on pages 1 through 15, shows the current staff recommendation for season dates, with the ending date for the duck hunting seasons in the Central Flyway and Pacific Flyway Western Zone continuing to end on the last Sunday in January as it is currently. The second version, that's on pages 16 through 31, shows what the season dates would look like if the seasons ended on January 31st instead, which will likely be allowed under the revised federal frameworks this year. While moving the closing date back up to 6 days annually is unlikely to have a significant impact on hunter harvest, there is a perception by some hunters that hunting as late as possible provides additional hunting opportunity, particularly if neighboring states are also moving their season closing dates back. Certain commissioners have also expressed an interest in moving the closing date to January 31st, so we wanted to provide the commission with 2 versions to review for ease of approval and to reduce any messy floor changes. The version with the season dates ending on January 31st does result in 1 less weekend of duck hunting in each zone and requires the duck and geese seasons in the Pacific Flyway Western Zone to end on different days. Traditionally, we have tried to end these seasons on the same day. Additionally, in both versions, you'll see that the San Luis Valley and South Park goose hunting zones are proposed to be split apart to allow for different season dates and splits as requested in that original January issue paper. This proposed change will allow the South Park zone to continue having no split, with the season occurring as early as possible, while allowing the San Luis Valley Goose Zone to have both an early and a later season, like those in the Northern Front Range Zone. Also in both versions, you'll see new proposed live waterfowl reservation requirements at Boyd Lake State Park, with a regulation which also prohibits setting decoys overnight at this park. Boyd Lake State Park is proposed to be added to the hunter reservation system in order to reduce conflicts between hunters and to ensure waterfowl hunters know that they have a hunting spot available before traveling to and entering the park. These proposed reservation requirements are slightly different than the requirements for other reservation properties in 901A, in that reservations can be made and canceled up to the reserved time slot instead of the deadline of before noon the day before of the hunt. On the first page of both versions, you'll also see that cackling geese have been added to the definition of dark geese. Cackling geese used to be a smaller subspecies of Canada geese, but were separated out by taxonomists about 10 years ago and are now officially recognized as a new species by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and therefore needed to be added to our dark geese species definition for consistency. Lastly, our avian research lead, Jim Gammonley, has provided the commission with a reference guide at the end of this agenda item, starting on page 32, explaining how our waterfowl regulations are set, the constraints of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and the local guidelines that we typically use in Colorado to set our seasons. Mr. Gammonley is also in the audience today if you have any specific questions on how waterfowl seasons are structured or about any of these federal constraints. Those are all the proposed emergency changes to Chapter W5, Mr. Chairman. When the commission does make a motion, I would just ask you please specify which version of W5 you are looking to approve.
Commissioners, comments or questions? I do have the an ideal form of both motions. So once we settle on which version the commission would like to pursue, I'll read that out so that we're specific for the record.
I'm sorry, Chairman, what was it?
There's 2 motions in front of us, which I think I have the format of it. So once we kind of get it, I get a sense from the commission of what you would like to do, then I'll read the actual formatted language into the record.
The language has also been provided to
has
all
it?
the commissioners.
Oh, great. Well, then you can make a motion from the, from the floor. Commissioner Garcia.
So let me start. First of all, I want to thank one of the staff people. And if I get his name pronunciation wrong, just yell at me. But I believe it's Jim Gammonley. So Jim and I spoke. He called, emailed me, and I called and spoke with him. It was a wonderful conversation, but you may remember I had asked about the short closing between the 2 seasons and the rest period for the ducks. And he and I talked about that, and what never dawned on me was it had to do with Thanksgiving. That if they did the old roasting period, then there wouldn't be any open time during Thanksgiving. And it's the same thing we're dealing with here with the January 31st date, that if you look at next year, January 31st falls on the last Sunday. And the next year, the 30th is the last Sunday. So it's another one of those, we live by the calendar, right? But my question is, and the second question I had for him had to do with pintails. And we keep changing year after year the number of pintails, and that is confusing for us old duck hunters. If we're used to shooting 2 and we forget to read the regs and we shoot 2, then we lose our license. So, but in that conversation, I was pleased to learn that the amount of work that Parks and Wildlife does with Fish and Wildlife on the U.S. side and with Ducks Unlimited, and the tremendous amount of cooperation that goes on between those organizations. And I would ask that we do more to highlight that, because I wasn't aware of how much work is done in that partnership until I came on this commission and started looking at it. But in looking at that, that answered my question as to the pintails. And so I guess my question now is, this is an action item, and Commissioner, or Chairman, you said it was just this one piece, but aren't we actually motioning all of the things, which is the split between San Luis Valley and all of that? And that's going to be one very large motion. So if we could nail down the question of the closing dates, then perhaps you could fashion one big, huge motion to help me along, and I'd be glad to make it.
Fair enough. I think we can accommodate that, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner McDaniel.
I was one of the ones who spoke about this, the season dates as well with regards to Duck, and my feelings from reading the materials are still the same with regards to consistency, one of Governor Polis's objectives, that we are consistent. I think we struggle, you know, kind of like in the 1 and 2 pinto thing. When does the season open? When does the season close? Being consistent with the states that are around us, consistent with federal limitations with regards to the opening and closing of those seasons may affect a day or two around a weekend, but it also makes it, I think, much easier for planning purposes and for the general sportsman's population to understand when season is open and when it's closed, because it can change from year to year. So I would be in support of alternative 2, where it closes on the 31st of January.
Is that a motion?
I'd make that motion, yes.
Any other, maybe a way to think about this is, any of the other commissioners want to go the other direction?
I would second his motion.
Commissioner Garcia, you had a comment?
And Commissioner McDaniel, so you're suggesting then that this, we would resolve this for all time, that we would go to the 31st, or is this a 1-year? Would we be going back and looking at this again next year to go back to the last Sunday, which will be the 31st for one odd year, but?
No, I'm saying that we'd say consistent with the federal guidelines with regards to the closing date, which currently would be, or we're expected to change to the 31st. If those were to change, it might necessitate us taking another look at that. If not, it would remain the 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions? The way where we are on the floor is we have the motion to proceed with the 31st, right? And it's been seconded by Commissioner Bray. Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you. Do we have any, in our 180 pages of public comment, do we have public comment specific to this that you know of or that people have seen? Okay. Yeah, I just always, you know, when we have a staff recommendation, I just always want to kind of highlight that if we're going to go with an option that is alternate to the staff recommendation, just want to make sure we're all in agreement, or, you know, all in the understanding, not necessarily in agreement, but we all have the same understanding of what we're voting on.
Okay, any other comments or questions? So this is alternate form 2, correct? Why don't I read that out? Commissioner Garcia, if you have problems with it, you'll let me know. So it would be a motion to adopt the emergency regulations in Chapter W5 related to waterfowl and migratory bird seasons, with a closing date for the duck seasons in the Central Flyway and Pacific Fly Western Zone of January 31st. And Danielle, don't we need to say, I think this is to Commissioner Garcia's point.
You can add further clarification, but the beginning statement about proposed changes to Chapter W5 incorporates the other 2 changes that staff are recommending in addition to the season dates.
Okay, and I'm just being technical because we had so much trouble with the qualifying license regulation. We went through that. So I think, is there a motion to, well, a motion to adopt the emergency regulations in Chapter W5 as recommended by staff related to waterfowl and migratory bird seasons, but with a closing date for the duck seasons in the Central Flyway and Pacific Flyway Western Zone of January 31st.
That would be perfect.
Commissioner McDaniel, is that satisfactory?
So moved.
Okay. And Commissioner Bray? Very good. Let's, we haven't had a lot of conversation. I'm not hearing anyone wanting to dissent, so why don't we do this by voice vote as well? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Motion carries. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. DeLaca. Oh, sorry.
Step in for Mr. DeLaca for a minute. Commissioners, Director, I'm Margaret Taylor, and I'm Assistant Director of Capital Parks and Trails. State Parks Manager Nick DeLaca will be presenting the Trails Grant request, but I briefly wanted to outline what the program is and why it matters, especially because we have 3 new commissioners. A good portion of the Trails program revolves around granting money to local, federal, and nonprofit organizations. Unlike wildlife management, the State Trails Program of CPW does not control any part of the management of trails that don't occur on our lands. Our funding grants have worked to maintain trails in disrepair, to take care of what we have, help to restore areas for conservation purposes, plan responsible systems, bringing everyone to the table, and funding responsibly developed new trails. Without CPW administering these grants and being leaders in responsible trail development, the state will not be as strong in the long run. Trails in this state can occasionally be contentious and controversial, but honestly, most of the time they are not. This can be a tricky area for CPW as recreation and conservation are both in our mission. I was sitting in the same room for the OHV Trails grant presentation meetings about a month ago and took a few minutes to observe the packed room and all the people in attendance. There was CPW staff with backgrounds in both recreation and wildlife, OHV trail users, non-motorized trails users, U.S. Forest and BLM staff, representative from conservation groups, and OHV clubs. I can't think of any other funding process that brings this many different public agencies and constituents together in a very open and public process. This is really the key to our Trails grants and our Trails program. It brings everyone to the table and provides a platform for everyone to have a voice. This is why we strive to promote the grant process and the collaborative efforts that stem from it. Not only does the Trails grant program bring folks together, but it actively fosters stewardship and education, supports Youth Corps and getting kids outside, promotes responsible trail use, and helps distribute funding to places in the state where there wouldn't be otherwise, like federal lands and smaller counties and municipalities. All of our regular grant programs, approximately 85% of the funding goes to trail maintenance, education, law enforcement, and program support. We continue to recommend and prioritize landscape-level planning efforts that provide a large-scale and holistic evaluation of recreation and resource management. We have funded and partnered on numerous projects that have been a benefit for wildlife, natural resources, and recreation. One of the aspects of the program that I'm proudest of are the strides we've made in the wildlife review process. We have made sure that every grant application has a thorough wildlife review. Our wildlife staff are also working on projects in a collaborative manner so that the end product can be something that all involved can support. We've seen this work very well on the ground, and you'll see this in our grants presented today. Thank you for your time, and in closing, I would like to thank Nick for his dedicated service at CPW and the program over the last couple years, as he'll be leaving us at the end of May. Fletcher Jacobs will be transitioning into this role over the next couple months, and Fletcher's in the room right back there, so you will see him going forward. I also wanted to take a minute to announce 2 State Trails Committee members that we have in the audience, and they're here to answer any questions you might have about the processes Nick is going to discuss. So Jill Ozarski, she's in the back, and she has the littlest State Trails Committee member, Maribel. We're happy to see her today too. And Scott Jones, which is right over there. He is right over there.
Welcome to you both.
So I will turn it over to Nick. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Margaret. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. Good morning, Commissioners, Director Versteeg, and Director Gibbs over there, sorry. So you see you being over there by Versteeg. Thank you, Margaret, for that initial kind of kickoff of the Trails program in general and where we've been progressing in the last couple of years. Today I'm here to present a couple action items, first one being a funding rescission that occurred for our RTP, Recreation Trails Program funding. This rescission is based off of funding that we received from the FAST Act, and it was announced last year in October. And we initially were told that it would be about 15% of the funding we have, and we're informed in October that it would be a big difference of 92% of it. A little bit of background, we always have been, or historically have been, a year behind in utilizing our federal funding. The reason being is that the timing of our grant program, we prefer to have that funding actually allocated when we're awarding grants so that we know it's ready to go and we can administer it as fast as possible. What this is forcing us to do is use the current year's funding, which means in some cases we may be awarding grants without actually having the funding fully allocated and ready to use. Usually by the time we're awarding the grants, it's apportioned but not allocated. And so that's pretty much what they're forcing us to do with this. That being said, we had a decent amount of funding that we needed to allocate, basically 1 year worth of funding. We worked with the State Trails Committee and decided to allocate $500,000 to our internal grants, the trails and state parks that go internally to CPW state parks. $10,000 was allocated to a Sustainable Trails Conference scholarships that we provided to other government entities, county, municipal, and the nonprofits that work in the trails world. And then the remaining would be allocated to our competitive grant cycles in the OHV, snowmobile, and non-motorized. With the OHV and snowmobile, their apportionments, because their grant cycle is a little bit farther out than our non-motorized, they were able to just incorporate that into their existing cycle. For the non-motorized, we're in a little bit more of a tricky situation. It was too late to allocate into this year's grant cycle, and right now with our Colorado the Beautiful grant cycle also, we're pretty much running grant cycles year round. So we didn't really have an opportunity to add another grant cycle either. So what the Trails Program and the committee decided to do was to look at the prior year's grants. And with that, last year, we had a significant amount of requests and number of grants that came in, and we were not able to fund quite a few of those. So there was still a decent amount of high-scoring grants that did not receive funding in the prior year. And so we chose to look at those prior grants and fund additional ones from last year with doing outreach to make sure that they still needed the funding. With that, we came to about $523,676 to allocate out. Just want to point out there's a mix of RTP and GOCO because how we have to balance out the funding, it made more sense. We put a little bit more RTP into our current grant cycle, the 2019 that I'll be presenting on next, just because of planning. Let's say GOCO can only go to planning, whereas RTP cannot. And so that it balanced it out a little bit better that way. So this is maybe a little bit confusing. I kind of have a little key down there in the left-hand corner. But the color blue is those grants were funded already from the 2018 grant cycle. The ones in the red were ones that were already, they resubmitted for the 2019 grant cycle or for the Colorado the Beautiful grant cycle, and so they were already receiving funding. And then the ones in green are the ones that we looked at providing additional funding to. And so there's 4 projects outlined for additional funding, ranging from a score of 81 down to about 79 for it. And then there was one project that the Trails Committee elected to skip over, which was the Magnolia Trail System project. That project, the Northeast region presented on and They are still working out some issues with wildlife concerns on that project and recommended that the committee wait to fund that project until a future year. And the committee took that into consideration and decided they would not like to provide funding for that project this go around. So that's why that one skipped over. So that brings us to the 4 grants that we're recommending funding for. Sorry, I'll go back real quick here. All of them would be fully funded for what they need to complete the project. The Rito Seco Trails, that one, they will not receive the full amount, but they will receive about half of it. And then if any additional funding is returned, it'll also go to that project. So what we have is 4 grants at $523,675.61. And that is the end for that one. Any questions?
Questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner Garcia.
So I know we're going to get training on this, right? Wait, yes. But until then, on the chart you had, you explained all the colors, but white.
Those are just ones that won't receive funding for it.
Okay. And then if you, all the pages on our handout that follow all of the summaries, there are a lot of those that don't appear on this chart.
The summaries for it?
Yeah.
There should have been summaries for these, and then there should also been a separate action item that had summaries for our 2019 grants.
Okay.
Which are next,
I'll get
right?
all this in my training program.
That's the next item, right?
Yes. So I don't know if that's where it was of the 2019 grants, may have been what you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimmerman. Oh, Director Gibbs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like the amounts available or amounts requested far exceed what's available. And with the ones that were not selected, you know, can you give us a snapshot? Is it really because of lack of money that we have, or is it more actually concerns with the proposals? And if it is because of lack of money, are they encouraged to apply in the next round? Or tell us about that process.
Sure. And it probably would have been easier if I started with the 2019 one instead of this, because I go through that a little bit more in it. But for this one, this actually was kind of an extraordinary year where we received a significantly higher amount of requests than we normally see. I would say on average, we're able to fund about 3/4 of the grants that are submitted for it, which is a pretty good average when you're looking at other grant programs. A lot of times, other ones are around 50% of what they're able to fund, or less in some cases. A lot of times, so with our grant process, we also provide comments from all the reviewers, and those are provided to each applicant. So in some cases, if they scored low, then they get a chance to see those comments and apply again, and take those into consideration when they're applying again. There may also be recommendations of it may not be a good fit for this grant. You should look at these other grant opportunities instead. Based on the scores, we have a funding cutoff of 70 as a score. That is because as a program, we want to fund quality projects only. And so we let the reviewers know that too. And if it's a project that is not of high quality, it should score below 70. And so we have a few here that did score below 70, so those would not even be in the running for funding for it. But like I said, on average, we're able to fund about 3/4 of the request. That being said, folks know how much funding we have to administer, and we have a cutoff of they can only ask for a certain amount. So I think that plays into keeping that balance. If we opened it up fully to any amount of request, and folks didn't know exactly how much we had to give out as regularly, I think we would see a lot more. The need is definitely there for trail work.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Nick. I have a few questions. One, how often do we have additional funds returned? You had mentioned that one of these was not fully funded, but sometimes if we have funds returned, it does get allocated to that project.
It would in this case. On a normal year, if without this rescission, we would just hold that over till the next grant cycle. But because it'll be taken away, we'll try to allocate it out since we have that opportunity. But normally we just hold that over to the future grant cycle on this. But it really isn't that much. Maybe it varies on the year. It could be from like 100,000 to 200,000. And that's just from projects that don't use all of their funding. Some years it's lower of, 50,000-ish.
And thank you. I had a follow-up question. I know the criteria for scoring, and every time the Trails Committee has come before this commission, we talk a lot about what are the criteria for scoring, how do we decide which projects go forward. And I know the State Trails Committee and staff do a lot of work with the applicants to make sure that they're meeting some of our criteria. And the one I'm going to provide as an example is wildlife considerations. I know the staff works a lot with applicants to make sure that if they're proposing a trail or trail maintenance or seasonal closures or anything like that, they're hopefully most of the time taking into consideration biologist recommendations of, do we have a issue, conflict with elk calving grounds or something like that. So in the past, I know you've put the scoring rating matrix, how the Trails Committee scores these before us. We've been able to see that. Is that something that in the future you could just, I don't know, maybe if it's a Laura question, provide as a supplemental, just so we can see? Because I don't know if that matrix changes from time to time. I know on the Habitat Stamp Committee, based on the priorities that we recommend, some of those scoring matrices and that table will change. Is that something that you might provide to us?
Are you asking, sorry, just for clarification, of the scoring criteria for the grant application or the specific scores that the subcommittee?
No, just the criteria, just the checklist. So
Yeah.
like if I were to look at and I were to be filling out my score sheet, what would that blank score sheet look like?
Yeah, we could easily add that to the action
Okay.
item.
I think that might be helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Warren?
Thank you, Chairman. A few clarifying questions. The grant application that is not going to be receiving full funding, did they indicate that they'd be able to complete the project without full funding?
With that project, they will move forward as far as they can. So it's kind of multiple trails. And so they've done a little bit of work already, and they'll be able to move forward, but we'll be working with them regularly to make sure that it'll get to a point that makes sense.
Thank you.
For funding-wise.
And one additional question. The green, just for clarification, are those projects that have received funding and are now receiving more funding so they received partial funding before, or are these ones didn't receive any funding previously?
They did not receive any funding before. They will be receiving this funding right now. It's not additional, it's new funding.
Excellent. And one other question. Is there, the funds going away, is that just kind of part of the budgeting process, or is that unique to this year that the funds will be disappearing?
The rescission, it's unique to this year, but it has been done in the past. I have never seen it at this level of that 92%. Usually, like I said, it's been around the 15-ish% range. But it has happened, I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago, they did another one. So really, with it being federal funds, the federal government can determine when they want to do those rescissions.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments or questions, commissioners? It's not an action item, right, Nick?
It is an action
It
item.
is an
But
action
I did want to make one more clarification, if I
Sure,
may.
please.
Chairman Zimmerman, when I was speaking of the additional fund that we return every year, I did want to clarify that that 117,000 and some change that is being provided to the Rito Seco trails already considers some of that returned funding, so they won't be getting an additional, just for your perspective, additional like 100,000 or something like that. It would probably be more of around 20,000 additional or along those lines, because that already takes into factor some that has been returned.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioner? Since this is an action item, I don't have any blue slips asking for public comment, but I know council will remind me to ask for public comment if I don't. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment? Great. So it's an action item. We need a motion. And I don't have a form. I don't think you have a form, but I think the proper motion would sound something like,
We have it.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry. Well, if you, I don't think I have it. Go ahead then, if someone wants to make the form.
I would, except I'm not sure I understand it enough to make the motion.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Zimmerman, please.
I move to
Okay.
approve the recommended funding for the additional trail grants from the 2018 non-motorized grant cycle.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Vehil. Is there any other public comment?
Wait a minute, I made the wrong motion. I apologize.
Why don't you correct that, please?
I'll go ahead and correct that motion. I move to approve the recommended funding for the additional trail grants from the 2018 non-motorized grant cycle. This is agenda item 12, the funding rescission for the recommended trail funding allocations. Apologize, I went one ahead.
Re-second.
Okay, second from Commissioner Vehil. I didn't really hear a lot of the dissent there, so I think we'll do this one by voice vote as well. Oh, I don't think there was anyone asking for public comment. Is there anyone would like to comment? Just come forward. Okay, I don't see any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, and I do have one more here. If we can.
Oh, sorry.
I'll jump in. Oh, there we go. So this one is for our regular grant cycle 2019 non-motorized trail grants. And in this one, I'll get into a little bit more of the process for those folks that are new to the commission. This slide goes into our wildlife review process, but I'll start, before I get into this, I'll start with a little bit of our process in general. And so with this, a month prior to application deadlines, we require that all grant applicants contact our CPW wildlife staff to inform them of the project they're wanting to submit an application for and provide them with a basic map and a project description. We do this to, one, give our staff a heads up on projects that are coming in if they're already not aware of them, and then also create kind of an atmosphere for them to start discussing the projects and build relationships. From there, with the grant deadline being a month later, we distribute all of the grant applications to the grant review subcommittees, and with that, they also, a little bit later on, are provided wildlife comments from each region, and then also any public comment that comes in. With those, during our meetings, we have one meeting where we go over each individual grant, and we determine if there's additional questions that the subcommittee may have that they would like to ask to the grant applicants. Our following meeting are presentations from each applicant, and during those presentations, they're expected to answer any questions that the subcommittee provides them with, also addressing any wildlife considerations that are brought forth or any public comment. All applicants are provided with the wildlife comments that we receive from them and the public comments related to their applications. From there, we also point out, the subcommittee points out and discusses any wildlife issues or public comment that's brought forth, and tries to address those either within the subcommittee or during the presentations if need be. From there, each scorer independently scores each grant, and those are should be in your packet where it has each individual score. And from there, we average those scores. For the non-motorized grants, we have the external reviewers as one bracket, and then our internal reviewers, including GOCO, as another bracket. We average those separately and then average them together too. From there, the recommendations, the CPW Trails Program develops basically funding recommendation based off the scores that goes to the State Trails Committee. From there, the committee makes a funding recommendation, which comes here to the commission where we are at today. From there, I'll jump into the wildlife evaluation process. I'll kind of go through the process first, and then I'll address 3 projects that did have some concerns that we were able to work out in our grant presentation and review process. So As I mentioned, all grants are reviewed and evaluated by CPW wildlife specialists. We use kind of a standard evaluation and assessment process that both looks at the individual project level and the larger landscape level. I've listed up there, won't go through them, but kind of the key factors that we recommend that CPW staff look at. All wildlife comments are brought forward to the Trails program, and then as I mentioned, they're discussed and addressed with CPW regional staff, Trails program staff, and the Trails Committee wildlife liaison. Should have been clear about that. Before, we do have a wildlife liaison from CPW that also sits on these subcommittees, and they are there to represent our agency and those wildlife concerns, along with the Trails program does that also, and but they're kind of the key figure for that. Wildlife comments are then provided to the State Trail Grant Review Subcommittees and the State Trails Committee. And as I mentioned, any concerns are specifically brought up for review and discussion during those review subcommittee meetings. And then this is kind of a key factor too, and we'll get into this with some of the 3 projects that have it, but the subcommittee also determines if there are key stipulations that we would like to add to the grants to help address those wildlife considerations. And so diving into the 3 grant proposals that had some concerns, one was a North Elk Creek Trail plan, and there are some concerns of that going through some habitat that is very good habitat for elk. And the district wildlife manager came and actually presented during the presentations at the subcommittee meetings. And the input we received from him is that really they're fine with the project moving forward. They want to be actively involved in it and determine where trails may be acceptable and where they may not be a good place for it. And then also looking, obviously, if there's any need for seasonal closures and things along those lines. And going into the other one, another one was the Pioneers Redefined, and this kind of was the same conclusion. This is in the Southwest region, and near the Natarita area, and with this, it was kind of the same aspect. There are areas, it's a big area that they're looking at that has good habitat for elk and deer, especially winter habitat. From what we heard from the region, they would like to be actively involved in the planning process with it to determine where areas they shouldn't have trails, where maybe they're all right, where seasonal closures should be. So those are stipulations we'll add to those grant applications. And when the presenters did come and present, they were all perfectly fine with that. And another key aspect we point out is that as we're going through these planning grants and these planning processes, that no may be an answer that we provide for certain areas. And we wanted to be clear with the applicants that that may be an outcome in some cases, and if they would be all right with that. And all the applicants that we had these concerns with said yes, that would be something, you know, that they would have worked through. And then the last one was the Spring Valley Trails Plan. And this one was a minor part of a trail that most of that trail system is right around the campus, but there was another section that connected out to an existing trail that we had a concern with of it crossing some critical habitat, and they agreed to just remove that part of the project from it. So moving on to the specific grants, this kind of goes along with the funding rescission. This is an abnormal year, kind of to your comments, Mr. Gibbs. Because of the funding rescission, we pretty much have enough funding to fund everything, as long as they score well enough and are felt that they're quality projects. And that's what happened in this case this year. And so we are recommending funding of $1,966,359.90, and this will fund 19 of the projects. And that is also the amount that was provided, or that was applied for. This goes into specific scores. As you can see, as I mentioned in the process, we have the volunteer review scores and the staff review scores, and then those are averaged for that final score there. These are the large construction grants. We have the highest score of almost 88, and the lowest score was at 77 for it. And the total amount for the large construction and maintenance grants is $1,631,229. Small maintenance and construction, these have a cap of $45,000 request. High score at almost 87 and low score at 83 with a total funding amount of $99,682. And last two categories are planning and support. Planning total amount at 145, 448,000, and high score almost, well, 84.5, and then low score around 77.5. And support, high score around 80, both scores right around 80, and 90,000 for that request. So, as I mentioned, this brings us to the funding of 19 of the 19 grants for the total of $1,966,359.90. That is it. Any questions?
Questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner McDaniel.
Congratulations first on bringing all these projects forward. Great job. Tremendous to see all these trail projects moving forward. Going back to the wildlife concerns, is there a scoring system that's more formal on that, a more regimented system, you know, whereby looking at, for example, herd management, habitat, calf recruitment, so forth, so that we could get a better picture of the wildlife concern, I'll call it score for a project? In this example, either way you could do it, you know, a high score being good or a high score being bad, depending on how you score that, versus more, it seems like subjective evidence gathering with regards to wildlife concerns for a project, so I could get a better feel for the project. Am I making sense, Nick, what I'm asking?
Yes.
And I just don't know about it.
No, I think you are. So in kind of what Commissioner Zimmerman was pointing out, we do have a score criteria within our grant, but that is more general to, are the wildlife concerns being evaluated properly, and are they being considered? I think what you're speaking to is a little more of within the review process internally, if we have a scoring criteria within that. And I'm not aware of one that we do have, but that may be a better question for the regions which do those evaluations to provide more input on the specifics on how they go about that.
Well, the number of projects coming forward and some of the public comment I saw on the projects themselves about the concern and the effect on wildlife of the trails that we are approving, it might be a step we could add in the future to take a look at that, to document that we looked at the wildlife concerns and it met some threshold criteria, either being above or below, depending on how you score, that we felt was acceptable for each project, if that made sense. Something to think about.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you, Commissioner McDaniel. I'm going to add to that just because we've talked about this a number of times over the years, and I couldn't agree more. Commissioner Schaefer, I think, can help me out a little bit on this as well. The Habitat Stamp Committee and the Wildlife Habitat Program, that RFP does bring in a very intensive biologist review of each of those projects, and that does weigh heavily in the score. Not only the staff scoring, but then it also weighs heavily into, at least my recollection of how the committee members then, they take that staff score into consideration as they score the projects as well. We've talked about trying to apply that same level of rigor to the trails grants, and for a number of reasons, and I don't know if maybe Deputy Director Taylor, Margaret can help talk about some of the background on that, because I know you've been very connected to how that has evolved over the years. But especially now with obviously the 80,000 people a year moving to the state and increased impacts and increased conflicts with wildlife and trail users, it may be time to revisit this again and see if, you know, I don't want to make staff already put in more hours than imaginable. And so by no means am I advocating that we request biologists to be working 24/7, but this may be something that we want to revisit with regard to the State Trails Committee.
Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. I'm the wildlife liaison for the Trails program, and we don't have a technical scoring medium right now or tool to be able to do that. We do have a checklist, and we do have comments that come in from the wildlife managers. Many of these projects do not have significant wildlife concerns. But I also want to mention that it is so important for us to be involved at the table in our federal land management agency processes, like if there's a forest management plan or a vehicle management use plan, those kinds of things, for us to get our comments in on that, because that sets the stage for these projects for the next 10 years or 15 years whenever those plans are updated. So it's really important for us to be able to do that. But I think we're getting to a point right now where a lot of the wildlife concerns, people are aware of them. The fact that we're a merged agency gives us an opportunity to be able to collaborate on these, I think, a little bit better than was in the past. And so we are trying to pay attention to those kinds of things, but we don't have a specific scoring tool right now available. So every project's different.
Commissioner Vardy, because I know you've been trying to get my attention for a while, so, and then Commissioner Hauser.
Mine's quick. I actually just need to recuse myself because I have an affiliation with one of the applicants.
Okay, great. Commissioner Hauser.
Ditto.
Okay. The recusal corner.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we had agreed that if we do have a conflict, or we can actually pull that grant out, vote on the balance, and recuse ourselves on whatever it is that we were conflicted with, if that's appropriate. I don't know how we do the motion, but that would be my request.
We can certainly do that, and I will probably task you with developing the motion. Any other comments or questions for Nick? We do have some public. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you so much. And again, just in general, it would be helpful to see the connection back to the strategic plan and how these monies then reinforce some of the objectives and priorities identified in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to lose the thread here of what Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Zimmerman said. Participating in the Habitat Stamp over the last however many years that was, in the evolution of that criteria really helped inform the decision-making to a high degree. And I think it helped illustrate, not just within the committee, but also with applicants, of these are the things that you have to be thinking about in advance. And part of it being, as we move into this world of more populated recreation lands, help fostering collaboration as part of the proposal process, I think, is really important. And this is something where creating these criteria gives us an option to be able to, facilitate a greater interplay between recreation user groups. And so I don't know what the next step in that process is, but I really think that this commission taking on, at least looking at the development of specific criteria, will benefit not just this program, but the outcomes along the road.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
That got me thinking about, are the applications that have been denied, will they receive feedback on their proposal, and what are the areas they would need to address?
Yes, in this case, there are not any denied, but in a general year, yes, whether they're denied or awarded grants, they still receive feedback. Every grant applicant receives feedback.
And is that feedback public?
It's not posted publicly, like on our website, but it is if
available.
You request it. Yes,
Wonderful. Thank
all
you.
of it's public. If I may ask just a little bit more clarification from Commissioner Adams. For when you're asking for more information on how it relates to the Trail Strategic Plan or CPWs, are you asking to see that more in like the grant description and write-up, or in the action item, or just in presentation?
In presentation, or a decision memo would be ideal, but but in the presentation for sure. Thank you so much.
Other comments or questions? We do have some public comment from Mr. McSparron, if you want to come forward, and Nick, if you'll just stand by. Welcome, Mr. McSparron.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Howard, members of the commission, for the opportunity to share some perspectives from the Colorado chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. My name is Ryan McSparron. I'm on the Colorado leadership team for BHA, and I represent them here today. Backcountry Hunters and Anglers is a national organization dedicated to providing a voice for our public lands, waters, and wildlife. We promote conservation of public lands and wildlife habitat, science-based stewardship of fish and wildlife, and fair and equitable access for all. Also, thanks to Nick and the Trails Grant Committee for listening to our previous comments on the non-motorized state trails grant process, and for taking the time and the steps to improve the internal wildlife review of those proposals. However, we still have concerns over the apparent depth of that wildlife review and the impact on wildlife on by some of these new mountain bike trails. Our primary concerns with these proposals are the long-term and the cumulative impact upon big game habitat, and the lack of federal agency commitment or even the ability to manage those trails and implement the mitigation measures that are intended to offset those impacts. We continue to see new trail development in large, relatively intact blocks of big game habitat and in direct alignment with known and traditional migration routes. These are permanent, long-term impacts to our wildlife habitat capability and our big game populations. We continue to see mitigation measures included in trail master plans that are designed to offset these impacts, yet there is no demonstrated commitment from the federal agencies managing those lands to be able to implement or enforce those mitigation measures. We would like to see the Commission encourage CPW to continue to improve the internal wildlife review of these grant proposals. Our DWMs and area biologists should be empowered to direct trail development away from sensitive habitats. They should not be limited to compromise with mitigation measures that have not been shown to be effective or cannot even be implemented by the BLM or the Forest Service. In particular, we have these 4 requests. First, that CPW biologists and wildlife managers are included at the earliest phases of this non-motorized trails planning processes, so that critical wildlife habitats are protected from the beginning rather than mitigated as an afterthought. Second, that other interested wildlife organizations like BHA allowed involvement in these early planning processes. Third, that the appropriate funding from the non-motorized trails funds be allocated to education and enforcement as is done with the motorized trails granting process. And fourth, that CPW reviews the entire non-motorized trails grant process and continue to update it to ensure that all resource values are considered at an early stage while there's still flexibility in that planning process. We look forward to continued involvement with the non-motorized trails grant process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being right on time, too. I appreciate that. Comments or questions, commissioners? Commissioner Zimmerman.
A question that number 3 sparked, maybe this is for staff. My understanding, or maybe I'm just mixing up motorized and non-motorized, don't the non-motorized funds already allow for education and stewardship spend?
Yes, they can be incorporated in.
Could you guys use the mic? Just thank you.
Yes, they can be incorporated in. We don't have a specific aspect like the good management program that's on the OHB side.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions? I just had I was going to make this comment a little later, but Mr. you're here, so let me just kind of make it now and see if anyone has any reaction. My email and phone calls are filled with complaints about trails. I don't know if that's common to all the other sportswomen and men on the commission, but it really is. And oftentimes what I find out is, well, that's not really our project, right? And I don't know that the public realizes that we don't have a role in every single trail that goes up, whether it's local or county or federal, unless we're kind of invited in. And so I feel like we can improve our process, but what really the community is talking about is this large expansion of of trails, which has all sorts of impacts, one of which is wildlife habitat fragmentation. So I guess the question I have a little bit is, what is it you would like us to do about programs that aren't part of the agency or part of the trails program, and in this bigger ecosystem where we're just not charged with maintaining the trails?
Right. I guess I would say that just insofar as we can be involved, just to be taking wildlife considerations from a number of groups, CPW included, into those processes at the earliest possible phases.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Maybe this is a question for Jake. If it affects wildlife or habitat or the wildlife resource in the state of Colorado, although it may not have been a project that came to us, what's our responsibility with regards to if we become aware of it and the action we're supposed to take?
Jake's a reference to our counsel, Mr. Matter. Just for the record.
I think it's part of your consideration in the approval. Are you talking about a significant adverse impact after the approval through a grant recipient's project that is not performed with CPW shovels, essentially?
Well, I guess that's one example. Another example, like let's say it's a county project through a trail, never came through the Trails Committee, goes right through a major migratory route. We're aware of it. Before the trail gets completed, what obligation, responsibility does CPW have?
I think it's pretty difficult. I think that's a consideration that would need to be taken care of on the front end, and you wouldn't want to be. It's difficult to rescind funding after that problem came to light, and to address it on the front end to essentially prevent that problem would be the best course of action. Alternatively, you're stuck in a position of likely rescinding funding, and I'm not sure of your ability to do so.
I think, Marvin, you're asking a different question. You want to try again?
I was actually talking about projects that were not funded by CPW. I don't know, El Paso County has a project. They want to put a trail in the Eastern Plains, cuts across a major winter antelope wintering range.
Okay, so in that sense, I think you're just like any other stakeholder and need to be involved in the county process and the approval to provide input just like any other affected stakeholder.
So would it be fair to say, counsel, another way to say that is we have no way of forcing our way into that. We just are like another stakeholder.
Right.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yeah, but I agree with that sentiment. I think Mr. Leslie mentioned, though, that CPW is engaging as a cooperating agency in a number of these processes, both at the local and federal levels. I think where there might be an issue is the feedback loop where we might not know where all those levels of engagement are at. I mean, CPW is touching base on all of this on a constant basis. So perhaps understanding it in a holistic perspective would be beneficial for all of our edification, but also as we're considering these projects, both through the State Trails Committee and as the commission.
Assistant Director Taylor.
I just wanted to add a couple thoughts on this subject. One of the arms of the State Trails program is this granting program. We're actually giving out money. The other arm is looking at trails holistically throughout the state. So there's many cases where, as the conversation has taken us, is we don't have any control over the management of those areas. We do, however, have built a lot of relationships with the people that manage them. And that's the beauty of the State Trails program. Because in the regions, we have trails coordinators that know about what's going on throughout their regions, not just the projects that we're funding. So those State Trails coordinators can bring people together. We have good relationships with the BLM and the Forest Service to where we can bring people together. And it is true that if it's on land that we don't own, we don't really have a whole lot of say in what happens with that trail. But people do look at the State Trails Program as an authority of trails in general for responsible recreation, and so we do bring groups together. And I just also wanted to mention that on federal lands, there is a significant process that each of these proposals have to go through. It's called NEPA, and Mark Leslie brought that up, that we need to be there during the NEPA process as well to put in our comments there. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm losing a little control of time, so any other comments or questions? This is an action item. Commissioner Hauser, I'm hoping you've got your motion ready.
I'm going to try, but I'm going to look to council for some help. We can either decouple these or do it in one motion. So let me try, and then you can tell me if that's correct, Mr. Chairman. So I move the 2019 non-motorized trail grants as recommended by staff and the great work of the committee, with the exception of item number 16, for which Commissioners Vardy and Hauser will abstain.
I think we have the nod from council. Second from Commissioner Zimmerman. I have one public comment from Ms. O'Neill from the Colorado Wildlife Federation, so she could come forward. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs. This doesn't have anything to do with your vote, but I wasn't sure where to insert it, but I wanted everyone to know that at the Outdoor Partners Conference, we will have a panel discussion that Thursday afternoon on balancing outdoor recreation and conservation. And so the panelists will be from the mountain biking area, they'll be from conservation, a former CPW wildlife biologist, and a conservationist. And then we'll also have roundtable discussions in that forum. And so Colorado Wildlife Federation had put this proposed idea together because we're hopeful that this will present additional opportunities at this juncture to gather ideas, information, and enable people to think about next steps.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks.
Any comments or questions, Commissioner? I think we're good. Okay, I think we have a motion on the floor and seconded. So not seeing a lot of dissension, I'm going to do this one as well by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Nick, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I think one of the great pleasures about working with folks is getting to see them grow, and we've got to see you grow. And so I'm just sorry you're taking that expertise off to somebody else instead of using it with us.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the Commission's support throughout the years, too.
Have we got another motion?
I want to correct, we have the other motion.
Sorry, I got too fast there. Okay, so we need a second motion then to deal with the projects that commissioners abstain from, I think. Is that correct? Moved by Commissioner Vigil. Oh, Commissioner McDaniel, seconded by Commissioner Vigil. Let's do this by voice vote as well. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain. 2 abstentions.
And we have 2 abstentions from Commissioner Hauser and Commissioner Vardy. Great, thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Ms. Nims. Just so everyone understands, I'm expecting the arrival of Governor Polis, and when he comes in, I'd like to make time, if he would like, to address us. So if I have to interrupt you, Amanda,
Absolutely.
you'll understand.
Good morning. I am Amanda Nims, Land Protection Specialist. I work out of the real estate unit here at CPW. Chair Howard, Acting Director Versteeg, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to talk about the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program for 2019. Excuse me. The Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program provides opportunities for private landowners across the state of Colorado to conserve in perpetuity their most important habitat, wildlife habitat, as well as provide opportunities for public access on their private land. We do this through the acquisition of conservation easements, public access easements, and in very rare circumstances, fee title acquisition. And the conservation easements can be held either by Colorado Parks and Wildlife or a third party such as a land trust or a municipal or governmental open space program. This year, we're looking at a funding level of up to $11 million. Funding comes from the revenue generated from the habitat stamp, as well as our partnership with GOCO, and also on rare occasions from federal funding sources. This year, the leadership team recommends adopting funding priorities for those that are our statutory requirements, including public access, big game winter range and migration corridors, and species of concern. We've also got the priorities of riparian areas and wetlands and large-scale parcels, so really big parcels and those that provide connectivity to other conserved lands. We're also looking at recommended preferences, third-party easements, greater public access, preference for greater donated values, and those that conservation easements that are related to wildlife crossings on either side of wildlife crossings. So that would be an underpass or an overpass to help extend the reach of our migration corridors. And again, we want to avoid fee title. Once applications come in, we're looking at a deadline of May 31st. We'll talk about that in a moment. Each proposal will be evaluated by our staff and our Habitat Stamp Committee. They have different roles. Staff takes a look at the biological significance of the proposals and the project feasibility, while the Habitat Stamp Committee really looks at whether the proposals meet our legislative mandates. Then later in the process, we've got our real estate staff and our leadership team to look at the proposals and provide recommendations to the commission in September. Further due diligence is performed in October, and then I'll come to you in November to make final recommendations to move forward towards project management. This is outdated because of our bomb cyclone and rescheduled meeting last April or March, but we're still looking at a deadline of Friday, May 31st. We expect that depending on the outcome of this meeting, we'll be able to put our press release out and get our public notification out by the end of next week, have the materials up on the website, CPW's website, on April 26th, which is a Friday. That'll give applicants about 5 weeks to put together proposals, many of which are already underway. They will just be formalized with our application. Over the summer, all the evaluation will be done, and like I mentioned, I'll come back to you in September, July with an update, and September first round of approvals. That's it, pretty quick.
This is an action item, and so on your form motions, I just wanted to point out where it says leadership team, that should really be staff. Director, I think I'm right in that correction. Okay. Any comments or questions? This has always been full of comments and questions. So, seeing none, I need a motion. Commissioner McDaniel, why don't we better read the format of it then, I suppose. Commissioner McDaniel, I assume you're moving to approve moving forward with the 2019, is that the right one?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, Colorado Habitat Program, RFP, as well as approve the staff's recommendations for 2019 funding levels and priorities.
I am.
Great. Second from Commissioner Vito. Any public comment? I don't have any blue slips. So why don't we proceed on a voice vote on this one as well? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Amanda. That was easy.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Ms. Rogers. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Good morning, Commissioner Howard, Acting Director Versteeg, Executive Director Gibbs stepped out, and commissioners. My name is Kim Rogers, and I am the Real Estate Section Manager for CPW. This morning, I'm here to ask you 2 questions about the Bakers Peak RFP project. As you may recall, an RFP project originates from the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Protection Program, wherein Colorado landowners submit projects to CPW for funding consideration. In the RFP application for the Baker's Peak project, CPW was originally asked to fund up to $625,000 toward the purchase price of a third-party conservation easement to be held by Colorado Open Lands. The balance of the purchase price was to be funded by the Natural Resources Conservation Service, referred to often as NRCS, also Colorado Open Lands, and the landowner.
Can I just interrupt you? I see
Sure.
that Governor Polis has arrived, and
Certainly.
I'd love to make time for him to speak if he'd like to.
Thank you.
Welcome, Governor. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to watch for a little while, but I think I'll be talking with some of you later. But I wanted to come by and visit. I got to listen to some of your proceedings this morning, and we are excited to really elevate and really the work of your commission as central to our vision of a inclusive and prosperous future for Colorado. The way that the work you do touches economic development, including rural economic development, the way it touches habitat and conservation and our state brand, and so many other ways. I want to give a particular welcome to the new commissioners who are here for the first meeting. Congratulations, and as well as the commissioners that are continuing their service from the prior administration. I want to thank you for all of your work. We have very high hopes in terms of our vision for working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. One, around expanding public access and recreation opportunities, including in areas that are underutilized. We have many popular areas that we often love to death, and it's hard to accommodate not just more foot traffic in terms of the impact on the experience and on ecosystems, but also car traffic through heavily traffic corridors. Yet we have tremendous natural assets across our state, and it's really just a matter of mapping those awe-inspiring opportunities to areas where we have access, have cooperative economic development partners for outdoor recreation infrastructure in the cities and counties that are near those. And can produce a quality experience, whether it's formally through a state park or whether it's informally through other efforts to administer our land. We're excited about making sure that we can preserve our quality of life with the increased pressure of growth that we've had for our state, the biological diversity that is a great asset of our wild areas, and of course the impact to floral and fauna come from all forms of recreation. And it's a matter of how we can maximize that for the sustainable economic contributions, as well as stewards of our wild areas. We're excited to explore with the commission, looking at new opportunities for licenses and for young adults. We're interested in making sure that we don't have barriers to Coloradans participating in our outdoor recreation side, and finding more ways to support that with tourists and others from out of state who come to recreate here. I think there's an enormous opportunity when you look at what the assets are of Colorado. The assets that you are stewards of rank very high on that list of what makes our state special, and you're on a very special commission. We, of course, work closely with our federal landowners in our state. I've recently been to Washington and met with the acting Secretary of the Interior, the head of the Forest Service, and many others. We are replete with Colorado experience at many of those highest levels of government. And the administration has voiced a desire to cooperate with states, whether formally through MOUs or informally. And as custodians of our wildlife, of our biodiversity, this panel and this commission plays a critical role in enhancing and protecting Colorado's brand for the amazing outdoor experiences that we provide to residents as a quality of life, and to those from other states and other countries as a form of economic activity that puts food on the table and supports 500,000 Coloradans who work in the outdoor tourism and recreation industry. So we are extremely excited about working with you and elevating this panel to really help be a centerpiece of what we want to project for Colorado, both in terms of our quality of life, our values of conservation and supporting sustainability and ecological diversity, and for economic development. So thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'll be chatting with some of you informally, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address those, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, Governor, and thank you so much for coming. I would just note in my 4+ years on the commission, it's the first time the governor's come, so we really appreciate that. And obviously we're having lunch. We hope you'll stay for that and have lunch with us. The governor has invited your questions. This is your chance.
And I also want to thank you for serving on this commission. I mean, thank you for giving back your time and effort, and I know that this commission meets in different parts of the state, so no matter where you live, many of the meetings are bound to be inconvenient. So thank you for volunteering your time to be the custodians of the Colorado spirit, really the custodians of our great natural assets in our state through our parks and wildlife.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimmerman had a question, or was it Commissioner Hauser?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Governor. Great to see you. I'd be interested in just a general thought on sort of the combination of parks and wildlife and that merger that occurred a number of years ago. But, you know, in your view, what are the synergies and what's sort of your vision for how they're complementary and how we as representatives of various different sort of sectors cooperate in a way that is within the sort of the vision that you described?
Yeah. So in terms of the actual, agency alignment, I mean, we're not, it's not directly addressing that through the commission. Would be happy to hear kind of what people think of the proper alignment for the agencies. Obviously, there is overlap. There's a common goal. But, I think what we want to make sure that we do is understand the differences between our different wild areas, of course, with our parks. And I think one of our goals are to open additional state parks and work with you to do that. It's about convenience and visitation. There is a value there, of course, of wildlife diversity insofar as that is certainly what attracts people to those experiences, but that's just a small subset of the land and the wildlife that we're concerned with more globally. So yeah, happy to chat with folks about optimal configurations and how we can best fulfill our mission, work on kind of what that mission might be, how we can sort of have a mission that reflects what we want to accomplish, either parks, wildlife, parks and wildlife, and looking forward with you to doing that work.
Thank you so much for coming,
Thanks.
Governor.
We'll see you soon.
Kim, the podium is yours.
Thank you. So back to Baker's Peak, I'll pick up where I left off. In the application, the RFP application for the Baker's Peak project, CPW was asked to fund up to $625,000 of the third-party conservation easement to be held by Colorado Open Lands. And the balance of the purchase price was going to be funded by Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS, Colorado Open Lands, and the landowner. Unfortunately, NRCS was not able to provide the funding, and faced with the prospect of losing this project, the CPW leadership team agreed to make up the $1.25 million shortfall. Therefore, today I am asking for your consent to increase the CPW funding of this project to a total of $1.875 million. If you choose to support the funding increase, I'm also here to ask for your consent to close the project at the appropriate time. Are there any questions?
Commissioners, questions or comments? This is an action item.
Yes.
I don't have any public comment yet. If anyone in the audience has public comment, if you fill out a blue slip and let me know. Any comments or questions, Commissioners? You have a form of the appropriate motion in front of you. Oh, Commissioner Vigil.
The title exception, we're definite that it was satisfied?
Yes.
And what does it relate to on access? That's.
It was access to the property itself. That's the subject of the conservation easement.
How did it get satisfied?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of how it was satisfied. I just know that it was satisfied. Okay. There was a mistake, I think, in the title work, and it was corrected. And by the time it was corrected, NRCS was no longer able to provide funding for the project.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that this commission feels comfortable with the title exception being cleared.
Absolutely.
That's critical.
Commissioner Vigil, would you like to hold over on action, and perhaps Kim could confirm that, maybe get the detail, and we'll take it up?
Provide more details if you'd like. I'd be happy to do so. I am confident that it was settled, but I'm happy to provide you with additional details if that would be beneficial.
I don't know if we need to hold it over, but I would feel a lot more comfortable.
By hold over, I just meant till after lunch.
Can you get it after lunch?
Sure.
Okay.
And we'll take the action up first thing after lunch.
Okay. Very good.
I think
you get a free lunch, so it's a good deal.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
The directors suggest. So we'll take that up right after lunch. Our next listed agenda item is actually quite a famous celebrity, at least in my experience, Dr. Miller. But the director is suggesting to me that just from a timing perspective, I think, is that right? That I go ahead with the awards and recognitions at this point, and I'll get to you a little bit later if that's okay. Very good. So Mr. Leslie, if you want to come forward, we'll do awards and recognition.
So you'll see it on the agenda.
Thank you. Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. It's exciting to be here in front of you again to recognize the great work of one of our employees. And I want to talk a little bit about the job that our officers do out there. And our district wildlife managers and our park rangers and park managers are all post-certified peace officers. They're integral to their communities. And as such, they also respond to types of situations that may not be in the normal course of duties throughout the day. And this is an example. District Wildlife Manager Peter Boyott in his response in Boulder County last year, and we want to recognize him. I'd like to ask Kristen Cannon, Area Wildlife Manager for Boulder, to come up and present this award to him. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Commissioners, Chairman Howard, Acting Director Versteeg, and Director Gibbs, and Governor Polis. My name is Kristen Cannon. I'm the Area Wildlife Manager for the area that includes Boulder County. And I just wanted to take a quick second to thank you guys for making space for these types of recognition in your meetings. I find them very valuable, and I appreciate being here today. Sheriff Pelley and Under Sheriff Sloan weren't able to make today's meeting, but Under Sheriff Sloan was able to come to our area meeting yesterday and present this award to Peter, and so I'm kind of presenting it on his behalf today. And I'd also just like to take a quick second to say that even though they're not in the room, Boulder County Sheriff's Office is just an invaluable partner to us. We only have 4 officers assigned to Boulder County, and so they're often our eyes and ears and first responders when it comes to bears and other wildlife concerns, you know, helping us wrangle moose out of hammocks and so forth. And so just a thank you to them, even though they aren't here today. And so Because they help us out so much, I'm really proud that when Peter had the opportunity to return the favor, that he did so courageously. And so this is the commendation from the Sheriff's Department. On November 18th, 2018, Boulder County Sheriff's Office deputies responded to a home in a remote area on a suicidal party call. The deputies spoke to the man's wife, who walked them to a small cabin behind the home. The suicidal man advanced with a knife, telling the deputies to shoot him. Officer Boyott was quick to voluntarily respond to the call. The situation escalated. The suicidal man began throwing IEDs at the responding officers. The man throwing IEDs close enough to responders that the shrapnel damaged the uniform of the responding deputies, which is too close. When additional deputies arrived, Officer Boyott showed them the safe path to the incident. When it was time to go hands-on, the plan called for Officer Boyott to take control of the weapons. It was clear the responders were all on the same team, regardless of the patch on their shoulders. One of the deputies commented it was natural for him, Peter, to be a part of the plan. He was just one of us. Officer Boyott voluntarily responded to radio traffic of an armed man. He joined fellow officers despite the potential for personal injury. He was an important part of the response that brought a man into custody who was a danger to himself and others. Officer Boyott receives a sheriff's commendation in recognition of the aid rendered during a public safety situation. So, commendation.
Time for Dr. Miller, right? Okay, the director and I having caucus, we're going to break early a little bit for lunch, and we'll save Mr. Miller's or Dr. Miller's presentation for after lunch. So thank you very much. Lunch it is. Dr. Miller.
Sorry, hold 1 second.
Right. Welcome and thank you. Always great to talk to you.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. I need to change my script here because it's good afternoon. Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, and Acting Director Versteeg. For the record, I'm Dr. Michael Miller, wildlife veterinarian and longtime staff scientist with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And on behalf of our agency's entire science program, I just wanted to thank you right up front for your interest in learning about CPW's in-house research and the integral role it plays in conserving and managing Colorado's fish and wildlife resources. So I think you all know Colorado Parks and Wildlife has a reputation of being one of the most progressive and technically advanced wildlife agencies in North America, maybe in the world. And this is thanks in no small part to capable, hardworking staff at all levels of our agency. But what's perhaps less widely known is that some of the most important things we as an agency do, and do really well, have roots in applied research conducted in-house in the past. CPW is one of the few state wildlife management agencies with its own science program. And for over 7 decades, that program has been developing and refining the knowledge, tools, and practices our agency uses on a daily basis. So today, for just a few minutes, I'm going to highlight some examples of how the good, practical science done by our agency for our agency has shaped everyday fish and wildlife management in Colorado. So one thing CPW is widely known for is its ability to estimate and track the number of critters we manage. The Commission knows we spend a lot of time and money every year counting and monitoring fish and wildlife around the state. But you may not know that our standard inventory practices have been honed by decades of research. Helicopter quadrat counts, survival monitoring, line transect survey methods, all those are things that arose from our research. This line of investigation ultimately provided our biologists and managers with big game inventory methods that yield reliable herd composition and abundance estimates. And having reliable big game data, I think, is going to be even more appreciated by all of you come next month when you set annual hunting license numbers. In a similar vein, the fish sampling techniques and creel survey methods currently used by all of our fisheries biologists in the state were developed years ago by our aquatic researchers. What's more, those survey data are now entered into a comprehensive, centralized database that was one of the first in the nation. Our database, called Adamus, is widely used within and even outside CPW to inform water management decisions. So the ways we've come to count and track fish and wildlife in Colorado are deeply rooted in our prior applied research. Oops. So understanding how things work is key to effectively managing Colorado's fish and wildlife resources. As you might imagine, natural systems are complex, and sorting out that complexity requires strategic data collection, ideally within an experimental framework. And we are really good at this. Field experiments conducted by staff over the decades have been translated directly into management. For example, most anglers are familiar with Colorado's special fishing regulations like catch and release, size limits, artificial fly and lure only, but they may not know that these rules were originally developed and assessed by our aquatic scientists as the agency sought to balance angling opportunity and fisheries viability. Similarly, research done by our aquatic toxicology lab in Fort Collins is the basis for state and national water quality regulations that provided protections for aquatic species. Our big game research is equally impactful, as I think a lot of you know. Staff scientists have conducted numerous field experiments over the decades to unravel big game population dynamics in Colorado. Their studies clarified the roles of habitat, predation, disease, and winter severity on survival. And it turns out each of these factors can influence population growth to varying degrees depending on species and conditions. Habitat conditions tend to limit relatively high-density populations more than predation, whereas predation can sometimes suppress low-density populations despite the presence of abundant forage. Disease is much more of a limiting factor than either habitat or predation in most of our bighorn herds statewide. And just when everything else seems maybe to be finally in balance, sufficiently severe winter conditions can trump other factors in setting populations back to lower densities. So by helping us understand the drivers of natural dynamics in an applied context, in-house research has facilitated sound management decision-making for decades here. We owe much of our success in conserving and recovering species to fundamental research conducted by CPW staff scientists. Our researchers showed that mountain plover have comparable reproductive success whether nesting in ag fields or rangeland. Our researchers also applied new survey methods to obtain the first extensive breeding population estimates for mountain plover across eastern Colorado. And all of their findings weighed heavily in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's not warranted listing decision for plover. A substantial amount of our aquatic science effort has also been focused on native species conservation. One notable recent highlight is the rediscovery of a native trout species of the San Juan River Basin, long thought to be extinct. In-house research also has identified more effective ways of conserving and recovering important habitats. It's no secret that CPW runs stream habitat improvement projects across Colorado. But most people don't realize that our researchers actually work closely with contractors on designing and implementing habitat treatments. They oversee construction and then assess the effectiveness of those things. A famous example is the Dream Stream in South Park, which is actually brought to you by Aquatic Research. Our aquatic scientists also have designed, developed, researched, and installed structures allowing fish to bypass water diversions, as well as barriers to exclude non-native fish from critical habitat. And our researchers provide subject matter expertise to a wide variety of water management and mitigation actions. One focus of terrestrial research over the last decade has been how to best restore habitat for sage grouse and mule deer, particularly in areas impacted by energy development. CPW scientists have conducted multiple experiments on soil treatments to combat cheatgrass in grassland and shrubland systems. Their pioneering work also led to development of a modified disc implement that's now used for habitat treatments in Colorado and Utah. So having a sound scientific basis for assessing species status and for identifying effective species and habitat conservation and recovery measures has paid dividends to the state of Colorado in recent decades. And this is close to home for me. Our agency has been committed to keeping Colorado's fish and wildlife healthy for a long, long time. And introduced diseases have been and still are a big obstacle to us keeping that commitment. We've had some success in fighting plague, whirling disease, and chronic wasting disease, to name a few. But the knowledge derived from our applied research really laid the foundation for those successes. Plague first appeared in Colorado in the 1940s and has periodically devastated native wildlife communities in grasslands and the shrub steppe ever since. Our researchers have literally written the book, and I don't have a copy with me. I had it in March in my backpack. I forgot it this morning. But they've literally written the book on managing plague in these systems based on lab and field experimentation. Our progress in effective plague suppression was key to the service's not warranted listing decision for Gunnison's prairie dogs in 2013. Our work also has helped revitalize efforts to recover and eventually delist the black-footed ferret. There's actually a meeting in Fort Collins this week that Dan Tripp and a lot of our work is front and center in nationwide discussions, or west-wide discussions at least, on black-footed ferret recovery. Similarly, our aquatic researchers have developed methods to treat and eradicate important fish diseases. In one shining example, literally shining, and you can see them in the tank out in the parking lot, is the whirling disease-resistant rainbow trout that are now stocked throughout the state and catalyzing the return of naturally reproducing fisheries. So these are just two examples of how our in-house research has provided the know-how to protect and improve the health of Colorado's fish and wildlife resources. Beyond good knowledge and data, CPW science programs also have generated tools and practices used in hands-on fish and wildlife management in Colorado and beyond. And it looks like the slide didn't get swapped for the one from, but that's fine. Our scientists have developed, refined, and evaluated fish production techniques and stocking rates with the goals of improving hatchery efficiencies and angler returns. Having our own research hatchery has greatly facilitated those endeavors. Knowledge about hatchery fish production and ecology of natural fisheries was really sparse in the early years of the agency. Don't worry about it. It's not a big, it's back up there. Okay, that's fine. It was really sparse. We just didn't know a whole lot about it. Studies by our agency fish researchers helped optimize ways to distribute hatchery-reared fish, methods to control rough fish, and key environmental improvements in these hatcheries to increase natural productivity. The pioneering work is actually, just pretty much taken for granted as common knowledge today. But even today, new methods to improve spawning, hatching success, feeding formulations, and stocking rates are first tackled at our research hatchery in Bellevue. Our officers and biologists capture and handle lots of very large and sometimes toothy animals, often in really high-profile situations. And the picture that I had swapped out was actually a bear that was hanging out across the street from the first tee of the U.S. Senior Open golf tournament at the Broadmoor last summer, with hundreds of people and national media in the background. Thankfully, our officers and managers have access to safe, effective, and practical wildlife immobilization drugs. And that's because our wildlife veterinarians, who also happen to be capable scientists, developed the new drug combinations that have been specifically designed for our field staff to use. The combinations that we crafted work well in everything from black bears to moose. 2 of these are patented, and 1 is now the most widely prescribed wildlife immobilization compound in the U.S. Our vets also tailored the long-acting drug cocktails now used to reduce stress and improve translocation success for bighorn sheep, moose, and pronghorn. So suffice to say that our agency uses 1 or more of these or other applied research products nearly every day in managing fish and wildlife around the state. And the final, but by no means the least of the things that we strive as an agency to do every day is to gauge and engage Coloradoans and other constituents for feedback on how our state's parks, wildlife areas, and fish and wildlife resources should be managed. Our angler satisfaction surveys have a long-standing history beginning back around 1946. These surveys initially focused on using fish counts, angler preferences, and angling demands to calculate fishing pressure, and over time, the inquiries expanded to assess angling experiences and attitudes about fisheries management. Other early human dimensions research focused on long-range forecasts to predict demand for hunting, fishing, and wildlife watching. These studies also modeled direct and indirect impacts on state and local economies. Some surveys of hunters and local community members are ongoing, like our herd management plan public involvement processes. Some of these have focused on contentious issues like access, crowding, or spring bear hunting. Some, like the Durango study on bear-human conflict, have even affected changes in human behavior as well as changes in wildlife management. And more recent projects like the statewide Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, or SCORP, are recurring opportunities to better understand trends in recreation activity participation, land managers' concerns, and Colorado's recreation economy. Work is underway to more effectively evaluate CPW's hunter-angler outreach efforts, education programs, and state park visitor motivations and satisfactions. So our in-house science program and staff play an integral role in conserving and managing Colorado's fish and wildlife resources, and I really hope that's even clearer than it probably was before I started. If anyone does need more convincing, however, we're actually working on a more comprehensive historical report describing these and other research contributions, and I know Mr. Versteeg plans to share that with our commission when it's done. Now, all that said, we're not just resting on our laurels. Our staff scientists work daily with biologists and managers to help anticipate and tackle some of CPW's most pressing challenges. And we have plenty of science underway today, applied research done by our agency, for our agency, that will continue to shape everyday fish and wildlife management in Colorado for decades to come.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Comments or questions, commissioners? Commissioner McDaniel.
Could you give me a little background? Do we do a lot of work with other states? You talked a lot about what we do here in Colorado, but like with other states, states are having issues, for example, up in the Northeast or in the North, Minnesota, in that region, for example, big declines in moose populations. Are they working with us? Ours is obviously very healthy. We heard this morning, we're talking about increasing the number of permits, just as an example.
I'm not sure specifically about moose because those are somewhat different systems, but we certainly do work particularly with a lot of our neighbors and regionally here because the species and the habitats and the issues are a little bit more common. One example I can tell you from firsthand experience is we're involved with 4 other, actually 3 states and 1 other province doing a retrospective analysis of harvest management practices and chronic wasting disease prevalence. So that's extending well beyond Colorado. And part of the reason for that is we realize that there are enough differences. There are probably more differences between jurisdictions in how we have hunted, the timing of seasons and things like that than there are within one jurisdiction. And so it was a good opportunity to look at a broader scale. Some of our work on bighorn sheep management and investigating disease problems in bighorn sheep has definitely involved regional collaborations. And in fact, we actually rely on other labs because we don't have all of the in-house expertise for any of these things. And so there's a lot of collaboration. I'm sure Dr. Anderson could speak to some, and maybe he'll talk about some of those things when they talk later today about mountain lion work. But yeah, it's not solely in-house. The advantage, though, of us having our own program is we have a group that answer our questions as quickly as the resources become available to answer them. We aren't dependent on anybody else to find our questions important enough to answer. And that's what's really made us much more nimble and responsive over the years in looking at problems that are really pressing and looking ahead at problems that aren't pressing but are potentially going to be and getting out ahead of those. I can tell you, for example, with chronic wasting disease, by the time most people could spell CWD, we were already 5 years into a 10-year study looking at the susceptibility of cattle to chronic wasting disease because we knew that was a question that was going to come up. Somebody was going to ask. And those are the kinds of things that, speaking from personal example that I can, or personal experience that I can tell you have really put us as an agency in a great position over the years.
I think the director has a comment too.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to underscore a couple of things that Dr. Miller told you about because it's very unusual in today's world for a Fish and Wildlife Agency in the U.S. to have its own in-house research capability. There were many more that did historically 50 years or so ago, and through hard financial times, research is often one of the first things that gets cut until it's gone. And I've worked in an agency that did all of its research with universities. And I can tell you firsthand what Dr. Miller described. There's always this tension between what the university faculty people want to study and publish on and what you need to know as managers. So we always had to negotiate, and it was always a compromise. And we paid for those studies, but we didn't get everything that we wanted. And then universities today typically charge a 50% overhead rate on top of the cost of the project. So when we do this stuff, we save that 50%. So it's much more cost effective for us to do this work, and we can focus on things that we need to know to apply to our day-to-day management. So this is something that we in Colorado are very proud of having, and we hope that we can maintain into the future because as fewer and fewer states have this, we become much more valuable to those other agencies in other states as well. And in fact, Dr. Miller, I'll blow his horn a little bit, his expertise on chronic wasting disease as such. The European Union has reached out to Dr. Miller and asked for his advice, and he consults on that with countries around the world. where our leaders, you heard him say on the drug combinations that we're using now, that's easier for agencies to handle with all the federal laws that apply to scheduled drugs and so forth. So our benefits that we accrue for our management has a ripple effect throughout the U.S. So that just makes us doubly proud. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Director. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? Dr. Miller, I got to see you present on CWD at, a year ago, 18 months ago in San Diego to the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and the room was packed. So he is a scientist superstar.
Well, I appreciate you moving me to after lunch, honestly, because the only slot worse than the speaking slot right before lunch is the one right before the bar. So, I appreciate it. Thank you again for the time. We, on behalf of all of our researchers, we really appreciate the chance to do this. So,
thank you, Dr. Miller. I think Ms. Rogers is here. Yes. I hope you got a chance to have lunch and we didn't send you off researching the whole time.
Lunch, research is a good lunch to have, so it's all good. So thank you. What I'd like to say and to address the Commissioner's question is, to fill in the details, is that most of Baker's Peak Ranch has direct access from the public road. When the project started, there was public access. There was a small portion of the ranch that was not accessible from that road. And so for years, the neighbor to the ranch allowed the landowner of Baker's Peak Ranch to cross their property in order to access more directly that small portion of the ranch. The agreement with the neighbor was formalized in an access easement after this project was approved in 2016, in 2017. And following the recording of that access easement, the title company removed the exception from the title commitment. So CPW Real Estate is confident that there is suitable access to the property in order to support the third-party conservation easement.
Thank you.
Sure.
That really helps.
And I think that takes us to a motion.
And I will make a motion, we approve the project. So is there a specific wording?
This is one of the new improvements from the chairman and the staff.
That's good. That way you don't get messed up so much, John. I move to approve an increase in funding from $625,000 to $1,875,000 and permission to close the third-party conservation easement described in the Baker's Peak Ranch real estate proposal.
Second from Commissioner Haskett. Well, joint second then. Let's see. So we have a motion. It's been seconded. It's on the floor. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, not having a robust discussion, I think we can do this by voice vote as well. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I really appreciate you going through that research for.
I appreciate your diligence as well, Commissioner. Thank you.
I believe next is Danielle Eisenhart.
Hello again, Danielle Eisenhart, Regulations Manager and lead for the big game season structure process. Again, for the record, I did have a PowerPoint, Laura, for this presentation. All right, so thank you. CPW has just wrapped up our main public engagement outreach efforts for this upcoming big game season structure. And today I wanted to share some of the high-level preliminary results, including some of the main themes or takeaways that we heard from the public. So to gather input on this big game season structure process, CPW held 15 public meetings across the state from the middle of December through February 11th, which was the same time period that our online public comment form was open. So those locations are highlighted by the stars here on your slide. Through these agency meetings, we interacted with 458 participants in person. The CBA also organized a public meeting that was held here in Denver where CPW staff presented and attended. So including the CBA meeting, we reached 491 individuals. Also to note, at our Denver meeting, we had a Facebook live stream of that meeting, which over 6,000 people viewed and 179 people commented on. So it reached far more than the 15 people that attended that meeting in person. In addition to our in-person meetings, we also reached 4,749 individuals through our 2 telephone town halls. During those town halls, we called 25,000 residents as well as 25,000 non-resident big game hunters on separate evenings to participate in those events. The town hall phone number was also posted on our website, so anyone that was interested in participating could call in. During those town halls, CPW panel experts answered questions from the live audience related to big game season structure, and we also had a moderator who asked 6 polling questions of the audience, which participants could answer using the keypads on their telephones. We also held 2 focus group meetings in mid-March to dive deeper into the early season issues. Those meetings took place in Denver on March 15th and in Grand Junction on March 18th. Lastly, we'll be discussing big game season structure again this weekend with our Sportsman's Roundtable. The largest component of our public outreach efforts was our online public comment forum, which again was open from December 21st through February 11th. And we promoted and asked hunters to fill out this comment form at all of our public meetings, town halls, on our website, through social media, news releases, and even on radio programs. When the comment period closed, we had a total of 3,034 respondents that filled out the form, including 107 of those that were hard copy comment forms. Of those total respondents, 2,523 were residents, with the remainder being non-residents, so a little over 500. This map of Colorado, broken out by zip code, shows where the highest number of resident respondents claim to reside. Not surprising, there was a high level of responses from both sportsmen and women living on the western slope, as well as in locations near where big game season structure public meetings were held. As far as preferred method of take, 50% of our public comment form respondents were primarily archery hunters, followed by 40% rifle and 10% muzzleloader. So we're still trying to dive deep into the analysis and the data that we receive from the public comment forms and our other public outreach efforts, but I do have some high-level takeaways that I'd like to share today. And a more comprehensive look at those results will be provided to you in May as a part of our public outreach summary report. I also wanted to stress that these are comment form responses and not random survey results. So therefore, there is a bias towards those who are looking for change, being the individuals that would either attend meetings or take the time to fill out a public comment form. So some of our major themes, as we heard that crowding during the early seasons is a concern for folks. More than 80% of the total respondents were concerned to some degree with hunter crowding during the archery season. We also heard that archery should be limited in some fashion. While there was not overwhelmingly favored strategy for how the archery season could be improved, very few respondents asked for the archery season to remain status quo. That was only 28% wanted status quo. We also heard that archery and muzzleloader season should be separated on our public comment form. More than half, 52% of the total respondents felt the archery and muzzleloader season should be split apart entirely with no overlap. We did not hear the same concern during our focus group meetings, however. Those participants felt that people could self-select on whether they wanted to hunt during that overlap period, if they wanted to or not. These early season themes do show a major shift in archery hunters being willing to accept changes to the archery season that have not been noted in past season structures. We also heard that archery and muzzleloader seasons could be moved later. Moving the archery and muzzleloader elk seasons later to better overlap with the rut was also mentioned frequently by our respondents. Specifically, moving the archery season to the month of September was a common and popular sentiment. And we also heard a lot about herd health. Even though none of our questions specifically asked about concerns of herd health, it was one of the top topics that we heard voiced at our public meetings, as well as in our open-ended comment box on the comment form itself. General themes included concern about elk populations specifically, as well as avoiding hunting during the rut, decreasing female licenses, and increasing predator hunting opportunities. We also heard a lot about longer breaks. Keeping or expanding breaks between seasons was mentioned as a way to improve herd health and help redistribute animals back onto public lands. People were generally satisfied with our season lengths and timing. Over 50% of our hunters were satisfied with existing season length for elk, mule deer, and whitetail deer, as well as black bear and pronghorn. Of course, some people also wanted longer breaks between seasons, so there will be trade-offs that staff will have to consider when coming up with recommendations. We also heard about more bear hunting opportunities. So increasing bear hunting opportunities was a major theme, both on the public comment forum as well as our town halls. There was also a concern voiced for overpopulation of predators. And lastly, we heard that we're doing a good job with youth. We received lots of praise for our current youth hunting opportunities, including our youth outreach efforts, our low-priced youth licenses, youth preference, and our extended youth seasons. So I think we were pretty pleased with the response on youth. And though while not in scope of this BGSS, we also heard some repeated concerns from hunters revolving around resident, non-resident allocation, preference point creep, and the 2019 draw changes, including preference points and qualifying licenses, which the Commission discussed briefly this morning. It's clear that these topics are ones that the public would like the agency and the Commission to discuss more in the future. A number of comments also revolved around the impacts to wildlife coming from other outdoor recreationalists. So we're getting a lot of questions at this stage of what's next. So CPW will now begin drafting our staff recommendations, utilizing all the results that we heard from our public outreach efforts. A summary of those efforts and the report will be shared with both the Commission and the public in May, followed by draft staff recommendations in June. And using the feedback received from the Commission between now and June, we hope to have some final recommendations for the 2020 through 2024 Big Game Season Structure Commission approval in either July or September of this year. With this, I'd be happy to take any questions or feedback that the Commission might have on BGSS at this time.
Commissioners, I have substantial public comment. Would you like to ask questions, or would you like to hear the public comment first and then ask questions?
It's up to you. Your call. You're the chair.
Commissioner Vito.
I would prefer hearing customer comments or public comment.
Great. Danielle, if you'll stand by. I apologize. It might be Mr. or Miss Griffith. I'm sorry. Miss Griffith, welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Leah Griffith, Office Manager for the Colorado Outfitters Association. We just had some response from the membership of our association. The majority would like to see a shortening of the hunting duration in general, specifically with the archery seasons. And they would also like more time in between the seasons and to limit or eliminate the cow and doe hunts when above objective. Excuse me. And that's all I have.
Comments or questions, Commissioners? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Combs. Hope I pronounced that right. Welcome.
Yeah, Dale Combs. My name is Dale Combs. I'm from Meredith, Colorado. I've been an outfitter for over 40 years in the state of Colorado. One major concern I've seen in the last 5 to 10 years is a tremendous increase in the archery and muzzleloader hunters during the month of September. One result of this, I believe, is that it has pushed the breeding season or the rut of the elk back into October, and I've even witnessed the breeding going on as far as late as November. So I honestly think when you have the breeding season that late in the year, you have a lot smaller calves being born and a lot younger calves going into the winter, which consequently has a greater risk for winter kill from the younger calves. I would here to ask the commission to consider eliminating a week off of the archery season, do it a 3-week long season instead of 4 weeks. One other thing I would ask the commission to consider is having more days between the seasons, especially first and second season. I think it'd be a tremendous help in transition of hunters from the first season to second season, and also give those animals a break. So thank you.
Thank you. Those are thoughtful comments. Any comments or questions, commissioners? Commissioner Vigil.
Did Dr. Miller leave already?
I did see him leave.
Yeah, because that would be a good research question is, does that delay of the rut season really impact our calf recruitment, elk calf recruitment? I mean, I understand, you live there, you've seen it.
Right.
But boy, I'd like to have some real data.
Yeah.
We'll take that down for a future meeting.
Yeah, one other comment on that. I mean, I have personally witnessed cows being bred the first part of November. And so I do, and the bulls a lot of times when they're bugling, they just shut up in September when there's a lot of pressure on them. And then I hear them bugling and in the rut later in October and November. And that's what I personally witnessed. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up, Mr. Canterbury. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Wildlife Commissioners and Chairman Mr. Howard. And today I'm representing short time for CCA, Colorado Cattlemen's Association. And on this subject, this is probably the first time in history that I could stand up here and say that the cattlemen across most of the state have seen the elk numbers come down, and they are good with reducing cow licensing. So just wanted to relay that to you. Unless they're in an over-objective unit, the cattlemen don't have a problem with taking care of the cows for a while, and if there's problems, we'll look at that later on. Then personally, I'm an outfitter also, and I'd like to see the archery season move to the month of September, 1st September to whenever it ends at the end. I wouldn't oppose, I've heard so many things brought forth, but splitting it up, even possibly having the first half of September an archery hunt versus the second half a separate archery hunt where they choose which part of the season they want to hunt. Because in the open units, one area where I live at home, over-the-counter archery tags, we're just got too many hunters in there, and we need to do something. So I'm leaving it up to you guys to actually see the final result before I can say what I really want, but I know you're working on that. And we definitely need some rest between the seasons, a little more than, we can't keep pressuring stuff. We're running it out of the mountains down to the private property and in some areas, and some guys like that and some don't. But that's about all I have.
Thank you, Bill. Can I just make, it's not, oh, Commissioner Garcia, make a comment,
You're
please.
the second outfitter to talk about increasing the rest period. And so what does that do to the overall season? Are you talking about reducing the number of seasons, the length of those seasons? How do we extend that?
Well, what you could do on some of it is, in archery, there's not a lot we can do if we have a whole month of September. But then we could move the first rifle elk season towards the 1st of October and leave a little bigger break between, and you could even start a season during the week instead of on a weekend to give a few more days in between, you know, the first and the second season. So that there's a lot of options you have there that hopefully you'll look at and decide, you know, what you guys think is best. But we're driving the animals out earlier every year, even during the archery from the high country where public hunters can hunt and outfitters outfit. And I'm seeing it in my area just more and more, to where we're lucky if we have any elk the first 5-day elk rifle season left in the wilderness area, and they're gone for the winter.
Thank you.
I just want to highlight one thing that Mr. Canterbury said, which was that it may not be obvious to folks in the audience and maybe some new commissioners, but for cattlemen's to say that they're okay with the population size, it's quite a change, I think, from 10 or 15 years ago when we had, what, Director, correct me if I'm wrong, 100,000 more elk on the landscape and a lot of problems with conflict with agriculture. So appreciate that statement. Thanks very much. Mr. Ingram, Colorado Wildlife Federation.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Ken Ingram, Colorado Wildlife Federation. It's always a pleasure to talk to the commissioners and wish you the best, our new director, short term. But anyway, my comments today, though, are more personal. Sometimes we have a kind of a corporate perspective within our organization. You know, but I've been hunting over 50 years in Colorado, and you learn a few things every year. And I'm going to start with kind of what I think is what I hope you focus in on, and then I'll end with that too. And I think we need to focus on the resource. Hunting opportunity has to come second. We all love hunting opportunity, but we have to focus on the resource. Within that, I have several questions, and then I have a couple of perspectives out there. One of the questions is, how much hunting pressure can we really put on deer and elk, and especially elk in September? It's a real big question. And it never used to be an issue years ago, but it is an issue today out there. And it's an answer that I think has to be answered before you make significant changes in your hunting structure out there. How important is it to protect the quiet period? How, you know, is it even necessary? And if so, should it be longer? I tend to be one that says we need to protect the quiet period for these elk, and right now it's minimal, okay, between what we have in archery and what we have in the first rifle season out there. But that's a real important question, and I think it's a biologist question too. You need to get the feedback from them as to how important that quiet period is, because there's divergence even in the sportsman community about that. How possible or not is it to expand hunting days or even time between the seasons? Not easy. Not easy. We already have a lot of days where these animals are pursued. And then, you know, how can you create a longer period, say between the first rifle and the second rifle out there? Not easy again. So, you know, historically in this 5-year big game season structure, the changes have not been massive. They've been minimal. But again, I don't see a great opportunity for creating more time between the seasons unless you want to reduce hunting opportunity somewhere along the way. And the muzzle and archery, you know, the perspective I have is that both of them can work together. You know, there's talk about creating a separation between the two. I think the hunters can work together. The archery people said that years ago. I've been muzzleload hunting, and there's been archers in the field, and we work together. Any hunting opportunity has risk, and we can't eliminate the risk. And the current system does work out there, and you know it's not a wish list, because the muzzleloaders would like to have a week later, and I'm sure the archery guys would like to be hunting in October. Chances for both are probably not very great for that happening. Non-resident, even though it's not a major issue, the non-resident allocation, years ago I represented sportsmen for the big game license allocation group in 2005. And I knew, based on that stakeholder group, how difficult and how important it was that we have a fair non-resident allocation of licenses, I don't think it's going to be easy or even possible to reduce that non-resident allocation at base 35% or change the 80-20, even though the 80-20 ones have been frozen. But the non-resident, I'm a resident, but I value. All I see, I don't see resident or non-resident when I'm in the field. I see hunters. And so, again, we need to protect the non-resident hunter opportunity, I think, in Colorado. And then lastly, let's focus on the resource. You know, that's everything. If we don't take care of the resource, folks, nothing else matters out there. The days in the field, you can reduce my hunting time in half as long as I can hunt every year out there. But the resource for elk is a little bit challenged, and I think you need to factor that in, what we do with the season structure. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Kent. Mr. Hildy from the Colorado Bowhunters Association.
Chairman Howard, Acting Director Versteeg, Commissioners, thanks again for this time to talk. My name is Steve Hildy. I'm with the Colorado Bowhunters Association. This year is our 50th year in existence. We're an all-volunteer organization for some of the new commissioners here. I previously said in front of the commission that we have 2,000 dues-paying members, but the truth of the matter is, and what the board reminded me, is our membership is a family membership, and based on previous surveys, we have 4,000 unique dues-paying, license-carrying members within our organization. CBA has always been involved in season structure design. It's one of our highest priorities. As I hear some of the comments earlier, we're very supportive of sound biological management. In one of the BGSS meetings that I attended, what I was told by Andy Holland, I believe, was that our elk population statewide is 282,000 elk. I believe we're at or slightly above objective on elk. So that's certainly good news. BGSS is a monumental task for staff, and I'd like to say thanks to Danielle and her team. It's also a monumental task for us as an organization. I attended 3 meetings. We held 2 membership meetings. We used email and social media campaigns to get our members to participate in a survey, and I'd like to send that out to all of the commission. I've sent it out once previously. I'd invite you to read the results and call me with any questions, and I'd like to share a few of the highlights. We had 474 responses to our survey. We have an early season deer proposal on the table, which the commission approved as in scope. In terms of the number of respondents who do not support our early deer season proposal, that was only 18%. Not only did we ask specific questions about do you support it, we asked why do you support it. 64% of the respondents said they felt it would improve the elk hunt, and 40% said it would be an awesome deer hunt and that they wanted to participate in that. And we only have 11,000 deer hunters compared to 48,000 elk hunters. We also asked the question, do you support totally limiting archery elk licenses? 76% of the respondents said, no, I don't support that. We went on to say, if you were going to have limitations, what would that look like? Again, a very specific question, which differed greatly from some of the BGSS staff questions. 66% of the respondents said they support unlimited over-the-counter elk hunting for residents, but we need to figure out what do we do about non-residents. Right now, the split in over-the-counter licensing is it's 52% resident and 48% non-resident. The last question that was not a qualifying question was, bear with me here, do you support a September 1st archery start date for elk season, which was Robert Bray, Commissioner Bray's proposal? 85% of the respondents said, yes, we support that. So one of the things from this meeting is I had a discussion with Bill earlier, and I think prior to the May meeting, we'd like to hold a meeting between the Outfitters Association, the Cattlemen's Association, anybody who'd like to participate, to see if we can gather some alignment on some of these topics that seem to be in disagreement and come back to the commission with some form of alignment. So thanks very much for the time. I'd entertain any questions if you have them.
Commissioners, comments or questions? Commissioner Bray.
Just want to thank you, Steve. As we see the comments, and you and we visited offline several times, your sport is growing.
Yes.
Exponentially, your sport is growing, whereas perhaps rifle hunting and some of those others are more stagnant. But there's going to come a time we're going to have to figure out some way to limit it or avoid overcrowding one week versus another. I would welcome your organization's input in how eventually we're going to have to regulate you guys some way or another.
Yes.
And I particularly don't like to go down the resident non-resident route. What's fair for both sides, and so I would welcome some ideas, whether it be split the season, whether we have a month-long season, whether we have early deer, well, wherever they all land, do we split it? If we do, how would you propose splitting it? Because I can foresee if we just said, okay, we have the month of September, and we just 2 weeks and 2 weeks. I can foresee the second 2 weeks is going to be hammered, and the first 2 weeks are going to be light. I can foresee that. So then you'd have to jump, well, we're only going to allocate so many licenses per time. So I would welcome your organization's thoughts on that, because I think that's a real discussion. If it doesn't happen right now, I think it's coming if your sport continues to grow as it has.
It's certainly an interesting conversation. You talk about recruitment and retention, and we're growing, and so what do? Do you squash that or not? And some of our members would say, well, maybe we should have 5 weeks in archery elk season because they're declining. I think as you look at our proposal around early season deer, we're recognizing the growth, and if you look at that, it's an attempt and a proposal to shift some of that participation into what could be a premier deer season. And so we're recognizing the growth, and I think that proposal is one that could work, and we're saying, let's try that and see what happens. So I think our organization and most of the bow hunters that I've talked to would oppose 2 separate season, and we would oppose anything less than a 30-day west of I-25 season. But we're open to further discussion for sure.
Commissioners? Commissioner Garcia.
Steve, I thought, from looking back at your materials, it's been a while, but refresh my memory, that your organization would prefer some sort of limited license on either sex, as opposed to an antler only, for instance, approach. Is that fair?
Well, as we looked at E16, which we just went through, which was Eagle and Pitkin counties, that discussion came before the commission, before I had the opportunity really to survey our membership. And so as we looked at that, and as we look at south of Highway 50 and the continued discussions of what are we going to do about declining cow-calf ratios, I think we're open to some discussions there. I've got a meeting with our organization on Thursday night. E16 was 4,500 elk. Our take was going to be 35 cow elk. If you look at some of the Southwest units that Scott Wade is a senior biologist for, there you're talking about a herd population of 20,000 elk in one particular herd. And certainly we have some time in BGSS to survey our members again. I don't know what the right answer is. We're going to discuss options, and we're open to collaborating with staff and continued discussions. And I think we have a little bit of time, because as I understand, either sex licensing versus bull only or cow only, those discussions or those decisions would be coming after BGSS in the form of issue papers. Does that answer your question at all?
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment I have, Commissioners. Any further comment or discussion? Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Bray.
Daniel, did you say, and again, I haven't looked at this before March, but that your survey was 50% were bow hunters?
Yes, I believe 50% archery, 40% rifle, and 10% muzzleloader.
That doesn't reflect our actual license sales.
That's correct. So I think we did a good job of getting the word out there that we were focusing on the early
well, it goes what the
seasons.
Commissioner
And
Bray said earlier, that's an organization that's active and they're out there and they're participating in these meetings. And so, but it does tilt our results somewhat. We need to remember that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bray.
Yeah, just my overall comments. I'm not surprised by the survey results, and from a personal standpoint, I fully support a September 1st archery start date, and I would really encourage to look for ways to increase length between seasons, particularly between first and second. Between second and third isn't quite a big deal, but between third and fourth, a very short window as well. I would look for opportunities to do that. And again, there's various mechanisms there. We can shorten those 2 middle seasons or whatever comes up, change season lengths, number of seasons, whatever. I know there's lots of options out there, but my comments would go right in line. We need a bigger rest period between those short time frames. And I would also caution, though, there is an agreement with the livestock industry on rifle seasons not to start before the 10th of October. And the whole reason behind that is because, particularly in western Colorado, majority of cattle and sheep operators have permits on the national forest, and they have to come off by the 10th. It's not inclusive, but nearly all of them have to come off their ranges by the 10th of October. And having people up there gathering cattle and people hunting all at the same time, I can speak from experience, doesn't bode well for either side. So those permits, for the most part, end by the 10th of October, and that's a long-standing agreement. We try to limit the hunting best we can during that period. So I want to caution we don't want to overstep that too thoroughly.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. I agree with what Robert said. I think the break between first and second is an important one, and having that break between archery and first is just as important. Archery season, they did a study, I think it was in the 90s, in the White River herd, and they did show that the archery season pushed some animals off, and that break after archery season before first season allows those animals to move around again. But the one between first and second, I think, is also needed too. Our hunter harvest is down in the second season, our satisfaction is down, and we need to look at that also. But I think we're getting on the right track.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioner? I don't think we have any action here, do we, Danielle?
No, it was just an information item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Partners in the Outdoors Program. Mr. Zimmer, welcome. It's got to be an exciting month for you.
A little busy, yeah. Cool. Members of the Commission, Chairman Howard, Executive Director Gibbs, Acting Director Versteeg, thanks for the time. It's appreciated. My name is Dan Zimmer, and I'm the Statewide Partnership Coordinator with the agency, and I'm here to provide a report on the Partners in Outdoors program. The program lives in the Information Education Branch under the leadership of our Section Manager, Jennifer Anderson, and Assistant Director, Gary Thorson. I'd like to start out, though, with a question. How do we as an agency build alignment, awareness, and trust with our partners throughout the state? And in thinking about this question, I'm reminded of a story that was shared with me by one of our key partners. Recently, I sat down with Matt Gray. He's executive director of the Friends of Colorado State Parks. And he recalled walking into an early session of the Future Generations bill down at the Capitol. As he's sitting there waiting to testify, he realized there's more than 24 people also waiting to testify in support of the bill. And as he looked around, he quickly realized that most of them were members of the co-op, or the Colorado Outdoor Partnership. And he was amazed at the diversity of organizations that were there, and he could feel the sense of camaraderie, mutual respect, and support in the room. And he knew that things would go well. And that support gave him the confidence and trust in his message as a member of the co-op, that his voice was an important part of a shared effort. So the first initiative of the program I'd like to talk about is just that, the Colorado Outdoor Partnership, or co-op for short. The co-op was developed in conjunction with the 2016 Partners in the Outdoors Conference, where we convened leaders from across the state of Colorado representing outdoor recreation, conservation, agriculture, business, and public land management. And during this initial summit, these leaders examined the following question: how do we advance and balance both outdoor recreation and conservation throughout the state? And during those discussions, it was clear to those participants in this executive summit that they were concerned with what Colorado will look like in the future. And they wanted to be sure that the abundance of our wildlife species, the stunning landscapes, and world-class outdoor recreational opportunities that we have in Colorado today are here for future generations. Thus, they agreed to coalesce, and they formed the Colorado Outdoor Partnership. This group now has created a formal structure, and it meets on a quarterly basis, has guiding documents, and is overseen by a steering committee of key members. CPW serves as the convener of this coalition. And during the early stages of the group's formation, it became clear that Colorado is facing unique challenges as one of the fastest growing states, populations in the country, and a booming outdoor recreation industry and economy. So amidst these apparent juxtaposition of challenges, the group realized that most importantly, the amount of land available for recreation and conservation is finite. Thus, the co-op developed the following vision statement to address these challenges. In 2050, Colorado's people and economy will thrive because of our healthy lands, waters, wildlife, working farms and ranches, and improved hunting, angling, and outdoor recreation opportunities for all. And to do this, the co-op has committed to two key things. One being promoting the importance and stewardship of public and private lands and waters with an emphasis on habitat conservation and outdoor recreation. And number two, supporting, improving, and strengthening both public and private funding for these shared priorities. Early achievements of the co-op included the passage of 2 bills in last year's legislative session, including the Future Generations Act and the reauthorization of the Colorado Lottery. Currently, the co-op is focusing its work on 2 areas. The first being the development of a working document called the Colorado Pathway. And the pathway document will flesh out specific metrics that will measure what success will look like in 2050. And secondly, the co-op is exploring alternative funding options based on the recent funding study released by the Meridian Institute. A second initiative of both the Partners Program and the co-op is the Colorado Outdoor Principles, which this commission formally adopted a couple years ago in 2016. Recognizing Colorado as a leader across the nation, being the first to adopt these principles. They're originally known as the SHIFT principles and were developed by a coalition of outdoor recreationists and public land managers in Wyoming. When the co-op became aware of these principles, they realized there's a lot of synergy between these principles that were developed by that national coalition and the work of the co-op here in Colorado. However, as they dug into the principles, they realized it was important that they work for our state, that they work for Colorado. So they adopted them, primarily adding an additional principle recognizing the role of private lands in conservation. And the co-op, through its outreach committee, along with the Partners Program, is asking our partners across the state to also adopt these principles, which can be done at the co-op's website, which you see there on the screen, copartnership.org or copartnership.org. Now, the significance of these principles is they leverage outdoor recreation for conservation gains. And really what it does is it gives the broad group of stakeholders who have an interest in Colorado's outdoors a common platform to focus on our shared priorities to both advance and balance outdoor recreation and conservation in our state. Believe that you receive these cards that kind of highlight those principles for more detail. And the last initiative of the program I'd like to talk about is our annual conference, which in a few short years has become the signature platform in Colorado for those across the entire spectrum of the outdoors to network and collaborate and gather as we work to advance those challenges of balancing recreation and conservation in our state. Since its inception in 2014, you can see it's had tremendous growth, over 300% in both the number of attendees as well as the number of organizations participating. This year, for the second year in a row, we sold out the conference, and we'll have over 500 individuals participating and just under 250 organizations working in the outdoors, gathering to work towards these 4 goals: networking, collaboration, partner recognition, professional development, and our Partners in the Outdoors grant program. Conference surveys over the past few years have shown that the #1 value of the conference to such a broad representation of organizations is just that broad representation. That's what's unique about the conference. It provides platform to network across all sectors of the outdoors. As the conference has grown, it's also allowed us to attract nationally renowned speakers. This year we'll be bringing in Dr. Carolyn Finney. She's doing work that's gaining a lot of attention in the diversity, equity, and inclusion realm. And then we're also bringing in Stacy Bear, who's a National Geographic Outdoor Adventure of the Year. He's going to be talking about the value of health, outdoor recreation to health. We've also inundated with session proposals from our partners, ensuring us with the very best breakout sessions where our partners will be able to stay abreast of current issues, initiatives, programs, and projects happening across the state. This year's conference will happen in just 2 short weeks up in Breckenridge, April 24th to the 26th, where we're going to ask our partners to join us as we shift from planning to action. And this is in reference to our recently released statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, or SCORP for short. Under the leadership of our policy and planning unit and in outreach to stakeholders, partners, and citizens across the state, we feel that we've developed one of the finest SCORP plans in the nation. Thus, at this year's conference, we're going to ask, use the 2 following guiding questions. 1, how do we continue to collaborate, shifting from successful planning to on-the-ground implementation? And number 2, more importantly, how might we turn this plan into action that will make a meaningful impact on the outdoors in Colorado? And with that, I'd like to wrap things up on the program by thanking the many commissioners that are able to attend the conference this year. Thank you. It's appreciated. And number 2, I ask that you share your experiences at the conference with your colleagues and your partner networks to help us to continue to foster that robust partnership network that we've developed here within the agency so we can support our work to build awareness, alignment, and trust amongst our partners throughout the state. And if we have a few minutes, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions or comments, Commissioners? Commissioner Schaefer.
I'll just make the comment, the growth in the conference has been astounding to watch. And the level of interest, as you mentioned, across this broad spectrum of users is fairly unique anywhere. My question is, given that steady rate of growth, what is the potential? What's the cap on what this thing actually looks like? Because it seems as if the interest is not dying down.
Yeah, that's a good question. We're trying to figure that out ourselves. We're going to be looking for a larger facility next year. We were under contract at the Beaver Run Resort through this year. So we'll be looking to find a larger facility that's kind of geographically centrally located along that I-70 corridor in the mountains.
Mr. Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the great report. I would share that I've also drank the Kool-Aid, and I think this is a great opportunity. So I was visiting with my neighbor here and encouraging him to certainly try to come. The other thing I would just sort of underscore about the closing speaker, Stacey Bear, is he brings a veterans perspective, really important veterans perspective, which is another area that I think we in Colorado can really own as part of this whole outdoor community and this inclusivity component. So if you haven't heard him speak before, he is really spectacular and compelling. So just a comment about kind of the framework that he brings in. He's also recovering addict, and the outdoors saved him truly, and his story is as powerful as Eric Weinmayer's was last year in a different way. So way to go. I mean, it's a really spectacular program, and it's nice to start seeing it kind of bubble up from all different kinds of pockets. And people mention it, and the sort of the cross section that it brings together. And I think given the demands on our outdoor spaces and our wildlife and everything else that we've talked about today, this is about the only way that we're going to try to figure out how to crack this nut together. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Adams.
Yes, thank you again for your work. I look forward to attending and presenting at the session in a couple of weeks. I did have a question about the co-op. I just took a quick glance at all of the logos, and I've been working my way through the SCORP plan, and I've been sharing that with some of the organizations that I work with, including Outdoor Afro and Brown Girls Climb and Native Women's Wilderness, and none of them were aware of this amazing plan and these different opportunities to engage. So just curious on how the co-op partnerships or partners were identified, and if there are other opportunities to either extend or other opportunities to engage additional organizations.
Cool. Thanks for your questions. I think first that there was extensive outreach early on in the process. I sat on one of the planning committees with my colleagues in policy and planning, and we did extensive outreach to organizations across the spectrum, especially as many contacts as we had from organizations working on DEI issues. So we did get significant participation. Moving forward, I think the conference is that platform where all organizations are going to be welcome to participate. We're going to work together and carry this theme on. Our plan right now is carry this theme on in the coming years to see if we can make some measurable impacts against those priority areas that were identified in the plan.
Okay, so how does one become an official partner, though, I guess is my question. And is there term limits? Just a little bit more information would be helpful.
In regards to the co-op in particular, right now that's run through at the steering committee, which is, again, it's just a representation from key individuals on the co-op representing those various sectors that we talked about. Right now, that is an issue that they're looking at. They're looking at the representation and balance on the coalition. And I expect that they may be taking some action in the coming months to expand that. Initially, the decision was made, let's get our feet under us, let's get through the forming, storming, norming stages, and then develop our mission and vision, and now we're at that point.
Right. Well, that's wonderful to hear. And again, I think one of the things that I'm really working on, so my background is in educational equity at the federal and state level. And one of the things I've been really mindful of is that meaningful participation throughout the process of diverse groups and different perspectives. So happy to hear that there will be opportunities down the line. But again, want to encourage in any work that we're doing to ensure that those diverse voices are engaged at the beginning of the process, and happy to serve as a liaison and thought partner in that process. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Dean.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
Just real quick, I was looking back at slide 3. Population growth over the next 40 or over 40 years, 63%. The acres of protected land down 63%. So that what tells me is that the one thing that remains constant is the number of acres of protected land. Is that your projection? It just stays even?
The data in this slide was developed from the 2014 SCORP report, and then it combined with data from our partners at the Nature Conservancy. And then the population data was pulled from the state demographer's office to develop that slide. Yeah.
But that's the projection, is it?
That was a projection that we developed.
Number of acres stays.
At the time the slide was produced, I guess, is that based on a projection at that time. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Ms. Urbanek and GOCO.
Thank you, Chairman, Acting Director Versteeg, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs. It's a full house today. And a really warm welcome to Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Schaefer, and Commissioner Vardy. Your partners at GOCO are really excited to roll up our sleeves and work with you. My name is Emily Urbanek. I'm GOCO's liaison to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, for those of you who I haven't met yet. And given all of the transition over the last 4 to 5 months, I'm going to spend a few minutes giving a very brief GOCO 101 and then diving into some of the highlights from our board meeting last month. GOCO's mission, which is defined in the Constitution, is to help the people of Colorado preserve, protect, enhance, and manage the state's wildlife, park, river, trails, and open space heritage. GOCO lives in the Constitution. GOCO was born out of a sense by Coloradans that they could lose the very thing that makes this place, Colorado, an amazing place to live, work, and play. Our rivers, our trails, our open spaces, and our wildlife. The Colorado legislature approved a lottery in the mid-'80s with the intent of those dollars to benefit the outdoors in some way, shape, or form. And given priorities at the time, that vision was never really fully realized. So in the late 80s, early 90s, then Governor Romer tapped leaders in natural resources and public policy from across the state to think through how those dollars could best be invested to benefit the outdoors. And that group put forth a recommendation that became a 1992 ballot initiative that the citizens voted on that created the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund. So this pie chart on the left is the entire lottery pie, and I know that our partners and friends from the Colorado Lottery will be speaking after me, so I'm sorry if I'm stealing some thunder here. GOCO receives 50% of lottery proceeds capped at 1992 levels, and this year that's about $70 million. When we hit that constitutional cap, that spillover rolls into the K-12 Capital Education Fund, which is that small slice at the bottom. 40% of lottery proceeds go to what's called the Conservation Trust Fund, and that lives within the Department of Local Affairs. And counties and municipalities across the state receive that funding annually, and it's really critical funding to our parks and rec departments across the state. Municipal swimming pools, tennis courts. A lot of times communities bank their CTF dollars year over year and come in with that as matched to GOCO applications or state trails applications. So really important slice of lottery pie right there. And then the final 10% goes to State Parks Capital Construction Fund. So that's the lottery pie. And then moving across the screen, the Constitution defines GOCO's 4 funding quadrants. Outdoor recreation, which is what we call the parks quadrant, wildlife, local government, and open space. And those pots of funding have to remain substantially equal over a period of time. The Constitution also defines GOCO's board responsibility and makeup. Currently, we have a 17-person board. The board is the fiduciary of the trust fund. We have 2 members from each congressional district, and they cannot be of the same political party. 2 members must live west of the Continental Divide. We have 1 board member that represents agricultural interests, and we share 2 members of the Parks and Wildlife Commission along with the Director of Natural Resources, all of whom are full voting board members, and right now that's Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hauser. So any questions on this slide? That was a lot that I just threw at everybody. Drilling down into our 4 funding quadrants, half of our money after the merger in 2011 goes to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And this pot of money for the most part is non-competitive. And Justin outlined a lot of what was in this year's investment proposal, and I'll get into that in a little bit. And then the other half of our money is in competitive grant programs in our open space and local government quadrant. And these are just a few of the grant programs that we run within those funding quadrants. So the GOCO board met last month, and Commissioner Hauser gave a great overview of the event that we had to celebrate the Fisher's Peak closing. Our partners at the Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy, and not to mention the entire city of Trinidad, turned out for that event. It was phenomenal. We missed you, Commissioner Vigil, but there'll certainly be more reasons to celebrate down there. Regional Manager Dan Prenslow really brought the house down with some of his comments. And I want to thank Crystal Drayling for all of her work in helping and presenting to the GOCO board while she wasn't officially working. So at the GOCO board meeting, the board approved $5.4 million in competitive grants, and this included 22 local parks projects across the state, 8 planning grants, and our schoolyard grants, which were also scattered across the state. And Assistant Director Heather Dugan was able to help in our review process for that grant program, so I wanted to thank her. And our spring board meeting is typically when the GOCO board approves CPW's annual investment plan. And as Justin said, this year's was about $40 million, $18 million to the outdoor recreation parks purpose quadrant. And Justin really touched all of the big changes in that quadrant this morning. I did want to highlight on the wildlife side, this year's investment proposal included continued support of the Wildlife Small Capital Program, the establishment of a fire and fuels mitigation program similar to what GOCO has historically funded on the park side, the establishment of an aquatic habitat program, and an equipment fund for critical equipment for habitat restoration projects across the state. And I did want to touch on Commissioner Vigil's comments about migration corridors this morning as well. Because GOCO has fully realized the value of migration corridors, especially when it comes to our open space investments over time, and that the corridor itself is as important as the winter range and summer camping grounds. So we're actively participating in the Colorado Transportation Alliance and certainly see investment in that in future years. So thank you for those comments. And then finally at the March board meeting, the board kicked off officially the 2020 strategic planning process. GOCO is committed to strategic planning approximately every 5 years. Our strategic plans are really important because they guide a 5-year funding plan for the organization. So you will be hearing a lot more about this from me, from Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hauser over the next 12 months, and we really hope, GOCO really hopes to roll up our sleeves with this group in particular come summer and fall and work on alignment of priorities together. So that's it for me today. There's no questions.
Any comment from our 2 GOCO commissioners? Any comments or questions then?
No, it's been a pleasure to be on the GOCO board and working with Emily, and looking forward to 5 years of work.
5 years of work. Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Oh, Director.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to add, you know, the last GOCO board meeting, that was my first meeting, just like today's my first CPW meeting. But just want to say thank you so much to you and the whole GOCO team. GOCO is such a huge partner with CPW and all the great programming that we're able to do. Part of this group, just very much important, you know, to get things done. So thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Thanks.
Next up is Colorado Lottery. Colin, great to see you again.
It's always a pleasure. Chair Howard and Commissioners, Acting Director Versteeg and Executive Director Gibbs. For those who do not know me, my name is Colin Waters. I am the Community Relations Specialist with the Colorado Lottery, and as Emily mentioned, we are happy and proud to be one of the funding sources for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Did have an opportunity to join our friends at GOCO at their last board meeting down in Trinidad to celebrate the purchase of Crazy French Ranch and Fisher's Peak. What an incredible accomplishment, and would like to thank all of the CPW individuals along with GOCO, the City of Trinidad, the Trust for Public Land, and the Nature Conservancy for making this happen so quickly. having been to Trinidad a few times and knowing the history of this, it was so great to finally see this come together. We're very excited to be a funding partner of it, and hopefully for several more years to come as that area gets developed. So if you guys have not had a chance to see that, and I'm sure all of you have, it doesn't look like this since 1907. There's a few more trees on that piece of land, although the city actually looks slightly bigger. It's been far too long since I've had a chance to update you on the Colorado Lottery and how we are progressing through this is now 37th year here in Colorado. We are still, and proud of this, one of the only states that provides not only funding a part of it, but almost all of our funding goes to the outdoors. We have had CPW as our one of our primary beneficiaries since the beginning in 1983. That's always been 10%, but as Emily mentioned, with the addition of GOCO as well, funding does come through GOCO through the lottery as well, and we're very excited that we get to make the impact that we do. Since 1983, the lottery has generated over $13 billion in sales here in Colorado. And throughout this time, we have averaged just approximately 25% of our proceeds return back to Colorado. And to date, that fund is over $3.3 billion, with approximately $330 million going directly to the park side of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. As an update for this year, we're doing very well, mostly because of our Powerball and Mega Millions run in October, but we do have some games out there that are really helping drive our proceeds distribution. I'm happy to report that now through the end of December, we've given back approximately $9 million to Parks and Wildlife, and we are looking actually at the end of the year having over $15 million that we can give back. That money, again, can only be used for capital construction projects, but it does go towards the things that really I can almost consider the doorstep, the nature centers, the welcome centers, the campgrounds for all of the state parks. We're very excited because this number continues to grow because we've made some changes at the lottery that allow us to meet the GOCO cap, exceed the GOCO cap, and generate as much money as we can for our partners. And like I mentioned, over $300 million back to Colorado Parks and Wildlife since 1983. One of the reasons that we're able to do what we do every year is that we have an extensive list of retailers. They range from small mom and pop stores to the large big box grocery stores, King Soopers, Safeway. And this has been a great year. We have had over $613 million, which was a sales record for us last fiscal year. And in calendar year, we had 29 retailers that did more than $1 million in sales. Daytona Mart, which is located in just, I guess, West Aurora, right over the border of Denver, was our top retailer. This store has dedicated itself to be a lottery retailer. And last year alone, they generated over $450,000 from one store, and we have 3,200 stores. They did $1.9 million in sales alone, and we could fit about 6 of those stores in here. They are known as a lottery store, and we appreciate all that they do. But it's also King Soopers that generated $27 million in proceeds. And during our trip down to Trinidad, Safeway, which doesn't have as many retailer outlets as King Soopers, actually asked if there's a way that we could partner with them to let people know that they are kind of a portion of the proceeds distribution. And so when people are grocery shopping there, they know that the money is actually being returned right back into the community. So every year we make sure that they are aware of what the impact is to the state of Colorado. And we are actually in the process right now of getting these printed, and we'll be delivering them to all of our retailers. I did want to mention one retailer, and I think it's very unique, is the Denver International Airport. It's the busiest place in all of Colorado, and over the last few years we have been able to kind of infiltrate just a little bit here and there. Now we have 13 standalone vending machines. They have jumped 100 spots in our latest retailer. They're actually number 4, I believe, right now. And we have worked really closely with them because that's such a great place for people coming into Colorado to let them know that we, as the Colorado Lottery, are the only state where you get to play both our games and you get to play outdoors. This is our brand new DIA Experience Zone. We opened it right before the Christmas holidays. It's located on Concourse A, where Frontier is located. It's a place where people can just kind of stop and relax, recharge, and also purchase a Colorado Lottery ticket. And we have messaging, it's a little bit difficult to see in these two images, about exactly what that impact is to Colorado. So if you ever have the opportunity to visit there, please do check it out. DIA has been a wonderful partner for us. We're looking at other airports just because it is the entry point for Colorado. So please check that out if you do have an opportunity to do that. As I mentioned, Colorado being the only state where we give all of our money to the outdoors, we have a unique position to brand alongside that. And we have found that here in Colorado, when people are aware of where the lottery funds go, and especially if it is something that they particularly have favorability towards, that they are more likely to purchase tickets. This last summer, we had our Play On recap. It was our Play On Proceeds campaign, which was in its second year. We located billboards all across the state, a lot here in the metro area. This is just outside of Golden on I-70 headed west, where we took that message from playing our lottery tickets to actually creating the funds that they create. So the year before, it didn't really have that connection, and this year we said we're turning tickets into trails, scratch tickets into state parks, to really drive home that point that we are a key contributor to the funding here in Colorado. And when people do find out that the funding goes to that, they're more likely to increase their spending. We've also recently found out that hunters and snowmobilers excuse me, are more likely to spend $20 or higher than any other outdoor activity. And that includes fishing, camping, mountain biking, trail walking, whatever that might be. They are more likely to spend. So these are essentially some of the same people that you interact with on a daily basis. So we are really excited to continue making this message that we are the only state that does this, and when you do purchase it, it stays in your communities. And just a few final thoughts. It's been a very interesting year for the Colorado Lottery. We have had some changes, and I'd like to introduce just in a moment one of the key changes to our executive team here at the Lottery. But as we've kind of, as I've shown and we have felt at the Lottery, is that when we associate ourselves with the outdoor, that we actually have a better marketing avenue. And so we've actually adopted the Colorado Outdoor Principles, which was one of the steps that we were asked to do through working with Dan Zimmer and our new executive director, to say that we're in this with you, that we want to be more than just a funding source. We'd rather be a partner who can really help drive some of this messaging home. We are looking at starting to create our own kind of conservation events where we're not just the funding source, we're actually on our, on the boots on the ground, making a difference. One big portion of what we do, and this is important to me, is making sure that we have resources for our problem gamblers out there. They are a very small segment of the population here in Colorado, but just like with any other addiction, there's some challenges that they sometimes don't have outwardly facing with maybe alcohol or drugs or whatever it might be. That gambling actually can be one of those areas where people fall back to quite often, because it just is not seen as the same as those others. We're always very proud to be a sponsor of the Partners in the Outdoor Conference. This year, we've had our opportunity to get up on stage and let everybody know what we've done, but this is the first year that we'll actually be leading a session along with GoCo, so we can actually answer some of those questions that people might have and find ways that we can collaborate with them to enhance the favorability of the lottery in their area. And then, of course, our Starburst Awards season, which is coming up. We actually just announced our winning projects the other day. I think we had 28 projects that were nominated, with a few having been CPW funded, all over the state, including Fisher's Peak, some habitat areas and open space that we've decided that those projects really stood kind of the test of time. So without any further ado, I'd actually like to invite up our new executive director, Tom Seaver. Tom joined the lottery last year, and as a diehard Mets fan, I thought, well, this isn't the same Tom Seaver, right? They're a little bit different in stature and size. So Tom has been great at Tom has really been pushing us to be more conservation focused, and we're excited to have him because the lottery is kind of set for a new wave of great things to come. So I will let kind of Tom take it from there.
Thank you, everybody. I really do appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I was thinking about what you might want to hear from the director of the lottery, and I came up with 3 things. The first thing is that we're very committed to growth. We believe that the Colorado economic environment is a lovely and unique opportunity. People here are experiencing a great deal of success. People here are embracing the outdoors, and they also embrace the lottery, and they embrace a great many things. It's a tremendously diverse economy and state, and we're very, very proud to be part of it. So we believe that there's an opportunity to make the Colorado continue to meet and exceed the funding expectations of our beneficiaries, and we're going to work very hard to be committed to that and to deliver for you. The second part is equally important, and that is something that Colin touched on just briefly, and that's our commitment to responsible gaming. There's more gaming in the world now than there ever has been, and that's not always a good thing. There are people that do have problems with it. There are people who do struggle with it. It's a small part of the population, but it's still a part of the population, and we own our share of it. We are going to continue to pursue what Colin mentioned, which is certification through the World Lottery Association. That has a very stringent 13-point protocol that you have to meet, and you have to justify that you are truly being responsible. The Colorado Lottery's never participated in that before, and we are now. And we're going to continue to be very conscious of everything we do, whether it's a new scratch game, whether it's a new drawing product, whatever it is, our advertising, our research, everything's going to be done with a commitment to protecting our players. And that is my second part of my promise. The final thing is that we really see a tremendous connection with conservation. Our employees, our retailers, they're Coloradans too. They work and play outdoors. I'm an outdoorsman. I would be outdoors now if I wasn't here, probably, because they shut the state off at 2 o'clock. So I want to just say that we are really committed to kind of closing the gap between the lottery being thought of as a funding source. I want us to be more of a partner. I want us to be more hands-on, as Colin said. We're going to continue to work with our other partners to look for opportunities to build our brand towards being a conservation company, a conservation organization. Not like you are, but in our own way. And those are the 3 things that are really important to me. So we'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Commissioners, comments or questions? Commissioner Vigil. Sure.
I think the opening slide of your presentation was just perfect. I think because it ties to conservation with that old picture. The picture was just a little bit before me, but not much.
I think it's fitting, you know, when we went down there to think that probably, I'd probably say most of those people that were alive in that photo probably didn't know what was kind of at the top of that mountain in terms of the long-term economic, you know, stability of that region. And, you know, one of the things that I was taught pretty quickly while I was here is that a lot of the work that we do is legacy, and it will be here long after I retire from the lottery. And I'm always reminded of the stretch between Monument Hill and Greenland, kind of right before Larkspur, that's all protected, and that's all lottery funds that have done that. And we always hear that they sometimes wish they would have done that north of Denver, but they didn't have that opportunity. So it's nice to be a part of something bigger than just what we do on a day-to-day basis. Yeah.
It's terrific what gets done with lottery funds.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioners? Colin, thanks. You're the living embodiment of under promise and over deliver. I say that every time.
Let's see if I can deliver on some scratch tickets again, our partners this year.
Where
So,
are our tickets?
They're waiting for you, partners. No, I will say that the last time I did see you, Chair Howard, you were pretty favorably lucky on one of those tickets.
I was indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
I hope you
indeed.
shared that.
At the Partners in the Outdoors conference too. So there's another reason to go to the conference.
And we look forward to seeing you all there as well. So
Great. Thank you, Director.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Mr. Cooley? Commissioners, I'm just going to warn you, I'm going to cannibalize your break because I want to try and get through the agenda and let, get out. So, welcome, Mr. Cooley.
Thank you, and I might be here to salvage your break. Acting Director Versteeg, Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibb. Thank you and good afternoon. Before I get into this, I just want to say that Mr. Dwayne Frasch has not appeared today. So instead of getting into oral arguments in this case, I don't know if that can just be set for the consent agenda.
Certainly, I think if we had a motion from the floor to do that, we could do that.
I'm happy to review the case and get into it, but given that we're short on time today and other factors going on, I'm also happy to put on the consent agenda.
Council, is that okay? Commissioner Garcia, do you have?
No, do we need a motion to move it to the consent agenda? No.
I think you could invite the motion right now.
Yeah. And I believe I heard someone on this, Commissioner Haskett, moving the current appeal to the consent agenda.
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Vigil. Any discussion? Let's do this one by voice vote as well. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any no? Seeing none, motion carries. Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I think unless commissioners object, I'm just going to proceed right into the next item, which is our first science presentation. It's on the Colorado mountain lion management. This is the first of a series of talks we're going to have on lions. And I'm just going to take a couple minutes while our folks are coming up to just talk about why we're doing this, or at least why I'd like to do it. First of all, we're not voting on anything to do with lions today. This is not an action item. We're having the first part of a conversation about them. And this should be kind of a civil, interesting, and a fun day, not an angry day. And over the next few meetings, we're going to have a scientific dialogue between science uncoupled from the regulatory agenda. And the reason I'd like to do that is I think that allows us to have a conversation and some reflection before we get later in the year into the regulatory agenda around lions. I think it's important because oftentimes when we talk about predators, the science gets subsumed in the social issues. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the format that we're going to go on today, but it's all designed to allow us to talk about science and then to talk about the social issues separately. It's also a little bit an attempt to respond to the public's repeated requests to us, both in the fee bill feedback that we got, the Meridian study last year on non-consumptive users participating with CPW, and also in our forums that we conducted last year with underrepresented groups in the state parks and some of the other forum items. We constantly get the message, can you tell your story better, particularly on the science side? So I just want to encourage everyone in the audience and that's listening to understand this is just Act 1 and a continuing conversation on lions. Originally, I had hoped that in March, unfortunately, the snowstorm stopped it. We were going to have a great day. This presentation you're about to see, plus a presentation from, and I hope I have his name right, Dr. Wegeles, that HSUS was kind enough to sponsor. He'll be back in our June meeting in La Junta. So as we go through today's presentation, I'm hoping you'll see that, and then we'll have a chance to hear from HSUS in June. Let me just see. Later in the day, we're going to have some lion presentation from non-scientists. These are members of the public. So one of the things that I've tried to do a little bit on the format is we're going to do the science presentation, and we're going to take a break, conduct other business, and then we'll come back to public comment on the presentation, and then anything else folks would like to talk to us about. We're going to have two presentations where folks contacted me before the meeting. First is going to be Dick Ray, who's a distinguished former member of the Wildlife Commission. And I saw Dick give this presentation to a bipartisan group of legislators at the Capitol last year. It was really well received because I hope Dick doesn't mind me characterizing it. It's really a celebration of the lion as a species and its history here in Colorado. And then Big Game Forever is going to present as well on California data sets on lion management. I just want to thank Big Game Forever, both Steve and Denny on this. They wanted to present, I think in January on wolves and at another point on lions, and I asked them to wait until the governor had had a chance to be inaugurated, till we had our new executive director, and so that things looked as like no one was being surprised. And so I want to thank Steve and Denny for accommodating me on that. Also, just want to let the commission know in a related matter that Taylor Jones from Wild Earth Guardians approached me at the Crested Butte Forum last year and asked if we could work on endangered species issues, and I've met with her, had lunch with her. She'll be presenting on uncharismatic endangered plants in our May Grand Junction meeting. And the reason I just want to highlight this presentation and that conversation is, as many of you know, we're in a lawsuit with Wild Earth Guardians on predators, and yet we are still able to work together on other matters. And I think that's an important concept for all of us as we work on these really tough issues. Let me make my usual call. If you have scientists with differing views from our scientists or from the commission, please contact me. And we'd like to hear from you, and I will get time for you. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to talk about predators or lions, again, please contact me, just like Ms. Taylor, Mr. Lohr, Mr. Ray, and I'll make time for you. The one thing I will say is that the director would like me to remind everybody that we have an advance notice for that, I think. How many days in advance of the meeting are folks supposed to get? 30 days. I think it's about 30 days, and I'm famous for not enforcing that, and I think I need to be a little more enforcing on that. But if you do want to give a presentation like that, please do just contact me. And of course, anyone here today can fill out a blue slip and come to the mic for 3 minutes during the public comment at the end. So I hope that gives a little roadmap of the next few minutes, and let's jump right in and get started. Mr. Aldridge and Mr. Vieira.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, and Acting Director Versteeg. I'm Matt Aldridge, one of Colorado Parks and Wildlife mammals researchers. I've been there for about 15 years. I got a master's in wildlife, a PhD in zoology and biomathematics, and I've been studying lions for the last 15 years in Colorado. I'm very passionate about lions. I don't think you can work with lions that long and not be passionate about them. I've captured and recaptured over 300 lions and tracked over 200 lions in the state of Colorado during the last 15 years. But I'm not the only one in this agency that's doing that. We also have Dr. Ken Logan. He's spent his career studying lions. He's working on the West Slope out of Montrose. Our research leader, Dr. Chuck Anderson, did his PhD on lions and spent a lot of time working with lions as well. We also have Mark Vieira, who has a master's in wildlife, has been a biologist for 16 years, and is now our carnivore coordinator. And he's going to talk right after I do. But our research is not just this small group of people that I mentioned. It's this whole agency. It's the people we cooperate with, the counties, the cities that allow us on their lands, the Forest Service, BLM, all of our technicians. And within this agency, it's us going clear to the top with our leadership team that's allowing us to do these broad-scale, long-term projects. These aren't projects you do at a university in a couple years for somebody's degree. These are projects that are lasting 9 or 10 years and are really well funded. So I think we need to emphasize the kind of work that we're doing here. I also want to take an opportunity to mention one more group of people that really help us, and these are the houndsmen that we work with in the state. I've worked with over 12 different houndsmen during this research. They're volunteering their time, they're coming out, putting in a great deal of effort to help us capture lions and get collars on them and do our research. And I've found throughout the years that people have a lot of different perceptions about hounds and a hound chase, and until you've been on one, you don't really know what it's like. And I would encourage everybody to take that opportunity and go on a hound chase because it's amazing. The dogs are super friendly. You know, you break for lunch and they're going to be in your lap just like your hound dog at home trying to get your lunch. They're very driven to go after a cat. So it's a really neat experience and something that is worth doing once, just so you can understand what it is. It's not a pack of wild dogs. It's kind of like going out with your bird dog at times. I also like to start these talks and give people the background and the management history of lions in the state. Forgive me if I go from lions to cats to cougars. They're all the same thing, so I'll try to stick with lions today, but if I slip and go with something else, same thing. So historically, lions were bountied, shot on sight. A lot of this was for agricultural purposes. By the 1900s, lions had been largely extirpated east of the Rocky Mountains, except in Florida. For the first half of the 20th century, management was preemptive eradication, with bounties being paid for lions. Colorado likely had few lions by the 1960s, with remnant populations existing in remote and isolated areas. But we have a success story here, and it's not just Colorado, it's the western states. Very successful lion management. In 1965, Colorado was one of the first states to protect lions and manage them as a game species. And yes, that management included hunting, included hound hunting. By 1973, all the western states were managing for viable lion populations. This has been so successful that lion populations in western states are thriving, occupying historic ranges, and by the early 2000s have begun expanding eastward, with populations currently in Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota, and increased sightings in the upper and middle Midwest. Next, I'd like to talk about the life history, just so we know a little bit more about the lions. The average litter size is 2 to 3. They can have as few as 1 and up to 5. Females first breed at the age of 2 to 3. Dependent young stay with a female for approximately 15 months. With newer technology being able to put GPS collars on these, we've been able to see that these mothers will actually leave the kittens for some time. They'll leave them on a kill and they'll go off and make another kill. So the mother is not always right with the kittens. The breeding interval is approximately 18 months. Survival rates are 75 to 90% for adults in a non-hunted population, and 70 to 75% for dependent young. The other thing we need to think about here is the offspring, because I said they stay with their mother for about 15 months. But if the mother is killed, hit by a car or anything like that, young at 12 months of age have very high survival rates, and even at 9 months they can survive on their own. Sources of mortality. I think it's really important to understand sources of mortality. There's human-caused mortality. That's pretty obvious. Hunting. Conflict removal. Those are probably the two that pop into your mind. There's miscellaneous mortalities. Sometimes cats are electrocuted or other things like that. The one that shocked me and shocked me the most in the research is roadkill. You never see lions, and how in the world could they get hit on the road? But they seem to be very common sources of mortality for lions. Then there's natural causes. We've got disease, accidents. These lions have accidents. Usually this is injuries from killing large prey. In other words, the grocery store for lions, it's kind of dangerous. When you grab a big old elk by the throat and hold on until it's dead, well, accidents happen, and sometimes the lions are killed in that process. Lions can be killed by other predators, bears, wolves, things like that. Lions kill each other sometimes. They can kill each other for defense of their territories, Defense of their prey, they made a kill and another lion's trying to take it from them. Defense of their kittens, so a female's got kittens and another lion comes in so they could get killed in that process. There's also infanticide, and I'm sure everybody's heard that term being thrown out. Strictly speaking, this is just when a lion kills another kitten. There's other ecological aspects to this that people are trying to make a story for, but the evidence for this is really weak. Most of the literature reads as, we presume a lion was killed by another lion, and that creates breeding opportunities. But that evidence is really, really weak. Sample sizes are really, really small. Social structure of lions. Males are territorial, but these territories can overlap a little bit. Those territories can be about 300 square kilometers or bigger. And females occupy a smaller home range, generally around 100 square kilometers, and that's about 40 square miles. And there will be a bunch of female home ranges within a male's territory. Offspring generally disperse. One thing we've seen with the females is they'll disperse, they'll make this big old loop and come back and settle in the mother's home range, whereas males generally disperse about 80 miles. Oh, skipped a page. You can actually see in this picture on the slide some of the home ranges. The big black areas are the males, and you can see how those overlap. And the red are all the female home ranges. And that little blue square is what we're seeing with male, subadult male home ranges. Very, very small. They're kind of pinned up against urban areas and an adult male's home range. And that's pretty characteristic in these urban areas along the Front Range. Probably wouldn't see this on the western slope. So now I'm going to get into Colorado's research.
Matt, can I ask you
Certainly.
to explain that one picture? I mean, I think that's a dead lion.
Sorry. That was in my notes and I missed that page. So talking about lions killing other lions. This was a subadult male. It was killed by an adult male. A month earlier, we had GPS collars on both of them. A month earlier, we actually had these two lions together on a hillside, and they didn't seem to care. A month later, they interacted, and the adult male killed it, left it for 2 days, and then came back and ate it.
Thank you.
For sure. Now I want to talk a little bit about Colorado's research. Research on lions is incredibly difficult. These are rare and elusive animals. You just don't go out and see them like you see deer and elk. Technology is getting better, and that's helping us a lot. We've got satellite GPS collars now, where if we can catch one and put a collar on it, I get email messages with the data right to my desk, so we can track them around. If they disperse and go out of our study area, we don't have to search in an airplane forever. We just get them with a satellite, so that's very helpful. And then remote trail cameras has also been very useful. And you can see in that picture on the bottom with a lion flying through the air for some reason. That's a trail camera we put on a kill to document what's going on in a kill site. If we go back a picture, you can see a magpie flying off, and that lion's jumping after a magpie. So the study we've done a lot of research since 2002. We had a study on the Uncompahgre Plateau for 10 years to assess the effects of hunting, and that was done by Ken Logan. We had a Front Range lion study, which I was involved with, and I'll talk about that a lot. We did that for 11 years. And then there's a current study we're doing that's a 9-year study. So I'll touch on the Front Range study for a little bit. This was initiated by the CPW director to understand lion-human interactions, lion conflicts with people. The reason this was is because conflicts were increasing. Our folks were getting more and more calls and responding to more and more conflicts. So we decided we were going to do this study, and we took it to the Front Range of Colorado because that's where the most conflicts occur. Our highest number of conflicts is right here on the Front Range, happens to be over Boulder. Mark Leslie was just telling me they got a lion in Boulder right now. So that's where we did our research. Essentially lions all the way to past Golden. The major findings from this research, before I go to that, is also coincidentally one of the areas with the lowest harvest. So hunting pressure is very low because there's so much private property, you really can't hunt lions. So on average, it's like half a lion a year. So every 2 years, you kill one lion out of there. The major findings, Lions generally avoid human activity. Our data suggests that when lions are in areas with higher human density, 85% of this time it's between 10 o'clock at night and 5 o'clock in the morning. So they wait for the city to get quiet and then they move in because there's ample prey in there for them. By the time the city wakes up, they're moving back out. Lions are in the human-wildlife interface, but what are they doing in there? What we found is generally they're seeking prey. They're not traveling through there. They're not denning in there. They're going in there because there's ample sources of prey. And we also found that that's generally females. So these adult females tend to be in those areas and hunt in there, especially when they've got kittens. You'll see them den their kittens outside and make movements into town every night to get these constant food sources. These results are very similar to another study done in Washington by Brian Kurtzen. Found very similar results to what we had here. Causes of mortality, we had natural causes, disease, old age. We didn't document any infanticide. We only had one adult kill a subadult male. So there's only one male subadult killed during the study, and that's the picture you saw earlier. But we had 4 adult females killed by adult males. And this was always defense of prey. So the female made a kill, the adult male came in and killed her trying to defend that prey. Of course, we had the human-caused mortality, management conflict, roadkills, and we had 2 lions killed by hunters within the study area. Something to think about here is there's some theories out there that hunting removes the more dominant aggressive animals. And this is coming out of some European literature and moving into the coyote bear literature in North America now. But hunting historically takes the more aggressive, and it seems reasonable that the more aggressive animal is going to be a little more susceptible to hunting. And the theory is that now that in these urban areas hunting isn't present, it's maybe allowing some of those more aggressive dominant animals to come in, and that might be influencing some of that conflict as well. A lot of that Colorado Front Range stuff focused on predator-prey relations, and that, I'll just draw your attention to that pie chart. It says 84 prey items per year. Lions are killing 84 prey items. That's a lot. And if you think it's all adult mule deer and elk, then that's a whole lot of meat. But we found during this summer, they start shifting to small prey items in April and May, and as soon as the fawns and calves start hitting the ground, they move out and start focusing on those, eating a lot of fawns. The 0 to 2 month old fawns, I don't know if you can read that, but that's between 19 and 20 fawns that they're eating during the June and July period. So that's their diet composition and how they're switching during that time. Current research, we're doing a study in southeast Colorado where we're looking at predator-prey dynamics. This is probably the largest study ever attempted, not just by us, but probably the largest study ever attempted. It's covering 2 data analysis units, over 10,000 square kilometers, or over 4,000 square miles that we're trying to do this research in. And it's one of the truly manipulative studies. So we're actually trying to manipulate lion population sizes during this time period, during a 9-year study, so that we actually have good statistical control, so we can see what the predator-prey relationship is as lion densities go down and as they go back up. In response to the Humane Society and some others of concerns they had about this study, we actually added a bigger lion component to this. So we're actually trying to maintain 30 collars north of the Arkansas River and 30 collars south of the Arkansas River to directly look at predator-prey relationships, but as well look at infanticide and see if that is directly related to harvest pressures, look at social interactions, and look at conflict. So lion conflict with humans, as hunting pressure changes, does that actually affect the conflict with humans, as some of the literature would suggest it might. So that slide that you're looking at just shows you the sheer size of the area. You can see the study area going from Leadville all the way to Rye, and all those dots on the map are just the number of collared lions we have and the thousands and thousands of data points that we're generating throughout the year. The last thing I want to touch on, this little video, estimating population size. I guarantee everywhere I go, that's the #1 question I get is how many lions are out there? So historically, in the cougar management guidelines, is going to tell you to get a good estimate, count them all. But wait a minute, I just told you that they're rare and elusive animals. How are you going to count them all? It's not like you can drive down the road and count them. So if you think about how we used to do it, we'd mark them. So we'd get houndsmen, we'd drive the roads, and we'd catch them, put collars on them, and there you go. A month later, you go back, drive those roads, and catch cats again. And it shouldn't surprise you if you're catching the same cats over and over, because you're catching the cats that are easy to get, that are near roads. So for the last 6 years, we've been developing a technique that you just saw, and that's putting a predator call out in the woods, spreading these out all over the area. So we're sampling the whole area, and we put that predator call out and a trail camera on it. And then we can do a mark site analysis. And just the last thing I'll mention on that is in the Arkansas, well, we've got an estimate out of the Front Range study, and that was 4.1 lions per 100 square kilometers, which is a little bit higher than the average. Most studies would report 3 to 3.5. We just implemented this in the Arkansas study, and before we started, our houndsmen were saying we got them all. There aren't any cats left. There's 30 in this area. We put these cameras out, and within a week, we changed our mind and said there were 90. So we think we're onto a good technique to really get some good estimates of lions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and he'll wrap up the management side.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director, and Commissioners. Mark Vieira, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm the Carnivore and Fur Bear Program Manager, and I'm going to quickly touch on the harvest side of Colorado lion management and hopefully provide three examples for you all to see of Colorado's healthy lion population status. First of all, I want to start with submitting to you that lion management in Colorado is a 50-year conservation success story. We have a comprehensive mountain lion management program that includes detailed lion management plans for all 19 of our data analysis units in the state. We have a process for data collection involving mandatory checks and collection of detailed biological information into a large database. We have a series of analyses that we conduct annually to evaluate mortality, harvest composition, and other factors that lead to informing our annual harvest limit recommendations that much of this commission helped us with in January of this year. And finally, a robust research program you heard a little bit about. What I'd like to do now is jump through these three examples of the health of our lion population. The first one is going to be an exercise where we sort of walk through a population projection and then an offtake rate, meaning what's a sustainable level of harvest that could be occurring in Colorado each year. So I don't have a video, but I got a little animation in here, hopefully. So the first thing we want to look at is available habitat. State of Colorado in blue, we've got a new habitat model that we've worked on to refine what is lion habitat in Colorado. We remove the central eastern and northeastern plains, not really lion habitat, and then we apply this model to it. What we're left with is about 49,000 square miles of medium to higher quality lion habitat. Some of those wide areas certainly have lions in them, but they're in lower densities. So this is a conservative estimate of the available habitat out there. On top of that, we need to apply a density. Matt talked a little bit about some Colorado lion density ranges. We're going to take 3 to 3.5 independent lions per 100 square kilometers or per 40 square miles. Again, it's important to know these are independent lions, so not kittens, not dependent young, but legally harvestable lions. And this number is a nice midpoint between some estimates we've seen in Colorado. Now, applying that density to that 49,000 square miles, we arrive at a rough projection of about 3,800 to 4,400 independent lions statewide. I think it's important to note that this population projection could very well change as we learn more from some of this current ongoing work that we've talked about and as we refine our habitat models. But for today, I think this provides a good approximation for understanding our current levels of harvest. What proportion are we taking off annually? And I would say this is a conservative estimate of independent lions in Colorado. Our annual mortality is the last 3 years, about 450 lions harvested and about 550 lions in our total mortality. And that difference of 100 cats comes from roadkill, CPW removal, landowner take, APHIS, these other factors. So looking at a pie chart there, a circle on the left, you may have seen in some documents that have been submitted to you from other groups or from folks interested in lion management, this idea of a 12 to 16% annual harvest offtake being sustainable, sort of a slice of the pie of the population that could be harvested and have a stable lion population. So that 16% is reflected in the blue slice of that pie. If we now take a look at Colorado with our population projection and our harvest of 450 lions the last 3 years, you see Colorado's harvest rate comes in right about 10 to 12%. So conservatively within that 16% benchmark that you may have seen or that folks would refer to. So this 10 to 12% mortality is sustainable when compared to nearly every citation in the literature. It corresponds to goals in our current lion management plans, and it compares very positively to rates of removal seen in other Western states. I'm going to jump into another example of the health of our lion populations, looking at female composition. Colorado managers and sportsmen have the good fortune of having hound hunting as a tool. And this is significant because it allows sort of there's a difference in comparison between states like Colorado with hound hunting and other states that may not have that as a tool. So hound hunters can be selective in the gender of the lion that they turn out on based on inspection of tracks, and they can be selective in the harvest of a lion in the tree based on evaluation of gender. So what this allows is selectivity on the part of hound hunters in Colorado, or areas where there is hound hunting, to be selective to remove less females. You look at states that use deer and elk hunters or boot hunters to harvest lions sort of as they come across them on the landscape, and their female component of harvest is about 10 to 15% higher than it is in Colorado. So female lions, and more specifically adult females, are the true biological engine that's used to sustain populations. You can see Colorado's harvest is well balanced. We've got a proportion of adult males, and that's 3-year-old plus, that's in that dark blue corner that are taken, followed by subadults, males and females, on that lower piece. Adult female composition in harvest can be a piece of information to sort of detect a trend in your population. 20 to 25% adult females in harvest is indicative of a stable population. Above that, if you're taking more adult females than that, could be in decline. Below that, again, certainly a stable population. And you can see here, what I'd like to highlight is the fact that in Colorado, statewide, our most recent averages are about a 16% adult female harvest rate. So again, a conservative rate and an example of the health of our lion populations. And finally, sort of the third example I want to run through here is a map of what could be considered refugia or areas of source lion populations where there's very, very little harvest, very little mortality relative to the rest of the state. That habitat model I referred to earlier that we've been working on is shown here with only the highest quality medium and medium high quality lion habitat in black. So the black represents what this habitat model is saying is the very best lion habitat in Colorado. What you see there in orange is our areas of almost any level of harvest, from very low harvest to the highest levels of harvest projected in orange. And the threshold I used there was 1 lion harvested per 400 square miles per year, 1 female lion per 400 square miles. That's a very, very low bar for harvest. So in the orange, you can see where there is harvest mortality. In the black, you can see that very best quality. And then when you remove the harvested areas, what I wanted to show you is 40% of our highest quality lion habitat has essentially no to low harvest mortality. That could be due to not having much snowfall in the canyon country of southwestern Colorado. It could be the Front Range with municipalities and open spaces. It could be private land access. But the point is, in Colorado, we have robust sources with low harvest rates for producing more lions. These exist in abundance at large spatial scales, and they're well distributed across the state. which further contributes to supporting our lion populations, even when we consider that conservative annual harvest rate that I was showing you, 10 to 12% earlier. So with that, I can end our presentation and we can move on or take questions.
Yeah, why don't you both stand by? I'm sure we'll have some questions from commissioners. Comments or questions, commissioners?
So,
Commissioner Vigil. Commissioner Vigil, could you use your mic just because of that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Trying to figure out how I'm going to say this. But west of I-25 down on the New Mexico border, just probably 30 miles, seems to be one of the more dense places. And that's private land, and they do allow hunting, I think, in most of it. So why is there no harvest there? Or limited, very limited harvest?
Well, you've worked, I might have to defer to some of the local managers from down there. I mean, I know in areas of private land with even low amounts of harvest, at that scale, it may look like there's no harvest, but at very low rates, biologically, they're still supporting and sustaining lion populations in some of those private ranches. But I would want to defer to maybe Dan Prenslow or someone from the Southeast to comment on those.
I just say that a large part of that, or 19,200 acres, is the Crazy French Ranch, which is now going to become public, and maybe there will be some harvest. Because if you get on the east side of Fisher's Peak, there is hunting there, and it doesn't show on here for some reason that there's a lot of harvest, and I know there's a lot of lions there.
Okay. That was, those were, the threshold for having that cut out was 1 female per 1,000 square kilometers, or 1 female harvested per 400 square miles per year. Okay. So again, if the threshold was any lower than that, even with harvest occurring, it sort of wouldn't have made the cut to show up on there.
Okay. It's just interesting. Thank you.
I too was surprised by how much source areas there are in Colorado.
Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the number of lions killed annually based on the fact that they were either a nuisance or interacted with humans or pets or whatever? We've had quite a few in where I live, so I was just curious.
I took a look at that, and it's in the last 5 years, let's say, it's ranged from about 3 to 7% of our total mortality. So statewide, on the scale of 30-some lions being removed by our agency, landowners, APHIS, for a myriad of reasons.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you. You guys, this presentation was really impressive. I know we've had presentations before, but this one really encapsulated everything in a nice, concise format, so I appreciate it. What is our, I know we have our statewide population projection of 3,800 to 4,400 independent lions and annual mortality of 450 or total mortality of 550 lions. Is that is that our management goal, or what are we trying to manage to? I know we're just discovering this new technique to say, oh, we thought we had 30, we have 90. Do we know what our management goals are? And I know that obviously depends on the DAU and all the other.
Let me handle that first part, and then I'll defer if Matt wanted to jump in. Yeah, we've got 19 different data analysis units which have different objectives. We do have some DAUs where we have an objective of actually reducing our lion population. We have others where the goal is to stabilize the lion population. So to answer your question on a statewide basis is a little difficult in terms of that pure number of 450 and 550. We are, in general, just below our objectives on a statewide level. But again, that conversation is best had at sort of the DAU level because of those different objectives. Did that answer that part of it?
Yeah, yes, it did. And okay. Just a follow-up on that is trying to figure out how to say or how to phrase my question. How do we decide what our objective is? Is it habitat-based? Is it conflict-based? How do we decide, oh, we have 400 lions in this DAU and we want 500, but we have 300 lions in this DAU and we only want 100? Is it a prey, sure. Or what goes into deciding that?
I'll give you the crash course in our 2004 lion management plan. So the vast majority of our lion plans are older plans and didn't have the benefit of some of the research that we've developed in Colorado in the intervening 14 years. This habitat model that we just talked about now are all new pieces. However, lion, while there's different aspects that are brought in, like game damage, to the discussion, it's not completely different than the herd management planning for other species. So you've got a plan that's written with harvest or mortality objectives, a public process, vetting internally and externally. And in the case of lions, probably a little less about the number of lions we want to have, because again, and I think we kind of got to that. That information is, you know, it's a projection. There's ranges, and more about some of the things you talked about. I mean, certainly conflicts, game damage have been objectives. The level of offtake that we want to maintain to have a stable lion population, but still provide recreational opportunity for lion hunting goes into that. So all part of each one of those individual plans.
Thank you.
Did you
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me, I haven't looked recently, but there was the online course in regards to sex identification as part of the process. I'm wondering, one, is it still occurring, but is there any measurable efficacy to that program itself and the harvest results and the follow-up surveys?
Yeah, very good question. So you're alluding to, we've got an online mountain lion education course, either written or online, that needs to be done before a hunter can purchase and use the mountain lion license each year. And indeed, that program and the voluntary marking of certain units where we had exceeded our female harvest objectives was very successful through the voluntary participation of houndsmen and lion hunters in reducing in those units the proportion of females taken an additional, and I was talking about Colorado, we're about 40% female harvest statewide, and that again would compare very favorably to states that don't have that selective aspect. We were able to drop in units that we designated as desirable, voluntarily drop that female component about another 5 to 6%.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. With all this new data, are you looking at updating the line plans that we have since they're 15 years old?
Yes, internally there's been significant discussion and some work done and meetings for a number of years, and I think you all have heard various updates on updating individual plans or perhaps larger scale statewide plan vision. I don't have an answer for you in terms of a timeline or how that might work out, but I think there's a lot of interest in refining and updating our plans.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I want to make sure I was on one slide. I wanted to follow up with a question about the population as it stands today. I thought I saw on a slide that it was in the early 90s. You thought that we were at a high. Did I get that wrong? I mean, how does the population stand today versus, let's say, 10 years ago, 10 years before that? Maybe you don't have data for that.
Was it one of my slides or Matt's?
I don't remember, but it was a slide about the 90s and more active management. I guess just generally my question is, you know, the population as it stands today, based on the data that you do have, is it a rising population? Is it a stable population? And what would you say it is in comparison to, say, a decade ago?
I'll take it a little bit and then I'll hand it off to Matt. I think that we can say anecdotally, all the evidence that we tend to have in Colorado points towards stable to increasing lion population over the last 10 years, and certainly an increasing lion population over the last 20 or 30 years. Our ability to refine density estimates, Matt can answer this and touch on this in a second. These data acquisition tools that we've gotten have improved. GIS, habitat models have improved over 10 years, and all of them have tended to indicate more lions as well. So I would say those are in concert. So, yeah.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think certainly since the 1960s, our populations have been going up, and they went up probably pretty rapidly at some time in there. somewhere, they're probably peaking out around the 2000s, and then there's some fluctuations, and I think we can drive some of those fluctuations through hunting and other pressures that they probably start to fluctuate a little bit. But until recently, we've never been able to estimate populations of that size. So I don't think we can accurately say, yes, they're increasing for the last decade or anything like that. So I think there's a little bit of wiggle room in there, but I think they're pretty stable from looking at the harvest structure.
Related to that question, I think it was Commissioner Vigil brought this up at a previous meeting. We have a harvest system whereby you check on a quota. Are more lions being taken on the front end of that season versus later, which would indicate there's an increasing population, or does it remain kind of stable over the lion hunting season?
So I confess in my under 2 years on this position, I haven't been able to do all the analyses I'd want, but I did look at some older data on that question, and what we see in terms of lion harvest over the course of the winter, over the course of the season, has got a lot more to do, I think, with snow events and with the start of our lion seasons in late November, meaning we do front load lion harvest in Colorado, November, December into January, and then it tapers off into later February, March, and in units that have April seasons, we're harvesting 10 lions statewide in April. But I think that's got a lot more to do with hunter and outfitter and houndsman dynamics and snow than it does necessarily an indicator of sort of reducing abundance on the landscape. If that's, I mean, you're removing lions, but it's dropping off through those months for those other reasons, I think.
And then one more question. You talked about 3 to 7% of the mortality is conflict, I'll call it, related?
Correct.
Has that number been pretty stable since you've been measuring it, or increasing or decreasing?
In the time that I was able to look at maybe 30 or 40 years, that number of around 30 lions is an increased number. So 20 or 30 years ago, that removal number was lower, smaller.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work. I know you've been working on it for months, so thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up, Mr. Leslie on the El Dorado Canyon to Walker Ranch Connection Feasibility Study.
Good afternoon, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager once again. Talk about a different issue this afternoon. I'd like to talk a little bit about an issue that is really representative of some of the conflicts and increasing outdoor recreation and demands on our public lands on the Front Range of Colorado, and actually happening throughout the state. El Dorado Canyon State Park, as you may know, is just southwest of Boulder. It's one of our 41 state parks in the state system, and as all of our state parks are, it's very unique in what it offers to the public in terms of natural resources and recreation. It's a world-class, and has been, rock climbing destination for folks, and we are seeing a lot of folks that want to come out on a day use and hike and picnic in the park. It's been a park since 1978. And what we're seeing, and I want to talk a little bit about a couple of issues. We're talking specifically about the El Dorado Canyon Walker, City of Boulder Walker Open Space Trail connection. But I want to give you a little background on the park and what's going on with visitation. So that third bullet point there, annual visitation of 520,000 people, that was in 2018. And that is up from about 260,000 in 2016. So in 2 years, it more than doubled in demand for that park. We have a park staff at El Dorado Canyon State Park of 4 permanent park staff to deal with that issue. And so what that tells me is that this is a very popular area, as all of our parks are, but this one is especially popular. It's basically a canyon that's a box canyon for the most part. There's trails going out the backside, which is one of these that we're talking about. But folks go in for the day, they come back out. Capacity issues have gone through the roof because places to park are limited in El Dorado Canyon. We have about 220 parking spaces, and that really determines capacity when a park reaches capacity, and we can reach capacity quite a bit at this park. And as you can imagine, when you have capacity and the park's full and we can't let any more vehicles in, then people have to either wait at the entrance station or they turn around and they go back through the town of El Dorado Springs, and that is creating some angst as well. We've got a lot of transportation issues with vehicles coming in and coming out. There are people that are parking in town and walking into the park to access and rock climb and hike. So we have traffic congestion, illegal parking, and negative impacts on the nearby community and open space lands. So there's been a lot of discussion over the past few decades, actually, about a trail connection from, Netherland area, actually the west slope, down to the foothill, through the foothills and down to Boulder and the plains. And so there was a study that was initiated in 2014 with 3 partner agencies, CPW, City of Boulder, and Boulder County. We were very much a part of that study, and it studied some possible alignments to expand biking recreation opportunities for mountain biking, to be able to mountain bike from Boulder up to the west slope or come down the other way, the Indian Peaks Traverse basically. And in 2018, the fall of 2018, the partners had provided a pretty extensive study on 3 different alternatives. No action alternative, a southern route that came down through El Dorado Canyon State Park, and a northern route coming down through El Dorado Canyon State Park. And in the fall of 2018, the partners basically decided that the most feasible of the 3 alternatives that was proposed was the north route. And in the background of all this discussion is the 16 for 16 in Colorado, the Beautiful Trail Project that was proposed by former Governor Hickenlooper, and wanting to get outdoor recreation and trail-based recreation, which is so important to residents and visitors in Colorado, and provide these opportunities. So I wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a background on what the thing looks like. As part of the study and the process, we had a pretty robust public meeting process and public outreach process, and about 90% of the residents of El Dorado Springs were opposed to the bike trail, and the increased visitation and capacity issues that it would add to the park. So through the Parks and Open Space Advisory Committee with Boulder County, and then the Board of Trustees through the City of Boulder, we had some pretty robust meetings, a lot of attendance, probably 200 people at each one of those meetings. A lot of people voiced an opinion, and it was very clear that this was a perfect storm that was starting to happen here. And based on that discussion, we really felt like it was imperative that we try to get a handle on the capacity issues at El Dorado Canyon State Park, even aside from this proposed mountain biking trail, because we just can't continue to allow the increased capacity and visitation and the conflicts with the town and other residents without taking some strategies and interim steps to try to address that. And so what we decided to do was to, and we worked with the partners on this process, but we wanted to table the discussion of the proposed trail before it went to the Boulder County Commissioners, so that we could get through this visitor use management plan process to give us some strategies and some ideas for dealing with visitation in the park. And some of those strategies could be shuttles, a permit or reservation system. We're actually talking about having a reservation system for day use on a state park, which is the first time that we've really even considered that in Colorado on any of our parks. But what that would look like, we're not quite sure, but probably a permit system. You'd have to reserve a parking space, and that would probably be good for the day. So we're working on trying to get this visitor use management plan kicked off early this year, hopefully in May. And I'm going to ask Deputy Regional Manager Wendy Padilla to come up and talk a little bit about the visitor use management plan and how that will look, and the task force that we're putting together to try to come as a collaborative process to come up with some strategies and recommendations. So Wendy, if you'll come up, please. Thank you.
Welcome, Wendy. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Commissioners, Chairman, Director Versteeg, Director Gibbs. I'm Wendy Padilla, Deputy Regional Manager in the Northeast Region. First, I'd like to thank all the individuals and organizations who took the time to show up to the public meeting between August 2018 and February 2019. The three agencies had a robust public process. We received more than 1,200 unique comments and testimonies. And I'd like to express my appreciation for folks that took the time to participate with us. I'd also like to express my appreciation for the partnership with Boulder County and the City of Boulder. It's been an excellent partnership, and we're looking forward to continuing it into the future. So, as Mark said, a pretty unanimous area of agreement that came from this process centered on the crowding and the traffic congestion around the park. So CPW is initiating an expedited visitor management plan. We'll hire a consulting firm by late April, early May, and our goal is to have a final plan by mid-2020. And potential alternatives, as Mark said, are fairly radical for state parks, which would be a vehicle permit system. It would be maybe asking people to take shuttles to the park, and also looking at reservations to our picnic areas, which for El Dorado Canyon State Park, you've never really had to reserve a picnic area before. Further analysis of the north route of the multi-use trail connection will occur as part of the plan, as well as further analysis of an alternative that does not complete that multi-use connection. Because the feasibility study identified the north route as technically feasible, the analysis will focus on the transportation-related issues, specifically potential for user conflicts and potential for visitation increases. There will be several avenues for the public to be engaged. So currently, we're putting together a task force convened with representatives from the local governments, El Dorado Springs community, the El Dorado Artesian Springs Water Company, conservation organizations, and recreation organizations. And we envision that first task force meeting will take place in June. And very important is we'll have Boulder County Transportation and hopefully CDOT on the task force so that we can consider transportation planning in every discussion that we have. Second, we envision that in late summer, we'll hold open houses or listening sessions to capture thoughts on desired future conditions and to solicit ideas for alternatives from the public. And third, there will be a page on the CPW website and online comment forums for general public comment on preliminary alternatives. It'll be important to us this summer to engage with visitors to the park who may not live in the immediate area, and to have a robust public process to collect their thoughts. So those visitors that may be from out of state or from other parts of Colorado. And finally, we will keep the commission updated on the process as we move forward, as well as the governing bodies for Boulder County and the City of Boulder.
Great. Thank you, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy. Would entertain any questions or comments?
And I'll just say I have some public comment. So,
Sure.
Commissioners, if you have questions or comment. Is Mr. Todd Smith here by chance? Yep. I've got Mr. Smith you down later, but I've also got two public comments on this that I'm going to take now. So I think it makes sense for me to have everybody come and talk to us. If you want to start, Mr. Smith, that'd be great.
My name's Todd Smith, and I am a resident of El Dorado Springs. When I initially asked for time before you, Mark Leslie hadn't issued his letter yet, and so I was coming to complain. And I'm not now. So, first off, I'd like to thank Mark and Wendy Padilla both. Initially, the El Dorado Springs community felt like their concerns had been disregarded in the 3-agency process. And I think when Mark and Wendy learned of that, they came to the community. We have a community organization. They met with us. They listened to our concerns. And then they, I think, went back, discussed it, and then ultimately issued the letter that they issued, which provides many of the things that we requested, which was pretty simply, we need to address the concerns or the issues that exist at the park and impact the community of El Dorado Springs before you move forward with the consideration of adding an additional use and creating a new mountain bike trail, which we believe will only exacerbate the traffic problems, the parking problems, and the dust and the other problems that we have in El Dorado Springs. And I don't know how many of you have been to the El Dorado Springs Canyon State Park, but the entrance to the park is this extraordinarily narrow, 1-lane dirt road. It's privately owned. The park has had plenty of discussions with the owners of that road, the El Dorado Artesian Water folks. And it leads into a tight box canyon. And the road is lined on one side by homes we're packed in tight in that canyon, and then the creek on the other side. And, the road is, in the summertime, the road is absolutely packed. With cars. All the parking on the road is private. It's primarily for the users of the pool in El Dorado Springs, but there's continued conflicts. The park is typically full by 9 o'clock in the morning, so cars just keep coming in, and I think I just heard Wendy talking a little bit about some of the solutions that are being discussed, and we're certainly supportive of those. But we also have, speeding problems. It's the main road in town. It's the only sort of walkway through town. We've got a lot of kids in town who use it to get back and forth to the pool, people who use it to get into the park, kids running across it all the time. It's just a dangerous situation that I hope we can get addressed, and that the community has been concerned about and raised for years. So we're extremely pleased that, CPW has decided to move forward with the visitors management plan, that they have allowed us to participate in that. And I think with a recognition that we are probably the community that is most affected by what goes on at the state park, by its, I would say, overuse and continuing growth in use just every year. More and more people. So we're very pleased and appreciative of Mark and Wendy's and staff's, including us, and I think understanding our concerns and working with us regarding that. I'm not gonna, well, I am gonna complain a little bit about the trail, but we're extremely concerned about the mountain bike trail itself, and then how it will exacerbate the problems that we've already got in the park. But you've got a trail that in the state park section is, on extremely steep terrain, and we'll have to utilize between 26 and 40 switchbacks to get from the visitor center, or approximately the visitor center at the park, up to the park boundary, or just past the park boundary into county open space. We're hopeful that in developing the visitors management plan, not only will we address the problems that exist and that we believe would be exacerbated by the mountain bike trail, but we think it's important to determine just what kind of park you want and the community wants El Dorado Canyon State Park to be. Since it was established in 1970, the parks serve primarily 3 or 4 user groups, climbers particularly, hikers, picnickers, and lately a lot more fishermen. And then there's this group of what I refer to as looky-loos, people who walk into the park or drive into the park just to, one, see the canyon, but watch the climbers. one of the stated goals in the strategic plan for the park is creating world-class recreational opportunities. And I'd suggest to you that El Dorado Canyon State Park may be one of the only parks in your entire system that already offers that. And I've traveled to a lot of places, but I can specifically remember visiting places, South Africa, Italy, and France, skiing up in Canada, and throughout the western United States. And when people ask me where I'm from, and I say El Dorado Springs, and then I start to say it's a little community outside of Boulder, Colorado, before I finish, in every one of those places, someone has said to me, I want to go climb there, or I've been climbing there. So you have a park that is world-renowned for its climbing. And introducing another use is going to impact that. They'll utilize the same trails. Climbers sort of cross the road to belay off the rocks and stuff. I just think it's going to create a lot more conflict within the park. And you've got beautiful hiking trails. There's not many of them. You got the Fowler Trail, Rattlesnake Gulch, and then the El Dorado Canyon Trail, which is the trail that will be crossed by this new mountain bike trail and also overlaid by that trail for a portion of its distance in the park and just above the park boundary. The Fowler Trail is accessible to the elderly, people in wheelchairs, families with babies and toddlers, and it gives them access to just overlook that whole canyon. And while that trail has been taken off the table, in all the other hearings that we've had, I've heard mountain bikers as well as people on, for example, the Board of Trustees for the City of Boulder Open Space argue that that trail should remain on the table because it would give a complete trail access and they wouldn't have to go through El Dorado Springs. But it's a gorgeous trail for people who may not be able to access other types of hiking trails. And I would say probably one of the best trails in the state of Colorado for people with access issues. And you've got Rattlesnake Gulch, which is a difficult trail, is open to mountain bikes. I rode it once about 15 years ago. We'll never try to ride it again. I've heard a lot of mountain bikers that have made presentations say the same thing. It's steep, it's difficult. And then you have the El Dorado Canyon Trail, which leads from the Visitors Center up, will be the trail that's impacted by the bike trail. I think it's where conflicts will occur. That trail, that first part of that trail is steep and rugged, but once you get up past that, it's a trail that is just, it's empty of people. It is a serene experience for people who hike. Mountain bikers have used that as one of the arguments for why it should be opened. Because it isn't used much, but that's its beauty. And I'd suggest to you that it's a quieter, more serene experience than you get in the Indian Peaks Wilderness now, than you get in James Peaks Wilderness. And having mountain bikes on it is going to destroy it. And mountain bikes through this switchback area, I don't know how many people ride, but it's a challenge to come down those. I mean, it's a challenge to come down those switchbacks as fast as you can. And
Mr. Smith, could I ask you to wrap up? I'm
Yep.
just managing my time.
Okay.
I appreciate the presentation.
I'm at 10 minutes. I apologize. The only other thing I'd note, and this is going to come up with the group, is you've got another group of users, the picnickers, who are also sort of the people that we refer to as the unrepresented community. I think it's groups of people that you specifically say in your strategic plan you want to have start using the parks. And they use that first part of that trail often, and they're going to get discouraged from using the park if they have conflicts with mountain bikers. So that's it. Sorry, I went too long.
Well, that's quite all right, and thank you for coming. Next up, Mr. Vogel, Jason Vogel. Welcome, Mr. Vogel.
Hello, all. Hello, commissioners, and everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll try and keep it short so that you can recover a break, maybe not drive through icy conditions. I'm here representing the Indian Peaks Traverse Coalition. We're a nonprofit organization that was only actually incorporated last October. The Indian Peaks Traverse is a concept of creating a backcountry non-motorized trail that connects Boulder to Winter Park. And through little bits and pieces over 15 plus years, we've gotten over, we've been networking with 7 different land management agencies to get different pieces of this approved. And at this point, the last piece that we need is this stretch that you just heard Mr. Smith talk about, connecting Walker Ranch through El Dorado Canyon State Park into City of Boulder open space. This is definitely going to be the hardest piece to have a conversation about. But briefly, I just want to let you know who we are as the Indian Peaks Traverse Coalition. We are a group of adventure-loving Coloradans. We are hikers, backpackers, we're conservationists. We're also mountain bikers, but not only mountain bikers. We really take a Big Ten approach. We approach all of these problems with optimism. We want to make this park a better place. We want to make the entire Front Range a better place. We see the concept of the Indian Peaks Traverse, something that we were inspired by issues like ideas like the Colorado Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, these iconic trail experiences that attract people to them, and trying to create one that we could get to from our back doors without using an automobile. That's the future. We need to be able to recreate where we live. We can't, just keep pushing people further away. And by doing so, and this is why conservation groups have been interested in what we're doing, and why I consider myself a conservationist. I work as an environmental consultant. We could focus human use in a narrow corridor of this trail concept that will attract people. And really a broader CPW issue is, how do you manage social trail proliferation? People are out there building trails on the ground all over in the forest. This is having impacts on our wildlife habitat. And I'm sure there's any number of people in uniform behind me here that can tell you all kinds of horror stories of what's going on in the woods. We've got to provide some sort of an outlet for people to be passionate about their experience that they're having, to be able to dedicate their time, their money, their energy for decades or longer to not just get something built, but to steward it over the long haul. So that's what we want to do. I would like to actually sit down with Mr. Smith, have a conversation. I think there's actually a lot of common ground we can build on. If you said today, the only way you were going to allow this trail to exist is if there could be no mountain bikes on any car driving into the park, I already know the mountain biking community would say yes. There are 6 neighboring city trailheads that you would be able to park at if you needed to park. Over 40% of all trips into El Dorado Canyon State Park come from the city of Boulder. Those people wouldn't need to use a car at all. There's so many opportunities to work together and find solutions. I hope we have an opportunity to do that and to participate in the Visitor Use Master Plan. If you're curious about this issue, I encourage you to go to our website, indianpeakstraverse.org. We have a blog there, which has about 6 months worth of blog posts where we've done on the ground kind of analysis of what's really going on these trails. Is this even feasible? What kind of conflicts would likely emerge? So I invite you to look at that if you're interested in this issue. My thanks in particular to Mark Leslie, Wendy Padilla, and Ben Plankus, who have put a lot of time and energy into exploring just how difficult politics around open space can get in the city of Boulder and Boulder County area. I'm sure it's true elsewhere in the state, but man, we've got a lot of passion. You can see a little bit of it here. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and I hope to be seeing you again under positive circumstances in the future.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Commissioner Zimmerman, or comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking the time to be here. I was looking at the open letter to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission regarding Regional Manager Leslie's letter, and I just wanted clarification. Maybe this question is more for you, Mark, but the letter from Indian Peaks Traverse was citing that CPW had a sudden unilateral withdrawal from the process, but it doesn't sound like that's the case. So I just was looking for clarification on where, and like I said, maybe it's a question for Mark, but where we stand from CPW versus the interpretation from the Indian Peaks Traverse Coalition.
I think that is a great question for Mark. I can tell you that the city of Boulder has taken that letter to mean that they should take no further action on this trail for the foreseeable future until this visitor use master plan happens. But I think the letter has been read as a different signal from different people. You heard Mr. Smith feel encouraged by that letter. I felt discouraged by that letter. But maybe Mark can speak to his letter for himself.
Thank you. Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. I will tell you this, we're still very committed to a collaborative process with our partners and working through this process because, yes, the letter could be interpreted both ways. I would say that's the mark of a good letter. So, sorry for the humor this late in the day, but
humor is always welcome.
But we're very committed to a collaborative process. We're not backing out of any process. We just feel like this is imperative that we get this visitation issue with El Dorado Canyon looked at because we're going to be the most impacted, as is the town. So we're very, very much committed to the process and getting through. And as Wendy mentioned, we're putting together the task force. Some of the folks that are here today, their groups are going to be probably represented on the task force. So we're all going to be at the table. We may be putting the decision off a little bit, but we just think it was time to put the brakes on it for right now with visitation going through the roof, and I don't see any other help coming for El Dorado Canyon State Park at this time. So, thank you.
Any other comments, commissioners? Mr. Michael Barrow. Welcome, Mr. Barrow.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Mike Barrow, and I'm from Lafayette, Colorado. I've been a public lands recreation advocate in Boulder County since 1991. I identify as a mountain biker, and I've worked to represent mountain biking by way of the Boulder Mountain Bike Alliance to land managements in the area, land management agencies. 2/3 of Boulder County is in public ownership. Over the last 25 years, the open space programs of the City of Boulder and Boulder County have created extensive networks of trails east of the foothills to connect our communities. But a regional trail system in the foothills into the mountains to connect them, not so much. What we have today are islands of recreation in western Boulder County that require a car to get to. This is in large part a result of land management agencies not looking beyond their fence lines to operate at a landscape level. Over the last decade, BMA has focused our advocacy efforts to create a regional trail system that connects these islands of recreation and to the trail network east of the foothills. Rather than press for expansion of trails in one or many of the park parcels that exist in Boulder County that have established trails, we advocate for connecting these trails, these islands of recreation, with trails. This approach gets people out of their cars and disperses use between established trail systems. This, in my opinion, is the most logical approach to addressing the population growth and their recreation needs in the Front Range. But to make these connections closer to reality, we had to bring together the U.S. Forest Service, the City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks Department, Boulder County Parks and Open Space, and the state park, and get them to work together and start talking about this bigger picture. It took over a decade of lobbying to get them into a room and get them to look beyond their fence lines and to discuss regional trails on a conceptual level. In 2011, we finally had them talking and targeting trail corridors that I hope someday will result in a comprehensive trail network that can get us from our homes to the mountains without the use of a car. I would love to discuss regional trails with any of you that have an interest in addressing the increased recreational pressures in the Front Range. The challenge we have in Boulder County are happening from Fort Collins to Pueblo. It will take the collaboration from land managers, towns, and organizations like BMA to make it happen, and I see CPW as the catalyst that brings us all together. I'll be sending all of you an email inviting you to continue this discussion because we want to be a positive member of the community looking for solutions that makes everyone happier. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Leslie. Next up is a citizen's comment. Mr. I apologize, Mr. Wydell, on cow-calf ratios. And I see Mr. Perricone, former commissioner, rising as well. I think we're going to have a joint presentation. Welcome to you both.
Thank you, sir. So are we waiting on a presentation here?
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Gaspar Perricone and Luke Wydell, both speaking on behalf of Keep Route Wild today. We had presented a preliminary overview of Keep Route Wild and the mountain biking issue that was happening up in Steamboat, and at the request of the Commission, we are back with a more detailed report of where things stand. So I don't think it's lost on anybody in this room that Colorado is blessed with tremendous outdoor recreation opportunities and wildlife populations that are truly unparalleled in the West. However, as our population is expected to double in the next couple of generations, we need to start thinking very seriously about how we expand that recreational growth and how we do it in a manner that preserves the integrity of wildlife habitat, and this community that we are all here to represent. You want to move? There you go.
Did I go too far?
Thanks. So the issue at hand, and in many ways I think this is a case study of many scenarios that we're seeing across the state, is a proposal that the city of Steamboat Springs and the National Forest are currently considering that would, I'll just proceed as if that's up there, have some real serious impacts on some of the last wildlife habitat in the Yampa Valley, which we know is home to one of the largest elk herds in the world. We're looking at a potential impact of up to 14 square miles, 74 miles of trails. And, you know, I don't mean to imply that this proposal was put forward with any intent of malicious behavior, or that, you know, this is not intended to be a knock on any of the trail users out there. It does, however, pose some very serious threats to the wildlife habitat that does exist in the area, and I think it warrants consideration by this body in identifying solutions both on a very local level and thinking about it in the context of statewide solutions. To give you a sense of scale here, this is a map of the proposed trail development in the Yampa Valley. All of the colored lines that you see are new proposed trails. To give you a sense of scale, the red circular thing in the middle of the screen is the entirety of the existing Steamboat Ski Resort. So a relatively large landscape we're talking about. Here's where we are in the process. As I mentioned earlier, this was kind of a citizen initiative-led effort. The city of Steamboat Springs put forward a ballot measure that was requesting funding for the development of trails. A very worthy effort. In fact, every member of the Keep Route Wild board voted in favor of it. That money then went to the determination of a select committee that was appointed by City Council to come up with a trail alignment. Pre-scoping has begun under the United States Forest Service in the NEPA process, and Keep Route Wild has been participating in a facilitation process. So we're at this point where funding is available, trails have been identified, mapping has occurred, and we are about to move forward with development. And at no point in this consultation process has any consultation occurred with a professional wildlife member, DNR, or CPW in any real meaningful way. And unfortunately, that consultation will occur in this scenario only after the NEPA process has began. So I know this is a bit of a cheek and tongue question. Are we loving the outdoors to death? I mean, certainly not in its entirety and not on the whole, but we're getting close to that point in some places with respect to wildlife. And you know, I think it's incumbent of all of us as a community of user groups, as well as a community of wildlife advocates and recreation advocates, to start thinking more strategically about how we build out that growth in the future. There's certainly room enough for all of us. I don't want this to be perceived as an us versus them scenario, but I think in order to achieve levels of satisfaction and recreation on all those levels, we need to take a more holistic look at how we move forward. And I'm going to let Luke go into some of the details about the impacts of trails on wildlife.
Thank you, Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Director Versteeg, Director Gibbs. Luke Weedle, a member, sportsman and concerned member of the public. There we go. We all have an impact, and I think that's something that we all need to begin to realize if we haven't already. The above graphs come from a study conducted by the Department of Agriculture. They measure the probability of the flight responses of elk when disturbed by various activity in their habitat areas. So the graphs illustrate the distance at which particular activities increase the probability of disturbing elk to the point of flight. And then this next slide will show you a more detailed version of the same data. These numbers pulled from the previously mentioned study, the Michael Wisdom study and the buffer zones, show the average distance from each side of the trail with a particular activity occurring that causes elk to flee the area. And clearly, per this, there's higher probability of flight response occurred during ATV and mountain bike activity, in contrast to lower probabilities observed during hiking and horseback riding. So what's the point to all this? Well, as we increase pressure on elk and further encroach on undisturbed landscapes during certain times of year, particularly during calving season, and now as we're finding out more and more during summer feeding, the greater stress we're putting on wildlife, and more studies seem to be linking that activity to declining elk populations. The cow-calf ratios listed above were taken in Beaver Creek between 95 and 96, and the study shows a declining recruitment level when the elk were exposed to human disturbance, and in this case approximately by 40% over 2 years. And not surprisingly, when the treatment of human disturbance was lifted, those cow-calf ratios rebounded to previous levels. Next up, narrowing back into the Mad Rabbit Trails proposals is the Northwest Region's analysis of the Mad Rabbit project. This was delivered to the Forest Service during pre-scoping, I believe early spring of 2018, I believe. And it shows up to 20, in the initial proposals, showed up to 22 square miles of new habitat disturbance. This next slide will illustrate that I believe roughly 9,000 acres of the new disturbance would occur in Colorado's designated roadless areas. And again, this is speaking of the specific Mad Rabbit Trails project proposals. This isn't just a Routt County or a Routt National Forest issue or a Steamboat Springs issue. As we can see, the issue's not isolated here. So it's been touching a host of communities all across Colorado and all across the West. And I think we have heard about that in many conversations in this meeting and previous meetings as well. Give you time just to digest that slide. So moving forward, obviously we want this to be a collaborative effort, and it needs to be to get anything done. I wanted to come here today to thank this commission and the agency for implementing research, the elk research, the recently implemented elk research on recruitment and survival. So I want to thank you. I think that we all understand that the evidence of declining cow-calf ratios across the West, especially here in Colorado, is real and significant, and its implications and its effects are far-reaching. I think it's something we need to begin to pay very close attention to. I'd like to point out some of the red, yellow, and orange in this map, and just the fact that it's a frightening picture. As a sportsman, I think that those cow-calf ratios are, I don't know what this whole picture looks like in 10 years, and I think that's why I'm here as a concerned sportsman. It's certainly something I've seen from my personal observations. I think there are many factors, and I, again, thank you for these studies, because I think it's going to really get to the bottom of what are the factors that we aren't looking at in addition to predation, disease, et cetera. Outdoor recreation being one of those potential factors. So I would like to propose some things to this commission. we would like to propose a few things together, I should say. Gaspar? Okay. One of the things I believe you all received in your mailing material was a letter, a request of this commission, and it was really in response to something that I delivered some of my personal observations in a January commission meeting about declining elk populations in Routt County, specifically in GMU 14. And this commission asked me what I would like to see done. I've created that bullet point number 2 and given it to you in a letter, which was delivered in your mailing materials. And I would like, firstly, to have this commission reconsider the financial implications of declining cow-calf ratios. I think it's been presented to the commission before, in years past, but I couldn't find it in public record. I think it would be an important exercise to see what those financial implications are, because I think it must be in the many millions of dollars. Secondly, I'd like this commission to request a staff presentation, and a comprehensive staff presentation would include terrestrial research and field ops. And then thirdly, after having considered the financial implications of declining cow-calf ratios, as well as a comprehensive staff presentation, which would hopefully deliver the data, what we know about human disturbance in elk populations, I would like the commission to consider crafting a policy resolution. This would acknowledge the impacts human disturbance has on elk populations, and it would encourage federal land managers to consider the importance of wildlife while planning recreation moving forward. It simply put, it would serve as a mechanism for communicating with federal land agencies. So those are my formal requests of the commission. Gaspar?
Really quickly, I'll go over the remaining 2 here. One of the issues that we dealt with during my tenure on the commission was amending the State Trails Committee policy to require wildlife consultation. That was at no point codified in regulatory process. It has been a voluntary process that has occurred in a large part of the state and amongst many of the staff and at that level, but it seems appropriate that if we are going to be expending funds from the State Trails Committee, that a consultation ought to occur for the wildlife impacts, and any trails that pose a unreasonable or unmitigatable impact to wildlife should not be subject to receiving state funds. And lastly, this is not a problem specific to CPW, specific to any user group. We are the problem. Hunters, anglers, everybody that's in the forest at any given time. But the vast majority of that activity is occurring on federal land, and the federal land management agencies are not giving the same weight and consideration to the impacts on wildlife that I know that this body would. And it seems an appropriate time to initiate a conversation with our federal land management partners to enter into an IGA with them to set some parameters and guidelines that could serve as bookends to what is and what is it not an acceptable disturbance on wildlife habitat, and hopefully will pave the way for future build out and development of trails. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, comments or questions? Commissioner Bray.
Yeah, thank you. It's not really a question as much as a comment. I applaud your efforts. Although you're putting facts and figures on a particular area of the state, it can apply to perhaps all of western Colorado. It's exemplified in our previous El Dorado Canyon thing, although it's similar type issues. And I would like to encourage us as a commission to develop a policy to some kind of checklist or something to address wildlife conflicts on these proposals. I think it's necessary. I know Commissioner Vigil and myself have hammered on this agency for the last 2 years about our declining cow-calf ratio, particularly in the Southwest, but it's creeping throughout the whole state. And it is perhaps our biggest challenge right now, even more so than CWD or anything else, in my opinion. And it has drastic implications for our financial future and everything. So I agree with you. I think we start this conversation. I think we can develop a win-win, but appreciate you bringing it to us, and keep it in front of this commission and future commissions to work towards solutions.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do you think seasonal closures would have a sufficient enough positive impact, or is that just a Band-Aid?
I'll take mind you, I do not have a degree in wildlife biology, and to one of our points that I think ultimately all of these decisions and any mitigation measure of whatever variety it may be has to be led by the science. There are probably areas where seasonal closures accomplish that mitigation measure for wildlife impacts. There are probably areas in the state where it doesn't. I think what's important is that the wildlife biologists of the area have the opportunity to take a look and assess what is and what is not an appropriate mitigation measure.
Yep.
I know seasonal closures in a lot of states. Wyoming, I know, has a lot of successful seasonal closure examples. So, I know throughout Colorado we have some successful seasonal closure examples. But I agree, it's an individual case, and I think that putting my kind of developer hat on, it's always it's difficult because CPW doesn't typically have that kind of authority, that jurisdiction to require any kind of mitigation, and so I do think if we can marry that with the State Trails grant program, we can add a level of authority there that we don't have in just a general public NEPA process.
I think I would agree enforcement's hugely important. It's also difficult to put into place because financially speaking, I think it's a problem because it adds to the shovel cost of any trails projects, but also it's difficult to enforce. I know over in Eagle County, they put some trail cameras on closed trails and they captured like 200 violators. And so that's a difficult piece to it. And then when do the trail closures, when should they be, that sort of thing. And we have some cow-calf pictures of elk in the Buff Pass area pre-trail construction that were obtained through the Forest Service that show at least 4 calves in different frames, where that was on like late June, so post-trail closures. So it's a difficult issue as well.
Any other comments or questions? Gentlemen, we'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Mr., I apologize again for pronunciation, Mr. Kaza.
Yes, that's correct.
While he's coming up, Commissioners, let me deal with a couple of small things. Staff is asking how many of us would like to go to the dinner tonight, the commission dinner. So could I see a show of hands?
Can't see outside, so.
Yeah, that was my question.
What else
I
are we
have no
gonna do?
idea.
We gotta eat.
But it's always.
What's he asking for?
Just, why don't you give us a head count, and then if people need to back out, that's fine. It's just staff wants to get kind of an upper limit. So 1, 2, myself, 3, 4, 5.
There'll be 2 of us.
6, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Does that help? Great. Just one other administrative matter, and then Mr. Kaza, just bear with me. We've had this issue with the conflict with the sheepdog herding contest in Meeker in our September meeting. And what staff is telling me is all but 2 commissioners wanted us to go ahead and keep the dates as is, but change location. And 2 commissioners, I think that's the right way to say it, right? 2, yeah, and so I think we need to come to a decision here. It seems like the majority would like to keep the September dates and change location. So does anyone disagree with that strongly, or? Commissioner Haskett, you know I would like to be in Meeker.
I want to be in Meeker, but.
I think the vote was actually, I know my vote was, I would be fine either way. So I think it wasn't.
I think the vote was confusing because it didn't work. So I don't know if you actually got a true vote, because if you didn't vote both, it didn't work. So, but I think we could have it in Rifle or Craig just the same.
Commissioner Hauser, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say I offered or my organization offered to host either in Rifle or Steamboat Springs, and we've got space, and if it helps be somewhat close to the area, it's not exactly there, but we'd be certainly happy to do that.
Let's pursue that option.
Same dates.
Same dates.
I would rather see Rifle or Craig than Steamboat, just because we were Steamboat just a couple years ago.
I think so. We haven't been to Meeker or Rifle in a long time.
Great, let's do that. Mr. Kaza, thank you for your patience. Please proceed.
Yes, my name is Larry Kaza. I'm a native of Colorado, born and raised down by John Martin Reservoir, southeast Colorado. I've been fishing since about 6 years old in little stock ponds, farm ponds, and that correlates real close to what I want to present today. And by the way, I'm just going over briefly. There's much more information in all the pamphlets that I gave you prior to the meeting this afternoon. So you really need to kind of add it to what I'm going to tell you here, because I probably won't cover a lot of that. Before I do that, though, I would like to tell a little story about a little 80-year-old lady that was fishing down at Jackson Lake in Morgan County, and she was just catching fish one after another. These 4 young bucks were down in the way, and they kept watching her, and they couldn't figure out what she was doing to catch so many fish. So they kept working their way down to her, closer, 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 trying to figure it out. Finally, they just couldn't tell. So one of them walked over to her and said, "Ma'am, you know, there's 4 of us, we haven't caught a fish yet, and you probably caught and released 20 fish so far. Would you mind telling us what you were using?" And she says, And he said, "Well, you know, I couldn't understand what you were saying. What did you say?" And she says, a little disgustedly, And I said, "I'm still sorry, I didn't catch that." So she turned around to him and went, "You got to keep your worms warm." So that's, if you run into trouble catching, you might want to go to that. The first thing I want to cover is, basically, in my lifetime of fishing, is the years from about 1958 to 2018. During this time, our fishing licenses have increased from 300,000 to 792,000. That's a 263% increase. Second thing that's important in this same time period is technology that has changed the fishing pressure, namely social media and cell phones. Through their use, fishermen know within a day or two of where there is a fishing hotspot going on. In the old days, as I like to call them, it might take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before people started gradually showing up. Now it's within a day. I witness this all the time in the last 10, 20 years. They're there, and it's not just individuals showing up, it's groups of people showing up. Most of what I call groups are coming from the Front Range. There are a lot of local fishermen too, but the people that tend to fish in groups show up en masse immediately. They will stay at these lakes and fish until the bite, what we call the hot bite, is off. I have visited with them, trying to get a little information from them, the ones that work in the groups, and they've conceded. Well, actually, they weren't trying to hide anything. I said, "Well, man, you guys catch a lot of fish when you come down and do this," and they concurred with that and said, "Well," I said, what do you do when this good bite is over?" "Well, we just go to the next lake that's got a good bite going, and we just get as many out of that lake as we can." So they just move from lake to lake. As you can imagine, if you're constantly there at the first bite of a hot bite, and you're coming there in groups, those groups are, by groups I'm talking anywhere from 10 to 20 people. If they're taking their limits, they're taking a lot of fish out real fast. that leads me to what our current bag and possession limits are for crappie, walleye, sawguy, and wiper. In the 60 years I've been fishing, virtually none of these limits, daily bag limits or possession limits, have ever been changed. They're still the same. How can that be when we've had an increase of 263% in fishing licenses? And we still think that we can produce enough fish and manage enough fish. It's hard enough to do anyway in these irrigation lakes, and be able to have a stable fishery from year to year. Well, we can't. It hasn't been happening for the last 30, 35 years. The old timers will tell you, back to 50s through 85s, fishing was good to excellent almost every year, year to year. Even when lakes were down to their dead pool and the fish couldn't get out, or a lot of them went out the outlet, this fishing the next year would still be good. That's because they had lots of fish in there. At that time, there wasn't as many fishermen. I also want to cover enforcement of fishing regulations, but I don't have time to do it all, so I just included that in the literature for you to read it at a different time. So myself and all the friends that we got together and discussed this, one possible solution we think is to dramatically release the number of fish for each species. You know what everybody's going to say? I think you might know. They're going to scream. Oh, you mean we can only keep 2 walleye? You mean we can only keep 10 crappie instead of 20? Let me review statistics for you. For the meat fishermen, and that's what a lot of people still are, but there's still sports fishermen too. They don't keep hardly anything. They will be surprised to learn that the current limit of 20 10-inch crappie has the same weight as 12 12-inch crappie. You're talking about going from this to this, and you're gaining double the weight. So if we're trying to protect our resource, so we don't have an every year or two of good fishing and then 3 or 4 or 5 years of bad fishing, why are we taking so many fish out? Shouldn't we be taking out less fish? And by doing that, we can do, well, we can do that by going to a higher size limit to where hopefully everybody be satisfied. Yes, they're not catching as many fish and keeping them, but the weight's going to be the same. The amount of food they're going to get from them is still going to be the same. We think this is a win-win. You're protecting your resource, and you're still giving the public and the people that want to catch a lot of fish for the meat the same amount of meat. We've been told by division officials that this poor fishing status, when it happens, that they do stock a lot of numbers of additional fish in those lakes to get them going back up, and I think they do. Here's our thinking on the problem with that. What happens is you run 3 or 4 gill nets around each one of these lakes each year in the fall to see how many fish are in it. How many fish do you know stay in the same spot, or how many cattle on a ranch stay in the same spot so they can be counted? It doesn't happen. Where you're setting these nets 1 year, let's say the net produces thousands, hundreds of fish. So yay, the walleye population is great. So what do you do the next year? You don't stock as many walleye because you think it's great, but the rest of the lake is horrible. There's no walleye over there. You just happen to set the net in the good spot. Now, that doesn't happen all the time. There's times when I think the nets do a good job, but if you miss it, and you don't know what you really need in that lake, and you do stock it heavy, it takes 3 to 5 years to get these fish back up to catchable sizes. So what happens in those years? If you did happen to catch them all, or there was only a small number of big fish, in the next 3 to 5 years, what you've stocked, the fishing's poor because they're not in there. Oh, you'll catch an occasional bigger fish, yes, but by and large, a lot of them will be gone.
Mr. Kazzy, we're kind of running up against your time. You want
Okay.
You want to be very specific and tell us what you would like? I think that might help me.
Yeah, I will. On page, I think it's 11, there's all types of recommendations that we've come up with as far as the limits and possession limits. And we feel that if this isn't done, we're just going to continue to have these 2 to 3 years, maybe 2 years of good fishing, which is what's been happening over the last few years, and then 3 or 4 bad years. And this is from people that fish all the time and have fished for 60, 80 years. That is the main concern. And the rest of the literature, like I say, you can read, and it will cover a lot of stuff that I didn't cover in this brief.
So these are limits at John Martin or statewide? I'm just trying to be.
We're talking about lakes northeast Colorado mainly.
Okay.
Jackson, Jumbo, Pruitt, and Lake John. North Sterling.
Okay.
Got off on North Park. Yeah, there's 4 lakes. Does anybody have any questions?
Commissioners? Thanks very much for coming and presenting, and we've got your memo, and we'll take it under advisement.
Okay, we would certainly appreciate if anybody doesn't understand anything or has a question, a comment about how we arrived at some of this stuff. We like I said, it's been 60 years, and we haven't had any changes in limits in that time. Why is that? The trout fisheries have had change after change after change after change, catch and release, flies and lures, 1 fish limit, 20-inch limit, on and on and on. And for 60 years, our warm water fisheries, we feel, have been ignored.
Thank you for
I
coming.
want to thank you.
I'm just going to change the order of the next 2 items. Mr. Ray, if you could come forward and do your presentation. Is Dick here? Oh, there. Just for the new commissioners, Dick Ray is a former wildlife commissioner and a good friend to the agency and to commissioners. And
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my technician here is setting this thing up. I'm from the old school. That's why I wanted him first. All right. I'll take my hat off out of respect. And I learned years ago at these commission meetings, you better keep an eye on it because a joker might hide it. Had it happen. I'm Dick Ray from Pagosa Springs. I have 50 years experience hunting mountain lions and reading every study I could lay my hands on. When I read Goldman and Young's book, published in the early 40s, Puma, the Mysterious American Cat, it awakened a passion for lion that still burns. And I've heard that said earlier today, and I think people that are involved with lions get very passionate about the animal. Not the killing of the lion or the killing the lion does, but just the animal itself and how it exists and how it lives and how it fits into our ecosystems. In any event, yeah, I've read the results of every study I could lay my hands on, and I'd like to share some history with you today. In 2005, I was appointed to this Wildlife Commission. I went immediately to the short course in wildlife management at CSU. Terry Cleveland, at that time was the director of Game and Fish in Wyoming, and he made the opening remarks. And he started off like this. He said, I have good news and I have bad news in the wildlife management field. He said, the good news is the mountain lion is doing wonderful. And the bad news is the mountain lion is doing wonderful. And this, what we'll go through here, I think, with Steve and I, can kind of help put some context to that statement.
I think I'm feeling you. There we go. Oh, there you go.
Got it? Yep. Okay. We need to back up. In the early 1900s, wildlife managers realized the need to reduce predation. Recovering deer, elk, and bighorn sheep, which were very, very scarce in the early 1900s, needed protection. And for about 50 years, there was intense predator control. By the 1960s, populations of deer, elk, and bighorn sheep had reached historical highs. In the early 60s, in Colorado, more elk and more deer were killed than ever before and ever since. The measures that had essentially eliminated the grizzly bear and wolves, trapping, poisoning, and so forth, and paid professional hunters had pretty well eliminated the grizzly and the wolves, but the lion was still here. He hung on. Now then, in the 1960s and 70s, transition from unlimited trapping and hunting occurred for the mountain lion. Regulated take was instituted throughout the West. Now you may recognize some of this was been presented to you earlier because it's historical fact. And I'm not at all ashamed to do it twice because we kind of need to drum it into ourselves to know where the lion was, where he came from, where he's at today. Now then, we have lions. He's alive, he's doing well. What is the mountain lion's daily prey requirements? Roughly 1 to 1.5 large ungulate per week. And we're talking about in a broad general thing here. I'm not trying to get very detailed, just give you a concept of what it is. If a lion kills a elk in the summer, the bear may feed on that, the coyote may feed on it, hawks, owls, ravens, you name it, any sort of a scavenger loves the lion because the lion does the killing, but the rest of the ecosystem scavengers benefit from it. So, as I mentioned here, the lion may not receive the full proceeds of his kill due to other predators and scavengers. And competition may require that the lion kills more frequently. But generally, you could round it off and say that lion is going to need an adult, something like 50 large ungulates per year in order to just survive. And then we go to basic biology, 93-day gestation period, produce 2 to 4 young, approximately every 12 to 14 months, depending on the mother. We've seen some of the lions that keep their kittens with them while they have a second litter. And we've had house cats that act the same way. I've always told people, if you really want to understand some of the basic habits of the mountain lion, go to the alleys of Denver or Boulder or Pagosa Springs, where I'm from, and cats are cats. They have so much the same basic habits and way of doing business. By the year 2000, many states had reached the carrying capacity of their mountain lions in relation to their predator and prey ratios. The western states reacted to increasing the lion numbers, adaptive management, more liberal regulations for seasons and bag limits. They sought to maintain the balance between predator and prey and continue to strive with that. Study reports in the Journal of Wildlife Management identified the lion mountain lion, cougar, puma, whatever you choose to call him, as the significant predator for desert and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. The competition for managed species in Colorado, deer, elk, bighorn sheep, occasionally others, are managed for human use as well as other wildlife. Excessive predation can diminish the ungulate resource available for human use. Predation can threaten the investment in the survival of threatened or endangered wildlife as well. Now then, we look at the regulated mountain lion hunting in the West. Surrounding states have responded and reacted to increasing mountain lion populations with much different bag limits and season limits than we've seen in the past. From almost not existing back when I first started hunting the lion in the 60s, they're now relatively liberal and numerous. 2 lion bag limits on the right-hand side. That's not exactly true in all units in all states. For instance, in Wyoming, there's only a few units that have 2 lion bag limits. There are a few in Utah that have 2 lion bag limits. But nevertheless, the concept is that different states have gotten quite liberal with the take of lions to try to maintain that balance between predator and prey. Next one. Skip that one. Yeah. Okay, we look now at one lion killing one animal. That's acceptable. That's what they do. They have to do it. They are the, what do you call it? The
apex predator.
Well, what he is he has to eat meat.
Carnivore.
Yeah. He's an obligate carnivore. He cannot eat grass like the bear. He doesn't scavenge like the coyote. He needs meat, and it needs to not be rotten meat. Consequently, he has to kill fresh stuff to eat. Fine. Now we go to the next slide. Let's just say we have a 4-year-old mountain lion. Visualize, if you can, the herd of deer, elk, bighorn sheep that it takes to host that animal for 4 years. That would be called the price we pay in other species to host this species. So it's considerable. We all as a society see that it's tolerable and probably even desirable. However, it gives some people like the guys behind me a full-time job just trying to figure out how many lions are enough and how many are too many, and that's the age-old question. With lions, the simple answer, and I'm not going to say it's the only answer, would be when the predation causes a prey species to decline unacceptable. The amount of other living creatures that it takes to subsidize each lion per year is substantial, and we multiply single lion's requirements by Colorado's several thousand lions, it becomes a man-sized job just to keep all this thing in perspective, under control, and on the right track. And I think we'll all agree a pretty good job has been done. But the job never quits, it never ceases, and that's why you all are here. Now then, when I was on the Wildlife Commission, I appreciated any information that I could get on any of the issues, and your issues are multitude. I was not on the Parks and Wildlife Commission. I was on the Wildlife Commission. So we had plenty on our plate, but we didn't have everything you all do. But in any event, I would appreciate everything that I could get. And there are reports written up in the Journal of Wildlife Management that can help verify and validate some of either my personal experiences and opinions, and certainly your opinions. And I've got 4 of those that I've copied today that I want to give on to you. And if you choose to use them and read them, I've found them to be very, very informative. And there are many, many reports out there. Many of them, when we talk about the scientific reports, are very involved. And there's been a saying that if you don't understand calculus, stay away from wildlife biology. But it can be summed up into what really is the problem and what some of the possible solutions are. With that, I'm going to dig these reports out, and if you have any questions, fine. I don't know that I can answer many. Certainly between staff and I, I believe we can come up with answers for any question.
Is that the end? Okay, great.
All of these reports that I have are on studies that have been written up in the Journal of Wildlife Management in 2018 or 19. They don't go back 40 or 50 years, although some of that knowledge is still good. For instance, 40 years ago, they had a 93-day gestation period, and they still do. But there's a report here, and I've highlighted the key phrases so you don't have to read through 20 pages of really intense stuff. But some of this stuff is fairly easy to understand if you just go down through it. And if you want to know more, believe me, here's your sources. But I have 4 here that I'm going to leave with you, and then you do with them what you will. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll come back in 30 years.
Dick, thanks for coming all the way from Pagosa. We really appreciate it.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Dick.
Mr. Lohr, you ready?
Thank you, Chairman Howard, Director Versteeg, and commissioners, and I guess Mr. Gibbs is not here, but
right behind you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We really appreciate the time afforded to us to give this presentation. I'm going to talk about lions in California today, and I believe it's important to this commission to hear a little bit about what's going on in California with their management of this animal. Some of you may be aware that many years ago, California made it illegal to hunt lions in California. So the bottom line is their management practices are all reactive. And I want to talk about some of those reactions and the interface between humans and people who raise livestock and encounters with lions. This next slide. This is a very recent event. Some of staff may be familiar with this kind of event. This happened in Sacramento, and it took a 4-hour search to locate this 1.5-year-old male lion. As you can notice, there's 3 police officers involved. There's a regular animal control officer, and then there's some technical staff. They're the gentleman on the left, who tranquilized this animal. Now, this falls under one of the categories that I want to talk to you about. It's an incident, and because of some of the restrictions and protocols that they've established, California's kind of piloted its way into some very narrow straits, and they have to make very clear decisions about what to do with animals. Some animals are not a threat, some animals are a threat, and because of that decision-making process, there's interactions with like a manager for an event like this, and there's a lot of public relations issues that come out of this. Now, California knows that this is going to be a common thing. It's going to keep happening. They know and expect it to happen more and more. What I want to point out with this slide is that under this management practice, you have 3 police officers, 1 regular guy on the beat for animal control, and a technical person there to tranquilize this animal. For your information, that particular technician said that in his 3 years with the California Division of Wildlife, he has tranquilized 60 lions. Now, that's a significant effort on his part, and it's a significant amount of training. You don't just go tranquilize a lion without some training. So what's going to happen with this lion is, or what happened with this lion, they drove it 25 miles away and let it go, okay? That was only because that lion did not pose a threat. I'm going to show you a table now. This is a table of events that lead up to 5 years that lead up to 2013, when another kind of event happened I'll tell you about.
But most of these incidents of the type I just described have no safety risk associated with them. A small handful, as you can see, do, and those may result in the taking of a lion. But if you look at the number of incidents, they range from 95 to 214 incidents. Multiply that out, just talking about resources that it takes to deal with the lions, multiply that out times 3 police officers, a regular animal control officer, and a technical person to be on scene. And then the vehicles and driving that lion someplace and letting it go. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. The next thing, by the way, I'm going to speed this up, and it's going to start sounding like presentational Tourette's here. Of those animals that were taken because they posed a risk, about half are male and half are female, and 4 they weren't reported. I wish I had the ages and some more information about it, but the lions that were deemed dangerous are about half female and half male. Next. Okay. The next thing I want to talk about, and again, it's going to sound like Tourette's because I'm going to speed this up. We have issues where lions take livestock, and because of the way the law was written, that lion should be taken, and permits are issued to take them. Of the recent data that I have, and that's what I want to really get to here, from 2016, of 104 of those, I have sufficient information to evaluate the age, sex, and livestock killed. And that comes from necropsies that are part of their program. So they gather data for each animal killed. And this is what got me into looking at this data, because back when I started talking with the state director, Denny Behrens, about predator management, one of the things that came up was, what do they do with lions in California? And I said, well, they still kill lions. Well, here's that graph. In fact, I drew up a chart and used to carry it around, show it to people. But if you look over the years, the depredation permits issued, total is 3,191 over the last 17 years. And of those, 1,586 lions were killed or taken as a result of that. Now, there's some very clear protocols about what you could do when you have an animal that's depredating. They still use lion dogs to follow these animals, and hounds remain a very, very important tool in management of lions. I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that, because even though there are some circumstances where you can't use lion dogs, mainly where they could cross roads or get into trouble, they don't use those. Then you have to trap and do confined euthanasia. Okay, so looking at that 2016 data, that 120 lions, I have information about those. The depredations run from the whole gamut of livestock, from goats to a horse, believe it or not. The predominant animal that is taken by a lion is a goat, followed shortly by sheep. The 22 up there that you see is, nobody identified what the livestock was. The next one after that is dogs. Okay, now I want to say something about the goats and taken. Now, if you look at this, this doesn't look like a big deal, but the truth is, a goat depredation isn't a one-off goat gone kind of thing. Some of these are very devastating depredations where 10, 20, or 30 animals could be killed in that event. So even though it shows up as a one goat depredation event, this is potentially a lot of money involved here. Okay, so goats and sheep, I want to look at that real close, because there's some interesting things going on here. I don't know whether this represents the demographic of lions, if I could say it that way, but this is an interesting thing. It shows us, and I had to do a little bit of work with their data, because when they did their necropsies, different people had a little different way of aging these animals. But I binned it out to each year, and if you look, these are the over time, the age of the animals involved in the depredation. This is a unique data set in that we're not going out and getting these animals. These animals are volunteering to be part of the data set. In other words, they're representing lions in terms of depredation. And you can see that lions will depredate on livestock all the way out till age 10, and there may be older lions there too. But the main age where depredation occurs are the younger lions in the second or third year. This is interesting too. If I separate out the depredation of goats by age and by sex, clearly the primary offending animal is a male, and usually a young one, somewhere between 1 and 5 years of age. The females, you see this increase in depredation at 4 or 5 years. You see things like this and you can start wondering, well, what's going on? Is a female trying to support kittens, or what's going on there? Don't know, but it's very interesting. But look at the ratio. 64% males depredate over the 36% females. If I look at sheep, and this was striking, I mean, this is a surprise. The females don't even show up. You have a huge number of depredations as a result of young male lions. But again, there's depredation in the males all the way out to the end. The last slide I want to show you is this table of, of direct attacks on humans. And I want to back up a little bit on the history. We have, in 1972, they started a moratorium on killing lions, and that was a 5-year moratorium. They repeated it up until 1990 when they jumped in with both feet, basically treated mountain lions like an endangered species. They are worried about genetics in the southern part of the state where they can't travel and they're isolated in certain areas. But over the years, up until the law that prevented any hunting whatsoever, there had been attacks on human beings. Since 1992, you can see there are 3 fatalities there. And while we worry about small children in exposure to mountain lions, how they become interested in small children, the truth of the matter is the people who have died from mountain lion attacks are actually adults in California. And their last attack was in 2014. Okay, and for the sake of time, I'm going to end there. There's a lot of stuff in this data that I got. I asked for some of these tables from the state of California, and I hope to get more. Right now, I only have the 2016 data, but I thought it was very interesting. And for future reference, when you're talking about managing lions, this should be very interesting. Let's put it that way. Any questions?
Commissioners, questions or comments? I think they've had enough of lions for the day.
I'm sure they have.
Steve, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. So we're saying this goes now. Okay. All right, and this is on public assets. Let's just take it down. Ms. Rose, could you come forward? I'm going to take that comment now.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you all today. My name is Liz Rose. I'm a grad student at CU Boulder, here on behalf of backcountry hunters and anglers, as I'm working with BHA this year on my graduate capstone project. BHA is the sportsmen's and women's voice for public lands, waters, and wildlife, and I'm here today to highlight our interest in seeing CPW prioritize expanded public access on state trust lands. In addition, we want to highlight our support for establishing a working group to address this need. Also, our desire to be a part of this collaborative process and to offer myself as a resource on behalf of BHA to move this process forward however I can. Sportsmen and women often cite the lack of access as a #1 reason for giving up longstanding traditions or even for abandoning newfound hunting and fishing hobbies. With the growing Colorado population and a rapidly increasing recreational demands, we believe that access to and utilization of state trust lands deserves a comprehensive analysis. As we look for opportunities to enhance public hunting and fishing access in Colorado, BHA supports a strategy that includes enhancing public access to private lands and to landlocked public lands. However, we feel that state trust land access is low-hanging fruit where significant acreage gains can be made with relatively low administrative costs. Every other Western state has opened the vast majority, if not all, of their state trust lands to the public for recreation access, and Colorado can as well. Through the existing public access program, CPW has shown that recreational access can occur seamlessly alongside grazing, energy development, and other revenue-generating land uses. So by taking initiative and investing in the expansion of public access to state trust lands specifically, we will help fund K-12 education in Colorado through the State Land Board, while increasing opportunities for these same kids to connect to the outdoors. BHA and I take a keen interest in helping CPW work towards solutions that will expand opportunities for public hunting and fishing on state trust lands. And we want to extend our appreciation to Dan Prenslow, Mark Leslie, and others here for working with us on developing strategies to do so. On behalf of BHA, thank you for carefully considering our appeals regarding future public hunting and fishing access on state trust lands. We look forward to being part of this collaborative process, and I hope that I may be a resource to you all as well in moving this conversation forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments, commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Rose.
Thank you.
Why don't we next do the E18 item that we took off the consent agenda earlier? Commissioner McDaniel's item.
Good afternoon, Director Versteeg, Chairman Howard, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners. My name is Shannon Schaller, and I'm the Senior Wildlife Biologist for the Northeast region. And today I'll be presenting to you the Herd Management Plan update for E18, the Kenosha Pass Elk Herd. The Kenosha Pass Elk Herd is located in northern Park counties and Jefferson counties, and while looking at the map, Highway 285 bisects the northwest corner of that DAU. It's composed of game management units 50, 500, and 501. And within the DAU, there are over 1,100 square miles in this DAU, and over 60% is public land open to hunting, and another 30% is private land, and then the remaining 10% is made up of state trust lands, state wildlife areas, and other non-private lands. This graph illustrates the modeled population estimate over the last 20 years in E18. And the population is indicated in that dark red color, and the dark blue colors are the population either target or objective ranges. And the last time a population objective was implemented in this herd was in 2006. And at that time, the population objective was set lower than the population estimate. And that was in an attempt to reduce the number of elk on the landscape due to concerns and conflicts with agricultural producers and too many elk on the landscape. This graph illustrates the cow-calf ratios in E18 over the last 20 years. The 3-year average of observed age ratios in this herd is 45 calves per 100 cows. And then just for comparison, the statewide average is 40 calves per 100 cows. There are two issues that influence management in E18. And one of those issues is that we get wintering elk from adjacent DAUs that come into this DAU. And the number of elk and the timing of their movement is variable and depending on the amount of snow that we get each year, but it can be a significant amount of elk. So for instance, this last winter, we had anywhere from probably 800 to up to 1,000 additional elk from adjacent DAUs that come into this DAU to winter. And another significant issue that we deal with in managing this elk herd are potential for conflicts on ag lands. Wintering lands in this DAU are also in the same area where agricultural lands are. So elk moving to wintering range can cause conflicts with either forage or fencing. And we've used license allocation with late seasons and private land only licenses to address those conflicts, along with habitat improvement projects to hold elk on public land and reduce those conflicts on private land. The estimated population in this DAU has been declining intentionally to drive the population within the objective range, and currently the estimated population is within our objective range at 2,100 elk. And additionally, our modeled sex ratio within this population is within the range of 35 to 40 bulls per 100 cows. And our license allocation with both antlerless and antler licenses have been directed at moving this population toward the objective range and then also maintaining it within the objective range. This slide illustrates the alternatives that we used in our herd management plan update process. The preferred alternatives are highlighted in yellow, and the preferred alternatives that we select are based on balancing the biological capabilities of this herd along with addressing those management issues that I talked about earlier, and then also the feedback that we get from the public on what they would like to see this herd managed, how they would like to see this herd managed. And with regard to the public feedback, the steps that we took to capture what they wanted to do with this herd was a public survey, a public meeting, and then also a lot of just face-to-face conversations with DWMs and local staff, with the HPP committee, the Habitat Partnership Program committee, with Forest Service, and then also with landowners and hunters, just that face-to-face and trying to capture what they wanted. 40% of the people in the public survey indicated that they would like to see the population remain the same, and 43% of the survey respondents said that they would like to see a slight increase to the population. The majority of the people stated that they like to see the sex ratio stay the same and that they're happy with the bull hunting opportunity in this herd. As I stated earlier, the population currently is within the objective range as well as the sex ratio is within the objective range. So the strategies that we'll use to maintain this population within the objective ranges are the same strategies that we've been using over the last 10 years, which are private land only licenses, late season antlerless licenses. Antler license allocation will look very similar to what it's been over the last several years, and that's an attempt to provide the public with what they've seen and what they expect to see. And then additionally, we'll continue to collaborate with HPP to resolve any issues with conflicts with elk, and then pursue habitat projects that also improve either the wintering area or movement areas for elk to reduce those conflicts. And I'd like to say that I think this herd is a good example of how our herd management plan guides our management and how we can use license allocation to get to those objective ranges, and then also just a pat on the back for all of the habitat work that has been done in this region. The habitat work that's been done on the James Mark Jones State Wildlife Area has been really critical in providing that quality habitat for these wintering elk. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the time and open it up for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel.
Thank you. I asked that it come off the consent agenda so I could give a couple comments about it and ask a couple questions. When I looked at the data showing that the population was close to 6,000 20 years ago, And it's a third of that today. And, you know, we only have, I think, throughout the state, rare opportunities where the data you also gave us indicate that it would sustain a population of 4,000. If 800 to 1,000 migrating elk come in that aren't, I'll call it indigenous to the area, even with a 2 to 2,500 population, it's still well within the habitat capability to sustain the herd over the winter and keep them alive. So I think that, again, it's for myself, I think it's a rare opportunity for us to push kind of the boundaries of that. The alternative 3 is only slightly higher than alternative 2, 400 or so animals. So I'm not asking that we consider something close to 4,000, but that we push ourselves and make ourselves a little more uncomfortable, especially in many areas of the state. We're very much worried about cow-calf recruitment and elk numbers. We have a population here that we can manage pretty readily if we find that we get too much conflict in the future and push it back down. If we think that these extra few hundred animals cause us a lot of problems. So my support, my feeling about it is that we should move to alternative 3 instead of alternative 2 and move it higher. So I just wanted to be able to make that pitch and discuss it before we take a vote on it in the consent agenda.
Commissioner Bray.
Yeah, Commissioner McDaniel, I totally agree with what you said and the philosophy behind it. I happen to have been around when the previous, this previous plan 10 years ago came into effect, and there, at that time, staff had proposed the larger number, and we had great social pushback, particularly from the agricultural community. They were getting hammered, and yeah, we have these migrating elk herds in from other areas that exasperated the problem, but this, it was in this place's home range. And those ranchers were very, very upset. They were just getting really, really hammered with game damage in the winter. Now, I don't know 10 years later, that's why we need to update these things. I don't know if conditions have changed on the landscape with development, and if those same landowners are even in existence, or if the problems are still the same as they were 10 years ago. But as a background, that's how we got where we got 10 years ago. So if those conditions haven't changed, I would support staff's recommendation here, but I can't answer whether the on the ground things have changed or not over that time frame.
Well, thank you, commissioners. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Vigil.
Commissioner Vigil. You're fine.
We looked at this some time ago, and so I don't remember exactly what the local HPP said about, what was their input?
We had several meetings with them in advance of even identifying what we would prefer as alternative ranges, and their comments to us were that they supported an increase to the population, but only a slight increase to the population, and that they wanted the tools to manage those elk later in the seasons with late season allocation and PLO. But from their perspective, they were in line with our preferred alternative as a slight increase is what they preferred to see on the ground.
Okay, and can I continue that?
Of course.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the cow-calf
Sure can.
ratio? Because I know it's at 40 the last year, but it's a downward trend for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what worries me about taking more elk, because if that trend continues, it's going to look like the area where I live, with 25 calves per calf.
It is a downward trend, although where we were this last year in 2018 was in line with adjacent DAUs. And additionally, even in the Northeast region, we had some downward trends the last several years, but luckily we've had some leveling out of those cow-calf ratios. So, and again, we're very similar to what our overall calf-cow ratio is for this herd. But you're right, there is a downward trend there. But in between the years when we fly, if you look at that graph in particular, see we fly every other year. We actually do some ground counts with our local staff so that we can kind of keep a bead on cow-calf ratios. And there is a downward trend, but it's in line with, we're right where we are, in line with the rest of the region and adjacent DAUs.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I go back to what Commissioner Bray said with regard to changes on the landscape? And I will tell you that over the last 10 years, we have seen some changes on the landscape, which were factored into where we are as far as our preferred alternative range. We have seen significant land use changes, actually, from either housing development to increased recreation to water status changing on the landscape. And so that's taken into account as we select our preferred alternative ranges. In Park County is no exception to this increased recreation and demands on the landscape. And so as we forecast into the future and what the land can support, we have to take all of that into account. And recreation is increasing significantly, just like everywhere else. And then something else we consider is the capability of the winter range and what it can support on the land, because that is really what the limiting factor is. And so in instances where we might be able to have more elk, we really have to balance all of that out with what the public wants and what the land is capable of, and even forecasting into the future of what we're capable of doing with management. Jumping in on me?
Mark Leslie, Regional Manager. I'd just like to support what Shannon had to say. I think she's hit it spot on. We feel like we're at a pretty sweet spot with where we're at right now. And any opportunity that we have to increase the public opportunity, any chance we have to increase public opportunity, we generally love to do that. I mean, that's what we're all about. Maintain those herds as high as we possibly can within the social and biological tolerance of the landscape, the political landscape that we live in. And Assistant Director DeWalt was the area wildlife manager down in South Park when the situation that Commissioner Bray was referring to was going on. And so he was very instrumental in that. I don't know if Reed, you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Good afternoon. Reed DeWalt, Assistant Director of Wildlife and Natural Resources. In a previous life, I was an area wildlife manager, and 10 years ago, this was one of the very first things I dealt with as a wildlife manager. To say that it was contentious would be an understatement. This was not a good situation. We heard about this from the Colorado Cattlemen's Association and multiple landowners in the South Park area. Over the last 10 years, roughly 10 years, that reduction in numbers in that herd was done very much on purpose. That wasn't just an underperforming herd or anything like that. We had a social contract with our last herd management plan to reduce that herd to a sustainable and acceptable level with the local producers up there. And so that's the main point I wanted to share, is this isn't an underperforming herd. This is a herd that we managed correctly. It's actually something we should probably celebrate a little bit, that we achieved what we told the public we would do. And I think it would be a mistake to go back on that at this point in time. Those people are still in that community. A few of them have left, but that sentiment is still up there. I don't manage up there anymore, but those locals still, we're still rebuilding that trust with that local ranching community. And I think we've gained that trust. Things in Park County are going well. And that would just be my take and information I could add to this conversation.
Commissioners, I got all sorts of time issues that we've managed to go over again. So can I ask that we kind of come to a conclusion on this one? And there's nothing wrong, by the way, with a contested motion and a contested vote. So
I just want
Commissioner Vigil.
I would like to make one comment. On all the herd management plans, I like to really pay attention to what the local HPP folks say, because they're the ones that are living it. They're putting up with game damage. They understand the herds and what it does to local agriculture. So I'm not sure that I want to change the numbers. I think what staff has recommended is the way to go, because we don't want to alienate those ag people in anywhere in the state. I know it's nice for our sportsmen, but we got to walk that fine line between sportsmen and agriculture who are feeding those animals.
Just one quick comment.
Of course, Commissioner McDaniel.
I completely understand that. You know, I used to think, you know, the definition of a good deal is if both sides are uncomfortable, and then it's usually a pretty good deal. I think in this, I kind of feel like they're happy and I'm not. They're happy with the number, so if you could tell me they are uncomfortable with the number, that they don't like the number, and I don't like the number, then maybe it's the right number. But if they're happy with the number and then the discomfort is only on my side, then I don't think that that's pushing them to manage a resource. And it's not just about providing sportsman opportunity. It's the earlier presentations today about our #1 goal is to manage the resource. And with the elk issues we have in other parts of the state, and being a rare opportunity to increase that, I want to grab every one we can. And so that's where my thoughts were about it.
Commissioner Haskett.
Sorry, Chairman Howard.
That's okay.
Mr. Canterbury was here early on the Cattlemen's Association, and they actually asked that we could, or they said that they were comfortable with us growing the elk herd for a change. And that's the first time I think I've heard that ever. And that's kind of what you're saying too. So I don't know how we find that balance, but I do remember him saying that, and it goes against what was 10 years ago, but I think things have changed.
We're at 2,100 head now, and I think what we're hearing from the public and the HPP committee is that they're willing to tolerate an increase to 2,400. That's the upper limit of our recommendation at this point. And so I would say that we go past the 2,400, you might get that level of discomfort that you're seeking. And we will too.
I think I really do need to call for a motion one way or the other. Commissioner Veal.
I make a motion we go with the staff's recommendation on the Kenosha herd.
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Bray. Any public comment? Seeing none, any further discussion? Commissioner McDaniel. Very good. Let's do a roll call vote on this one, Laura, please.
Adams?
Yes.
Just for the record, that's a yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
Hauser?
Yes.
McDaniel?
No.
Schaefer?
Just for the record, that's an aye.
Vardy?
Yes.
Vigil?
Yes.
Zimmerman?
Yes.
Chairman Howard?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's do the consent agenda next.
Are you gonna do public comment? I have a
We've
question
completed
about
public
that.
comment.
I have a question about that.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Commissioner Haskett.
Since we have 3 new commissioners, I asked about this, and I'm not sure where we stand on this, but we got a lot of emails about the Bobcat petition before the 3 new commissioners were here. And almost all of those, I believe, were opposed to it. And now I see in this public comment, all of them are for it. So I'm wondering, did we figure out a way to send all those emails to the new commissioners? Or what I'm getting at is they're seeing it slanted one way when before it was the other way. And I don't think that's fair to the public.
Why don't we make certain that we circulate all the comments before the May meeting? And Commissioner Haskett, when we do the circulation, if you're not happy, will you let me or the director know? And
Okay.
we'll follow up on it.
Okay.
Commissioner Adams.
To that point, just on the institutional knowledge management, is there a database of all of the different, I know I got the email, but I was just wondering if it was searchable by, date or, preference, yes or no, or those kinds of things.
The problem is they went to our personal emails, I think. I don't think they went to the commission email. So
okay.
That's the difference, I believe.
Director, do you have any comment on that? I feel like we get a summary that sits on top of all the comments that does give some of that information.
Right.
So for the comments that come into the commission's group mailbox, we do roll those up and kind of summarize X number for, X number against, and so you can see that on the cover sheet that goes before all of those. And we will try and do that as a recap of all the comments since we started receiving comments by the time we do the next mailing. So and we'll put all the comments in there. I don't know how many pages I said we'll have a lot of comments, but we'll try and give you an executive summary of kind of the volume for and against the petition.
Okay, great. And we can talk offline on different strategies. Thank you.
Commissioner Hauser and then Commissioner
Yeah, I just would
Garcia.
underscore that. And would you just make sure that number is on the right line? I mean, it intuitively didn't seem right to me either. So just make sure somehow that wasn't transposed, or make sure we got the right information.
Commissioner Garcia.
Now, I had the same concern because the numbers made no sense to me when I saw them, that you had all of those numbers in support of the ban. Because we haven't seen that. You're saying that group mails, but we would get the group mails. No, they come into a mailbox that staff monitors. Okay. Right, and then we. I thought you said they hit commission. Yeah, they do, and that doesn't go to the commissioners. It goes to a commission mailbox that we monitor, and that's where we draw from every month when we mail you public comments. Now, you were nice enough because when I went to you on one, it had to do with something else. And I said, what do I say? You drafted a response for me. Is there something, when it comes to some of these issues, where you could provide something like that? Because I'm a little concerned, especially being new, that I come up with some harebrained idea I've got in response to one of these, and it comes back to the commissioner, or to the division, they go, what in the hell was Charlie talking about? Anytime you have an email that you would like to personally respond to and want to talk about it, I'm available.
I'll just say, once you're the chairman, you get even more individual emails sent to your email account. So, great. So we have the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve it in a second.
Second.
Okay, so that was Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Hauser. Second, any discussion or public comment? Don't think so. Very good. Let's do this one by voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. I think that takes us, if I'm not mistaken, to our legal report.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jake Matter from the Attorney General's Office. I have two things I want to address, one of which I think it's appropriate to do in open session, and the other one I think it's appropriate to do in executive session. The first sort of public issue or item I have to talk about is the Fair Campaign Practices Act, and in particular, limitations on the Commission's spending ability and sort of communications surrounding ballot initiatives, so popular vote ballot initiatives. The proponent of a ballot initiative must go through a number of steps. The sort of important one is filing with the title board, and the title board reviews the proposed ballot initiative to determine whether it's sort of in plain English and has a fair title. That is the line in the sand that the Commission needs to be aware of in terms of spending money and communicating about the merits of a proposed ballot initiative. So once the proponent files with the title board, the Commission cannot spend public money advocating for or against the petition. And the purpose is to not spend public money and to not sort of unfairly tip the scales, I think. But there are pretty broad exceptions to that where the Commission can have a voice in what the ballot initiative seeks. The commission can prepare a factual summary of the issues posed in a ballot initiative and must present a pro and con argument in favor of or against a proposed ballot initiative, but not reach an ultimate conclusion on the merits of the initiative. Every commissioner retains their sort of personal right as a matter of First Amendment to voice your own personal opinions, but you can't use state funds in doing so. So I would suggest not using your state email, not purporting to be the voice of the commission. If you do speak about it, make sure that you're speaking in your individual capacity. And don't do it on a day where you are seeking a per diem reimbursement for commission-related activities. You may do different things throughout the day, but that's sort of just an easy thing to keep in mind. The commission also has a policy on communications, which really mirrors what I just said. You're always free to speak your mind as an individual, but don't speak on behalf of the commission unless the commission is on board and has sort of authorized you to speak in that way. And your policy actually says that the chair is the sort of presumptive voice of the commission when dealing with the public or dealing with a reporter or that sort of thing. The commission can pass a formal resolution as a body, pro or con, and take an advocacy position on a ballot initiative. So there's a general prohibition on spending money, but there's plenty of exceptions, and if you choose to take a position, you can do so as a group. So happy to answer any questions about that. I actually have a copy of the statute on point that I can pass around and you can take a look at and email me or anyone in our office if you have any specific questions about it. And what I'm handing out is just a copy of the statute. It's not any sort of legal analysis or memo from me. It's just sort of a heads up for your study subsequently. The other issue, the second issue that I would like to talk about is a piece of litigation that is on the agenda. I would like some, it's a piece of litigation that's been filed since the last time we met. I want to tell you my thoughts of the lawsuit and get some feedback from you if necessary to get some direction. And it's on the agenda as Trinan versus the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission, now pending in the Denver District Court, which is, the case number is 2019 CV 30764. Your meetings are subject to the open meetings law, which means the public gets to hear everything you say. Executive session is an exception to that rule, and Colorado statutes, Title 24, Article 6, Section 402(3)(a)(2) authorizes the commission to enter executive session to receive legal advice and discuss with your attorney any pending disputes, such as the one that I just mentioned. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would invite you to request a motion to enter into executive session. And when that happens, we ask the public to leave so that we can protect the confidentiality of our communications, and any member of the leadership team or the senior staff or anyone involved in the case is of course welcome to stick around and contribute and answer questions as necessary, but there are limitations to preserve that confidentiality, so that's why we ask the public to leave.
Great. Thank you very much, Council. Commissioner Haskell.
Make a motion to move to executive session.
Thank you.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Bray. We have to do this by a roll call vote, so please go ahead, Laura.
Adams?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
Hauser?
Yes.
McDaniel?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Behill?
Yes.
Zimmerman?
Yes.
Chairman Howard?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
I don't think I see any members of the public here.
Okay, good.
So I think
So I am Mr. Chairman, this is Jake Matter. I just wanted to advise the public that we have concluded the executive session for the reasons stated on the agenda, and specifically the Trinan versus CPW litigation captioned in the Denver District Court 2019 CV 30764. We entered executive session pursuant to the open meetings law, which is 24-6-402-3A2, which authorizes the commission to receive legal advice on pending lawsuits. No decisions were made. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. No further business being before the commission.